Good morning and welcome to a beautiful morning here at Sydney Motorsport Park for Sydney Masterblast 23, featuring the Australian Muscle Car Masters. And it's proudly presented by the ARDC. And for the ARDC, I'm Samantha Stevens.
And I'm Shana Raj.
And we're going to be helping you through all the amazing racing today. We've got a huge schedule. They ran yesterday. We've come down to the finals. We've got 7 amazing categories. Our Australian Muscle Car Masters cars, we've got Group C and A, Group S, a massive field of sports sedans, and of course Group N. And on the more modern side of the scale, we've got the Scholarship Series, the Toyota 86s, we have Australian prototypes, and we've got the insane supercars. Which one are you looking forward to the most, Shana?
Oh, it's got to be the Toyotas, the Scholarship Series. We've got all the new and young up-and-coming talent from Australia, and it's great to see them out on track. And this is their 3rd round. They've got the evaluation test coming soon. They're all going to be on their best behaviour and doing as much as they can today. So I'm looking forward to that.
Awesome. I'm looking forward to Group S, Group C and A, and particularly sports sedans. We've got the national field as well as the state round, and they're all racing for those final flag honours today. It's going to be amazing. So tune in with us, stay with us all day, and we'll bring you all the great close racing here at Sydney Motorsport Park.
Welcome everybody to the Masterblast, and the cars are now out on track, and on pole position for this race, David Stone. I'm John Young, by the way. David Stone, tell me what happened yesterday, because Steve Constantinidis is on pole, but he didn't win the first race yesterday.
No, yeah. Good morning, everyone, and good morning, John. It was Terry Lawler who was fastest in qualifying and in the first race, and was leading the second race, but copped a 5-second penalty for a start infringement. So he's starting in row 2. So we've got American Iron up front against European Sophistication.
So we better get going with this grid. On pole, Steve Constantinidis in the Corvette. Ray Nucker is beside him in another Chevy Corvette. On the second row,
we got Damien Meyer, MG Midget. He's a fabulous driver, and we've got Terry Lawler, as I've said, with his penalty starting out position 4 in his Shelby Mustang.
Third row, Andy Purvis in the yellow Porsche Carrera. Alongside him, Jim Calvert-Jones in car number 40, the silver Porsche Carrera.
Yeah, then it's Meyer, MG Midget, Smith in 240Z.
Row 5, Robinson in the Porsche and Selwood in an Alpha. And the next row is Damien Daly in a Datsun 2000 and Rob Burson in another Porsche.
And a real mixture of grids. We've got Datsun 2000s, Alpha GTVs, another Shelby MGBs as well. So the 5-second board's about to come up.
So the revs are routing and the lights are not yet on. It's go, and Steve Constantinidis makes a pretty ordinary start. Narco gets get away, but the really big gainer in that start was Andy Purvis in the yellow Porsche Carrera. He went rocketing through. He picked up about 3 places in the first 100 metres. So they head round now towards turn 2, and Constantinidis is just dropping back even further. The 2 Myers in the MG Midgets have got past him. Terry Lawler still where he started. And getting a bit right there is one of the Datsuns. That, I think, is Rob Burson out in the front. It's in the lead. Andy Purvis has had a fantastic first few corners, David Stone.
Yeah, well, 911s hook up incredibly well off the start, and that's exactly what we've seen. Both 911s are up near the front now.
So Narquist drops back to second. Calvert-Jones also had a great start. He's up to 3rd. Terry Lawler in 4th. The Meyer Midgets in 5th and 6th that they had over the back of the circuit.
And look at those two midgets of Myers annoying everyone around the back of the track. We've got battles all the way through the field, a pair of Datsun 2000s together as well.
Terry Lawler really still mixed up in the traffic here. He's had Simon Meyer duck past him over the back of Corporate Hill. And now he's looking to make a lunge down the inside. He's dropped back to 6th, but not for long. He's just picked up 2 corners as they head around the back of the circuit. brunt of the Shelby really coming to the fore, but he's getting out very wide. He's really pushing it early in the race.
And the two Meyer midgets trying to poke up the inside into turn 18.
So Calvert Jones still on the lead. Lawler coming down the straight. He gets past Narcott's Corvette. He heads down into the court. He's going to have Andy Purvis before very much longer, I think.
So Purvis has stretched out a handy lead. It's about 1.5 seconds after one lap. That's impressive.
So it's still Purvis in the lead as they head round the back of the circuit. It's and meanwhile the two Meyer brothers having a hell of a ding-dong there in the blue midget and the silver midget. These guys are both former national karting champions. Narkowitz still being harried by Calvert Jones in the Porsche. I think Narkowitz has now got the better of that one and will stay there. Calvert Jones, one of the drivers up from Melbourne this weekend for the Masterblast. Lawler getting closer, meanwhile, to Andy Purvis than ever, and looking to right the wrong from yesterday, and he'll soon be in the lead, one thinks, as they head down to turn...
We're going to call that turn 15. That's been renumbered now.
Yeah, turn 15 under the new numbering system. The little back straight they go.
I think Laura will just tuck in behind the Porsche running up the back straight there, and he'll make his move on the front straight out of turn 18.
It won't be that difficult, I think. Meanwhile, it's Simon Meyer in front of Damien Meyer, and they're looking at the Constantinides Corvette, which started the race in pole and is now back in fifth. The two Meyers in 6th and 7th, but here comes Terry Lawler down the straight. He talk about Masterblast. Down he goes, past Andy Purvis in the yellow Porsche Carrera.
So Lawler's,
beautiful in its yellow livery.
Yeah, Lawler's opened up a really good gap, so he's got enough differential in space to stay ahead of Purvis for the rest of the lap.
So Lawler now in the lead as they head up through the turn 2, 3. They're out of sight from those at the circuit, but if you're watching on television, you can see it clearly as Terry Lawler up over the back of the circuit, just now coming down to, I've got to learn these new numbers, gosh, turn 4.
Yeah, so turn 4 now. So Lawler set the fastest lap of the race so far. That was a 1 minute 48.1, so he's comfortably the fastest car on the circuit.
Behind him is the two Andy Purvis, a 150 in the 150.3 in the yellow Porsche. Narkowitz in the blue Corvette, however.
And now we've got Calvert Jones under siege from the Meyer twins. He's very defensive going into turn 15. He's just holding them off. Both the Meyer cars will be utterly frustrated going down the main straight, but I reckon they'll get him eventually.
Calvert Jones still managed to hold them up out that little back straight, and as they come onto the circuit, the two Meyer cars are just line astern. Onto the straight they come, and unfortunately for them, what's going to happen next is the Porsche opens up the taps, and away it goes.
But I think that Calvert Jones will be very vulnerable into turn 4. That's where Myers will be trying to pick the Porsche off. I don't think they can get him by turn 2.
Meanwhile, Simon Meyer just pulled out and got past Damien. Robinson and Smith in a good dice between the Datsun 280Z, most unusual car.
So we've now got Simon around the outside. I didn't think he could make it in that time, but he did. Now he's going to work really hard to gap the Porsche for the rest of the back part of the circuit.
So it's V8s in 1, 2 and 3 position. It's then Constantinides and then Meyer and Meyer after Calvert Jones. But
and here's Damien Meyer around the outside of Calvert Jones. That's an outstanding move into turn 5.
These two blokes are really, really quick. and those cars are beautifully prepared. Meanwhile, we've got Stench Constantine getting nice and sideways there, and the gold-coloured Corvette. Constantine is carrying now on the tail of the blue Narkowitz Corvette, but we're going to see what can happen on the straight this time. Calvert-Jones beginning to fall back a bit from the two, Damien and Simon Meyer. Simon Meyer in the silver MG midget, Damien in the blue car. Calvert-Jones looking to exercise the horsepower of the Porsche down the straight, but gee, they've opened up a good lead on him.
Yes,
what can he do in car 40?
Yeah, he was ragged. Calvert-Jones was ragged in the 17-18 complex. He may well gobble up the first of the midgets on the straight. It'd be very, very close.
Well, now it's Steve Smith's
In a fabulous 280Z.
most unusual is 280Z in this country.
So in the meantime, Terry Lawler has now stretched his lead to over 6 seconds. So he's got this in the bag today. Mays have stayed ahead of Calvert-Jones, so they'll be pleased about that, and they're going to try and build the gap.
The Datsun 280Z still of Smith still leading, having a comfortable lead over Robinson's white Porsche Carrera. Then it's Selwood and Rob Burson in the red Datsun 240Z. .240Z, a very popular car in period back, not so much in Australia but overseas, also very successful rally cars. A very smart looking car, that car number 90.
And very strong in sports car racing in the US.
So it's Robinson now, Selwood in the Alfetta GT, another mark we've got here this weekend. The red 240 still looking beautiful on the track. Now we've got car, you see, looking at car 34, Tony Antoun in the Shelby 350 GT. Another beautiful and valuable car. Now Purvis really under threat from the two Corvettes as they head down the straight, and Markowitz has got him.
There's a beautiful move on the exit of turn 1, but he's got to have to defend into turn 2, and he's almost overcooked it in turn 2. And the Porsche will range up on the inside, but will be on the outside for turn 3. And got him back.
And now it's Constantinides having a bit of a look at Markowitz, who I think lost a bit of momentum.
Now look at the midgets. The midgets have ranged up on the Corvettes now. They'll be frustrated, but they're going to try and see if they can get under the first Corvette in turn 15, if they can be close enough.
Possibly the closest dice on the whole track is the two Meyer brothers against each other. Simon Meyer in the silver car with the black stripes.
So Damien will go straight up the inside into turn 15.
Beautiful.
They had a bit of a touch there.
I don't think Constantinides actually saw him coming in his mirrors.
And he's had a massive spin on the exit. So he just stood on the throttle too hard. He got on the concrete. That was a lucky escape. He could have punted that car straight into the wall. He saved it, but he looped it a few times.
Meanwhile, on the straight, it's Purvis second position, but Narkowitz really nibbling at the tail of the yellow Porsche. It's amazing to see how well the V8s are now going. For a long while, the Porsche's just absolutely dominated this class of racing.
They have. There is no substitute for cubic inches most of the time, but there's a very good battle between the Porsche and the Corvette.
Meanwhile, comfortably in the lead by 12.8 seconds. Terry Lawler in the Shelby, having an excellent weekend.
It's under pressure again. Look at we got the first of the Meyer cars up the inside into turn 5.
Damien Meyer gets Narkowitz around the back of the circuit, and that won't please him. They say there's no substitute for cubic inches, but sometimes there is. And it's just a really well-driven MGM engine.
Those cars are beautifully driven by those boys.
Extending the lead even further, meanwhile, is... this is car...
Yes, that's Terry Lawler coming back.
Yeah.
He's on the main straight now. He's starting to lap the slower Group S cars.
Terry Lawler's had this car for a number of years. I saw him in this very car win an all-Shelby race at Monterey, at the historics over there. The Americans couldn't believe it, and I think we've got retirement, and you might pick it up. Narkowitz, meanwhile, uses the grunt of the Corvette and gets past the Damien Meyer midget as they come down the straight together. In through turn 1 they go, and this is where, of course, Meyer is very, very fast. Will he be able to get the...
Yeah.
Oh, well, we've got Terry Lawler just 14 or nearly 15 seconds ahead now. That beautifully paired car number 8, the Ivy Green Shelby.
Well, he's on his last lap now, and he is absolutely cruising around with that lead. The battle now is Meyer versus Narkowitz in the Corvette.
Purvis looks fairly comfortable in second behind our race leader, Terry Lawler.
So Terry's doing that beautifully. He's in cruise mode right now.
A 5-second penalty wouldn't have affected him at all today. Fastest lap of a 1:47.2, which is pretty quick.
So a very comfortable win for Terry Lawler, Shelby Mustang, and there he is. He takes the flag.
And that's just the latest of many. Meanwhile, a bit further back, we've got a great battle going on with Selwood in the Alfetta, holding off the Burson 240Z. Crossing line now in second place, however, will be Andy Purvis in the yellow Porsche. Behind him, Damien Meyer managed to get by Narkowitz. Then it's in 5th position will be Simon Meyer. Then Calvert Jones in 6th position. Now, after recovering from his spin, Steve Constantinides in the golden Corvette thunders past our commentary position and across to greet the checkered flag. Then it's Steve Smith, it's Robinson in 9th, Selwood 10th, Burson 11th, and Damien Daly in the blue Datsun 2000 in 12th position. Kent Brown in the first of the MGBs was 13th, then Matt McGrath 14, and Tresillian in the another Datsun coming home in 15th position, which will please his driver coach sitting right beside me, Mr. Stone. And then Harry Britton in car number 16.
Yeah, that's the 240Z for Harry.
Yes, always raced Lanciers until recently. Tony Antun finished in 17th in the Shelby 350 GT, the red car. Goodfellow in car 95. Okay, here come the highlights. Let's see what we've got for this. Well, here's the start, and as you can see, poleman Steve Constantinides had an awful start, whereas Narkowitz got away well, but the real winner of the start was Andy Purvis in the yellow Porsche Carrera. Other great starts from the Myers in the 2 MG midgets. Took Terry Lawler a while. I think he just bided his time. Meanwhile, in the background there is a nice big brake lock up from Constantinides ahead of the 2 midgets, which were duelling with each other as hard as any other pairing on the track.
They're racing each other as well as racing everyone else. They do a great job.
Didn't take long for Terry Lawler to get past the Porsche, use the big power of that Corvette. Calvert-Jones got out very wide there, trying to defend his position from the 2 MG midgets. Now, you would think that he might have been able to keep them at bay, but no. First it was Simon Meyer and then it was Damien Meyer. An amazing move around the outside, brave and quick.
The Calvert-Jones was under siege the entire time.
So those 2 MG midgets really are the giant-killing cars. Meanwhile, it was Narkowitz getting by Purvis as he started to march his way forward on the race. Then there was a little bit of a love tap there between Constantinides and the Damien Meyer midget. No doubt there'll be a witness mark on the left-hand side. If you
but here's the save of the day.
Oh yeah, that was Purvis Andy.
There's the good old-fashioned tank slapper.
And Calvert-Jones did a very good job to miss that.
But look at that, he finished pointing the right way. There's Meyer up the inside. Beautiful work into turn 2. And Terry Law, what a comfortable victory for him. Well done.
Very sensible start to the race. Didn't get mixed up in anything silly and any heroics. So that's race 1, and we'll be back in a short while. Okay, only a minute 30 to go now until the second race comes out on track. This time it's the Australian Prototype Series. Now these are cars which were a class that was established in 2017 and describes itself as Oceania's premier thoroughbred sports car racing series. And the cars are exotic, they're fast, technologically advanced, and they're the kind of style of car. They're the style of car you see when you travel to places like Le Mans and see the prototype sports car racing there. So the grid on pole position will be Hughes, and he's in the Hughes Supercar Services of Radical SR8, and aren't those Radicals great little jiggers, David Stone? Alongside him will be Jason Macris in the Wolf racing car in the second row.
We've got Mark Williamson, he's in a Revolution, and we've got Mark Lauke, who's in the Wolf.
Third row, Scott Foreman in another Wolf Mistral, and alongside him will be Mark Brame in another Radical.
And then we've got Bill Medlin, Radical, Andrew McKee in the Wolf.
And then we've got a couple of DNFs from yesterday. Will they be out here? I'm not sure. If they're ready to go, there'll be Terry Knowles in another Radical.
So we've got Shana in the pits.
Hi, I'm here with Terry Laura, who is the outright winner and class winner of the Group S Classic Cars in your Shelby Mustang number 8. How was that? You had a very dominant win, over 10 seconds. How did you find the race?
Yeah, look, yesterday I only won by 3 seconds and found out I got pinged for a rolling start, so I was penalised 5 seconds, hence why I started 4th today, so I wasn't backing off today.
So this time 3 seconds was not enough. You made sure you had a clearing. It was enough. So great job. We've got one more race later. Good luck.
Thanks very much.
Well, the small field comes down towards the start-finish line for the prototype series car, and they're away. Hughes from Macris, Williamson and Luck, Borman, Brahim, Medlin, McKee, off they go.
And the braking zone into turn 2 is where we're going to see a lot of passing in this event.
Bit of a brake clock up there from our race leader Hughes, but didn't affect him at all. Macris still close at quarters in second position as they head up over the back of the circuit through to turns 4 and 5. The speed of these things around the back of the circuit is going to be very interesting to see what sort of lap times we're getting from the prototype sports car.
So these cars are fast. They were running 1 minute 29, 1 minute 30 yesterday. These are really quick times. In qualifying, the cars were in the 27s and 28s. To contrast that's roughly what a V8 supercar does around here. So these things are moving really well.
Basically dominated by two makes of cars, the Wolf and the Radical. The Hughes head leads the race from Macris, Williamson and Drake. Brahim, Knowles. I'll tell you what, it's a close field still. Knowles, Borman walk a little bit further back. In fact, I think our only non-starter was Medland, who was down to start in position number 7, but the two DNFs from yesterday, both out, which is good to see.
So Hughes is in a Radical SR8. That's a 2.7 litre V8 car. It makes over 400 horsepower, weighs about 700 kilos. This gives you a sense of what the power to weight is and why these cars can accelerate and corner and brake so very well.
And still it's Hughes in the lead as they head round the back, so come on to the short back straight. But it's still a very close field. Brahim, car 43, another of the Radicals in a very distinctive white and orange livery. Great looking car. He's back in 5th position, still behind Hughes. So Hughes the lead from Macris in a very brightly painted Wolf.
So Hughes has opened up a very comfortable gap. It's almost 2 seconds. That's an impressive breakaway in the early laps.
Here at Williamson's Revolution A1, that's very distinctive, very much the international sports car looking car, isn't it, with the closed roof. Sort of thing you see in European circuits all the time, and great looking car. And he's back in 3rd, lap time of 1:32.5. That's not bad at all.
And Williamson's a very experienced competitor. His car is a 3.7 litre V6, so we've got a real mixture of cars in this prototype category. More displacement at 3.7 litres. It's got a bit more power, but it's got a bit more weight as well. And in the prototype series, there is a balance of performance adjustment, so that the cars tend to compete with themselves. No one gets a definite advantage, so it encourages good close racing.
Well, once again, Hughes leads Macris, Williamson, Drake and Brahim across the the start-finish line. As watch Brame come into turns 2, 3, 4, car 43, and what size engine have we got in Mark Brame's car? He's a Radical to 1500. So as you say, there's this balance of the forward and the index of the forwards. There's not a lot of difference between big engine and small engine.
So in this category, there's a subclass, and it's the Radical SR3 subclass, of which Brame's ahead.
Phil Hughes continues to lead from Mackless in the brightly coloured Wolf. Hughes in a 2.7 litre Radical SR8. And our class winner or leader, Mark Brame, in his car 43, the Radical, and he's not far behind the class, the cars in the class ahead at all.
And that fabulously sounding car 7, that's Scott Borman. He's in a Wolf. It's a Mistral version that has a 5.7 litre, 5.2 litre Ford V8 in that, about 650 horsepower. Weighs a bit more than the others, but it is clearly the best sounding car here in this event.
Certainly the best sounding car in this event.
Absolutely.
It'd be probably the hardest of them to drive too, with all that power and not a hell of a lot of weight underneath it.
The aero's good in these cars, and you can see from the bodywork and the wings that each car has that they generate a lot of downforce. So in the prototype class, these cars can generate just over 2G in braking and about the same in cornering. So that's a fair bit of loading. That would be as good as any category we have in Australia.
Meanwhile, back in 7th position, Terry Knowles. In a Radical SR3, and the leaders meanwhile have crossed the start-finish line, started another lap. This is a 12-lap journey, this one. They're currently on lap 7.
Yep, but the lap times are quick and it'll go fast. Macros is making a move on Hughes. He's winding that gap in. It had blown out to almost 2 seconds early in the race, but he's less than a second. He's now less than a second behind.
Again, that really distinctively liveried car 68, the Radical SR3 of Terry Knowles. And the 13 car, which is McKee, also having a bit more of a lonely race out there at the moment. Not keeping company with anybody.
Well, we've got Hughes on screen now, but look at Macros reining in on him. When they cross the start-finish line, the gap will be less than a second.
So it's 2.7 litres versus 1.6.
But with the balance of performance and the weight, means that the competition's very even, and that's what we want to see. So that was Macros's best lap for the event so far. So he's the quickest man on the circuit, and that last lap a 29.6.
Hughes is clearly can perceived the threat because he's dropped his lap time down to 1:29, and in actual fact, Macros has currently got the fastest lap.
There's Drake up trying to poke through in turn 5, and I think he's got it done.
So Williams has been around pretty fast cars for a fair while, but yes, he's dropped back from Drake, and Braham's going to be on his rear bumper. Well, he would be if he had a rear bumper. He'll be there very, very quickly at the rate this thing's going at the moment. So Williamson in that very, very elegant, I think, Revolution sports car, just maybe losing something. Almost a bit of porpoising there happening with Macros. We lost him on the screen. Macros certainly winning the award for the brightest coloured livery of the day so far. But Hughes, I think, is...
He's responded.
He's responded. He's got a bit of a hurry-up, though.
I don't think he's out of the woods yet. Macros will be absolutely persistent. They're still turning very, very quick laps. Whereas some of the other cars have faded a little. Williamson has faded, hence his move from 3rd to 4th.
I would think that Mike Braham may now be feeling a bit hungry there. But meanwhile, this battle for the lead is getting ever closer. Macros moves right up on the tail of Hughes, and they head over the back of the circuit. Where are we now? We've got
exit of turn 18.
That's a very, very hungry-looking Macros in second position, and onto the straight they come.
And we've got Macros with his headlights on, so he's making his intentions clear.
Hughes visibly faster than Macros down the straight. It's an interesting comparison. Hughes 241 kilometres an hour down the straight, and Macros 233.
But now Macros has arranged in up, and he's going to try and make a pass into turn 4 if he can just pop out. Just a little bit too far behind. Hughes has run a narrow line into 4 to protect the lead, but has drifted wide, running into 5, and Macros is going to try and dive in under him into 6 if he can get close enough. We've got Hughes with a narrow defensive line again. So Macros's next opportunity is into the hairpin at turn 15 if he can be close enough.
Turn 14, he got a bit wide on the exit at 13, sorry. Down to come round onto the hairpin.
Not close enough.
And the problem for Macros is going to be getting by Hughes early enough in the lap, since with Hughes so much faster down the straight.
Yes, so if Macros gets past, he's going to have to go and pass him prior or at turn 4 to be able to build a big enough gap. But he's still got about 3 more laps to do it.
They're certainly closer than last time around as they head down the straight. Macros, the lights on, he just sort of pulls out the side a little bit, then back into the slipstream.
And Macros will get a tow from Hughes because he's close enough on this occasion.
A bit further back, we've got Williamson now really falling back into the clutches of Mark Braham. Almost looks like a closed car. That was actually more like a halo. And there's Mark Braham now, still in 5th position, but ever closer to Williamson.
And the fastest car on the track at the moment is Drake, who has just turned a 28.3.
Not too shabby at all. Braham closing, ever closing on Williamson, right up his tail as they head round the back of the circuit. Is there anything he can do about it? down into the hairpin. I will see in a nanosecond. Graham gets closer, looks out that Williamson takes a defensive line, as well he might. Meanwhile, over the start-finish line, it's Hughes leading Macris. Macris still right on his tail. The lead down to 6.64 of a second now, so that's much closer than it was a couple of minutes ago.
So Macris will want to try and get this done into the braking zone into turn 4 if he's close enough. Otherwise, he'll have to wait until he gets to the right-hand hairpin at turn 15. But Hughes has maintained a good enough gap there, so he's able to just stay ahead. But he may well be vulnerable into turn 15.
And there's an 8km/h difference as they head down the straight. So really, Macris has a major challenge ahead of him here as he's so much faster around the twisty.
Yes, and there's a little touch
there.
There
He goes. Through the great little pass there by Macris into the lead. They head down towards the hairpin. The question is, can he get a big enough lead to hold Hughes off as they head down the straight? Meanwhile, Drake is getting ever closer to that lead battle for the lead as well.
There's an excellent move from Macris in turn 6.
Graham still hasn't been able to get past Williamson, but it's only for pride because Graham is still an easy leader in his class. And for mine, that's one of the sharpest looking cars on the track. I like the simplicity. So, Macris beginning to open up a bit of a lead now from Hughes. 0.73, not exactly commanding.
I think it's going to be very difficult for Hughes to come back at Macris now. He's fading, and I think Macris will get the job done.
Hughes will be under threat from Drake any second, and indeed is under threat from Drake. Our race leader, Jason Macris. Very impressive drive from Jason Macris. Meanwhile, the battle for second and third in the background, we just see it really getting hot. In fact, Drake has got it back. Drake's got it done. So it's Macris from Hughes back in the number second, from Drake. No, it's Drake in second now, and the fastest lap of the race is Drake.
So Drake through in second. He was the quickest guy at the end of the day. He turned to 27.9. Basically on the second last lap, that's how he got the move done.
And the checkered flag was out. Those 12 laps went by very quickly, David Stone.
They do, and it just shows how exciting the prototypes are. Lead changes, different cars, advantages in some areas than others. I reckon that the Sydney Motorsport Park is very tyre sensitive. Some of those drivers would have been battling with maintaining optimum grip from their tyres.
So it was, the race leader was Jason Macris. Second place was Drake.
And a closing Drake, only 3 seconds behind.
Absolutely. He really found some pace in the second half of that race, and indeed set the fastest lap of the race on lap 10. And
Hughes third. He'd be disappointed. He led most of the laps, but he still finishes on the podium.
Then was Williamson, Borman, Braham, Knowles, McKee, and Plum. So Macris in that magic looking Wolf pulls up in the number one position in the pits. In the end, John Paul Drake was 3 seconds behind Jason Macris, both in the same team, by the way. Hughes was in third, not very far behind Drake at all. Mark Williamson a fair way back in fourth. And then quite a close race with Orman, Brame, all within a second. Then a bit of a gap back to Knowles, McKee and Lockie. So we should be seeing some highlights pretty soon. A beautiful day here at Sydney Motorsport Park, and here come the highlights of this race. And it was a pretty even start. There was the big winner on the start was actually Mark Brame, who, having started from back of grid, really got stuck into it. But as the race progressed, there are lots of little races within races, and Williamson being harried there by, well, now we've got Hughes having been taken by Macris, or about to be taken by Macris, sorry. This was a great battle for the lead. Hughes initially opened up the whoa, that was an interesting walk-up from car number 13. So that resulted in an early bath. But as the race unfolded, finally a great start. A little bit of almost a tap between Macris and Hughes as Macris assumed the lead. And as the checkered flag went out, it was Macris as our race winner. And now we'll hear from Sam and Shana in the pits.
Oh, we're on.
Congrats. Where's your hat?
I don't know, the band. No, that's right.
We're on now.
I'm here with Jason Macris, the winner of the prototypes, the race that just happened. It was a fight till the end, but he managed to get it, and that's your first win of the calendar for this category. How are you feeling?
I'm absolutely jubilant right now. It was an amazing race, great start. Everybody got out safely. Phil Hughes really put on a standout of a fight, so I just had to stay with him. Just chip away corner by corner by corner. It was literally a tennis match out there between both Phil and I. And then when I just saw him just getting weaker and weaker, I think his tyres were probably coming off. He was just probably overworking them. And then I just found the spot. It was just, yeah, a great last lap to feel that I had some wind behind me.
You look pretty ecstatic with that win. I know it was coming down. How did you feel in the car when you're getting closer to that first position?
Again, you just got to maintain your strategy in your mind. I know Phil is he puts his elbows out. He's very strong out there, but I just had to just slowly chip at him, weaken him down, and it just felt great when I got past him.
We're looking to do that again. One more race.
Let's do it.
Yeah.
Perfect. Thank you.
No worries. Thank you.
Well, the next race is already out on the track. I'll tell you what, this action's coming fast and furious here at Sydney Motorsport Park today. Credit to the organisers, the Heritage Touring cars around on the track, David Stone.
And these are the cars that actually raced in the period. So Group C cars 1973 to the end of 1984, and Group A cars from 1985 to the end of 1992.
So, with looking at the grid, we'll just run through it for you. On the first row, it's Chris Stillwell in the Sierra, followed by Anthony Alford in the Nissan Skyline GTSR.
And Stillwell's been the hot shoe all meeting. He was on pole in qualifying and won both races yesterday.
Second row will be Brian Henderson from Queensland in the Nissan Bluebird Turbo. Alongside him, Rick Hallen in the BMW E30. Now,
I think Brian's been moved.
He has.
Brian, for some reason, has been moved back. He finished third yesterday in the last race, but clearly something's happened. So we've got Alan and Axie are on the second row.
Third row will be Norm Mogg, presumably driving his usual steed, the Commodore. Okay, let's go through this quickly. Alongside him, Terry Lawler in the Mustang GT. Fourth row will be Michael Ladisi in the BK Commodore. Alongside him, Rebecca in the Toyota Supra. Back to 11th, Ed Singleton, and alongside him Scott Robinson driving a V8 Commodore and a BMW in order. Then Craig Foster in the Corolla. Alongside him, Anthony Tencut in a Falcon. Boy, this is coming through quickly. Alfred in 21st.
So we've got a rolling start, and they'll start racing the moment that the red light goes out. Alfred's spluttered. Something has happened for him. He's dropping back significantly.
That was Alfred in the Skyline GTSR, looked to have the jump, then suddenly nothing happened.
And we've got a big spin here out of turn 1.
Big spin, and there's a bit of contact as well. There was car 11, which was the...
Foster's kept that off the wall, which is an outstanding job.
Yeah, Foster and Tenkate, the Falcon XD and the Corolla, I guess.
Damage looks very light, but I'd expect that unless he gets going, we'll have a safety car.
A bit further back, we've got the car 6, the Ed Singleton Commodore. In a great battle here for the lead too. Stillwell just holding off at Cesar as they head round onto round the back of the circle, round behind Corporate Hill, but it's still Chris Stillwell in the lead from car 69, the Steve Cesar Commodore, and close racing as they head right down through the field. Car 51, great to see the Nerabeki Toyota Supra out there.
And we've got Foster going again, so that means that there'll be no disruption to this race. Looks like he's got virtually no damage on that car, so that's a great outcome.
Just a love tackle.
He was very, very lucky. That could have been severe. So
could have been.
Now we've got Stillwell coming back onto the straight and leading the field down for the end of lap 1.
So Stillwell, your pole man, flies across the finish line. The little puff of smoke from the Turbo Sierra as he changes gear. And the Skyline, their car 18 of Anthony Alford, seems to have recovered from whatever it was.
He has. I don't know what happened to him there, but it's as if he the fire went out, that he completely bogged down. But it's good he's recovering.
And car 17 there, Terry Lawler, a race winner in his early Shelby Mustang earlier today, now in 6th position in the Green Stuff Mustang, one of those great car 17 Dix Johnson's cars. Terry's had some of those wonderful cars that's for the historic racing, both Heritage and Group S.
So Stillwell's maintaining just a nice little lead here. He'll have advantages around the back part of the circuit, plus he'll have a lot of horsepower as well, but Commodore's doing a great job.
As is Alan in the little Benson and Hedges liveried BMW.
Well, this will be the part of the track that suits him best, and so expect him to make his gains around the back half of the circuit.
Caesar's really close to the back of Stillwell's Sierra. You might think that the Sierra would have a bigger advantage over the Commodore than that, but great job.
He's driving that very well. Right
on the tail now. And how close was Alan there? They come down 3 abreast as they head down the straight. Still in the lead in the Sierra.
Alan's going to try and make the move on the Commodore in his BMW into the braking area of turn 2 if he can do it.
Here's the replay of this very near disaster, and there was a bit of a tap there.
Yeah, so Foster got in the side of that Falcon and lifted him up on 2 wheels.
I'll tell you what, I was surprised to see a Corolla lift a Falcon like that. Just shows you how light the cars are at that
I'm
point
also
of the
surprised that wasn't worse.
It could have been a lot worse.
So there we go. So we've got Alan through now into second, and this is the part of the track that will really suit him. So he's going to try and range right up on the back of Stillwell. If he can pass into turn 15, he'll attempt it, but he's got to be close enough.
We took some tyre sensitivity at Sydney Motorsport Park. This might play against Exisa in the Commodore, I would have thought. Certainly a lot more weight than the BMW or even the Sierra.
I'm surprised Alan didn't have a go into turn 15 there, but he must have a better plan than the one I thought he would undertake.
Very famous car, that Allen BMW. You can see the names like Chicotto and Longhurst on the side window, the period drivers. What an amazing piece of hip-moving history that is.
You could see how Alan was held up running out of turn 18, but now, of course, the Sierra's got way more power, so not sure if Alan can get in the braking zone of turn 2. The gap is excessive. He's probably only passing opportunities are into turn 4 and into turn 15.
Meanwhile, Lawler at the moment back in 8th, along behind Rose's big Falcon. Lawler was racing one of these big XDs for a while as well. So over the back, it's into turn 4.
Just not close enough.
Very frustrating.
So turn 15 is his next option to be able to get past the Sierra.
So the question is, who's the fastest lap at the moment?
Well, that'll be Henderson in the Bluebird. His last lap 1 minute 43.8.
And he's back in 11th position, so we expected to see him starting from the second row of the grid. For some reason he wasn't, and that's a fantastic move for him.
So can Alan do it in here? You know, he elects to follow.
The problem for Alan in the hairpin is that the Sierra is just going to have so much more poke as they get onto a short straight. As you pointed out, turn 4.
Turn 4 is the he has to either do it in turn 2 or in turn 4 to be able to build a gap around the back part of the circuit. So you can see here now he's completely held up.
He hasn't quite. Well, he had a look that time.
But the battle behind is incredible. We've got two Commodores. There's a Skyline. So the gap between the Sierra and the BMW is just too great into turn 2 for a move to be made. Well, at the moment anyway.
So Anthony Altman, having started in second position, still working at recovering from that loss from that fairly ordinary start. Well, not the ordinary start, it was the second phase of the start. So Allen now very fast through some parts of the circuit, and Henderson still fastest lap.
So we've got the Commodore battle for 3rd and 4th.
With Alfred having a really good look at the skyline to keep them honest. Around the outside is an attempt for Alfred. Is he going to get away with it? I don't think so. Has he? No, he hasn't. He's hung out to the right. In fact, he's in danger of losing a spot to Mog there, as I think he may have done. Telstra Mobile.
Now we're 3 wide on the straight. Alford's going to try and pop up the inside. Just hasn't got the momentum to get through those 2 Commodores. But
It looked like he had the
yeah, but he's going to try and make the move into turn 2 up the inside if he can. Although that's a very, very ambitious move on the outside by. So now we've got Stillwell slowing for some reason.
Something might have gone awry.
So we'll just see if Stillwell can recover from that. The car was going a little bit slower. Now that could be either a problem or he just ran off the track or got very wide. Allen's comfortably ahead now, so Stillwell is unsighted, so he's.
Flapping on the Nissan Skyline would be a little bit of a concern for Anthony.
Well, Stillwell will be very, very disappointed to be dropped out. He was the fastest man out there. He ran 42.3 just prior to dropping out.
Some of the sharp end cars head past the Volvo at the tail of the building. That's going on the Volvo. This battle between Morgan and Crawford.
Moggs drove steadily in this race. He's just come up quietly. He's been conserving his car. He's doing a great job. Yes. Yes, so his last lap was his fastest lap so far in the event. He'll be feeling fantastic. He's not being monstered by higher powered cars. There's no one in his way. He's having a great morning.
Only one more lap, and it's possibly just as well. The way the Morgan's Skyline is beginning to lift at the front left corner there.
He's doing it easily now. He's cruising around. He's got a comfortable lead. It's almost 4 seconds. It's the battle for second where we'll be much closer between the 2 Commodores. A giant killer then and a giant killer now.
commentator one.
And what about Henderson?
That was a great drive. I mean, it's the kind of drive that disappears. The kind of drive that can disappear a bit because starting so far back, you just don't see them heading through the field. But what an excellent result for him. So Allen, Exisa and Mogg, well, they were all pretty sharp end starters. Alford, who started from pole and dropped down. Kadichi, Lawler back up to 7th, having dropped down to 8th. Lacey, McDonald and Rose, Nerabecki in 11th. Ed Singleton in the Commodore in kart 12th position. Kankati Robinson, Gerwin Foster finished across the line. We've got so here are the results. Rick Allen in the Benson and Hedges Racing BMW by 5.2 seconds from Steve Exisa in the Commodore, ahead of Norm Mogg, who was only 0.1 behind him, Brian Henderson within half a second, and then Alfred in the beautiful little Skyline. And it appears that the Bonnet managed to hold on all through the race. Car 69 there coming into the pits, the Steve Exisa Commodore. Steve will be pretty happy with that as a result. Certainly a class win for him in Group C. And Group A, of course, Rick Allen from Norm Mogg. Second in C will be Lee Henderson. Here come the highlights, and it was a rolling start, and away they went, and it was Alford who just got bogged down in the start, dropped back 7 or 8 spots, allowing the fabulous...
and there's the touch that there was a miracle that it didn't become worse, far worse than what it was.
It's fantastic, wasn't it? It was just how close
everyone avoided them.
To that wall.
No walls, and everyone else avoided them.
Yep. It particularly is so close there on the opening lap.
Allen bided his time. He just picked off those in front of him as required.
And Terry Lawler there being monstered by car 52, the Chris Rose Commodore VH. But for most of the race it was still out in the front. That, I don't know, was there a little puff of smoke or puff of something coming out of the Stillwell Sierra as the race continued, and very sideways there was car 21, the Michael Badici Lucky 13 indeed.
And this is where a big battle was between two Commodores and the Skyline. There's that bonnet. Everyone thinking that's going to go up, but the other pin on the right-hand side held it in. Comfortable win for Allen in the end, just over 5 seconds.
And I'll tell you what, by the end there, that bonnet was only just hanging on. And now we'll hear from Samantha Shani in the pits.
And here we have our Group C and Group A winner. We have Rick Allen in the car 25, a Group A winner. How was that?
Absolutely great. First time I've won, and very happy. Great day, and yeah, just blown away. Obviously, I think Chris had a problem in the Sierra. Hope it wasn't too serious, and hope he gets back out there for the next race so we can have another crack together. But no, very happy. Can't say too much for all the help I get from the family, and yeah, just bloody marvellous.
It's a great day to go racing. You still have another race, so we're going to see another 2 first places.
Do my best. I can't promise anything. Just do my best.
Had a lot of fun out there. How do you feel with the car today so far?
Yeah, really good. Yeah, very, very happy. Yeah, ecstatic, really. Yeah.
Congratulations, and hopefully we'll see you again.
Cheers. Thanks very much. Have a great day yourself.
Well, the Sports Sedans are now out on track, and we'll now be joined in commentary by Gary O'Brien, who's Mr. Sports Sedans when it comes to this sort of event, and he'll be taking over the lead commentary on this. Tell us about the cars we've got running here today.
Good morning, John. Good morning, David. It's great to be here at Sydney Motorsport Park for Sydney Masterblast. And here we are for the third round of the Precision National Sports Sedan Series. This is the second race for the weekend. Later on today, we will have the Des Wall Trophy event that'll wrap up this round. Exciting race we had yesterday with Jordan Caruso taking the win in the John Gourlay prepared Chev-powered Audi, having the win over Steve Tomasi in the Calibra Chev with Tony Ricciardello in third spot. Unfortunately, we haven't got Steve Tomasi for this race.
Okay, it's Caruso will be alongside Ricciardello in the Alpha, and second row it'll be Shields. Oh wow,
That went a bit too quick for you there.
11th, Ashley
Jarvis, who leads the series, is out of position 11. Angus Fogg, the Kiwi, in the Mustang, out of position 12. They're lining up for what will be a rolling start. 34 cars made it to the first race, only 14 DNF, so that's not bad for Sports Sedans, which can be fickle at times. But here we are lined up for the start. So Caruso on his own on the front row with Ricciardello and Shields on the second row. That's a turbocharged rotary engined Fiat 124 that you've seen there, and that's Peter Ward, the next one after that in the triple rotor RX-7. So Caruso controls it, and away he goes, and Ricciardello's going to go with him and try and slot down the inside as they go down to turn one and gets the job done. So Tony had a feeling he might be able to make the measure of Caruso in the first race. Unfortunately, he had a bit of a slip up out of turn 11 and allowed Tomasi to get past him. But Tomasi, as I said, out of the race due to a problem, and then we've got a problem with the Victorian Mark 1 V8 Mazda. That's Steve Eucas in that car, and here's Ricciardello going through to the lead as they're getting under turn 4. Burial Chet in third spot, then it's Shields in fourth, Ward and Mark Duggan, who made up 7 places from 14th on the grid to 7th in this one. He's already made up a couple of spots in this race as well. So it's a big field of cars as they come out, and looks like they're taking a yellow flag they have, so safety car is out, and that's because of that number 90 car we see down there. Driver out of the car, he's okay, so we don't know if he's been involved in some sort of incident. There was someone else slowing and coming in the back entrance at turn 4 too, so got a replay coming up of what may have been the problem there. Here we go, and not seeing a lot at this stage. Here we go. Yeah, that was Steve Boyle in the Greg Boyle, I should say, in the Skyline having a spin in that four-wheel drive Skyline, and he was the one that was stopped. So that was out of turn 3, and he's managed to get it over the crest of the tunnel and back into the lane.
It was a bit reluctant to fire up by the looks of it, but the safety car is now out, looking for the Mazda.
Should be the Alpha out in front, and Caruso in second spot. So we had a safety car, and the race actually finished under safety car yesterday. We had a couple of incidents. Nick Smith was one of them, and Nick Smith in that Nissan RJ20 turbocharged Mazda RX-7 has had a rotten run with that car, and unfortunately boost hose came off and the fuel light came on, so he shut it down straight away, having suffered a fire last year. I guess you can become a bit gun shy as far as fuel warning lights go, so he shut it down. There was another car off at turn 4 that left a fair bit of oil around the place. A couple of other cars had dramas as well, but as I said, out of 34 cars, 30 of them got to the finish, which is an exceptionally good effort for our Sports Sedans series. So we've got a clean-up happening. Yesterday's race, of course, there's another replay we're getting as well. So someone got out into the dust on the outside of the track out of turn 3, and it looks like Greg Boyle got a little bit of a helping hand in that spin as he went up over the tunnel
lap one spins often do come from a little bit of a tap.
They do. Well, it's been a great series so far. It's almost a rejuvenation of Sports Sedans, considering the first round was down at Winton as part of the Shannon Speed Series. The second round was up at Queensland Raceway as part of the Shannon's Trophy Series, and we've had different winners at both rounds with big fields. And certainly the top three, there's no doubt the top three are Caruso, Ricciardello and Tomasi. They showed that in qualifying. They were well over a second past anyone else, and we're just seeing Tony Cox's Saab, the Dodge-powered Saab, coming back into the pit lane as well. So unfortunately, after such a good run up at Queensland, that car's had problems here today. It did get to the finish yesterday, but had some dramas. We're going to go down to the pits. We've got someone that we'd like to talk to.
I'm here with Alice Buckley in the Toyota Scholarship Series. Last round she managed to take pole position and 3 race wins, so she's here at Sydney Motorsport Park to see if she can do it all over again. How are you?
Yeah, good. Yesterday was a bit hectic with a DNF, and we didn't have the car set right for quali, so now we're starting off 10th for the second race today, but we've got 12 laps, so hopefully we'll be able to go forward.
Definitely. You've got some time, you've got your team working on the car. I don't doubt that you'll be able to make up some places. What are you looking like you'll be able to get in this first race coming up?
Oh, hopefully a few spots here and there. You know, we're racing next weekend at Sandown, so we're not really risking the car. Yeah, we go straight from here to Sandown, so...
Good luck to you. I know you'll do really well. I can't wait to look out. Are you looking forward to get our track with all these cars?
Yeah, I'm hoping to keep the car straight, but yeah, we'll just try to go forward.
You also have the evaluation test coming up. How you've been going so far in the rounds in the category, and what are you thinking is going to come up next for you?
Because I haven't been in Toyotas last year, it's been a lot about learning and trying new things and just working forward and making progress in this category. So the evaluation day is coming up, but we'll just try our best, see how it goes.
And how are you enjoying the series so far? Obviously, it's a new and recent category. Are you enjoying it? Are you finding it's doing what it's told it was going to help all the young and upcoming Australian juniors?
Yeah, I love it. It's very competitive. It's one of the top competitive fields in Australia, so I'm learning lots, and there's people with plenty of experience in this field, so I'm just learning.
And how do you enjoy Sydney Motorsport Park? I mean, I'm a local, so I'm a bit biased. I do love the track. How do you feel around here?
Oh, I love any track I go on. It's always fun, you know, just driving. So, yeah, I love Sydney. I've done a few test days and practices and races around here now, so I'm getting laps in. I love the track.
You're also part of the Girls on Track in the FDA program, so you're really one of the driving forces of women in motorsport, especially here in Australia. How have you seen things change over the recent years?
Even in karting, there's been so many more girls this year, and it's just great to see, and there's just more people females joining the motorsport community, so I love to see it.
And you're one of those that young girls are looking up to, so if you have any words to say to any of those junior drivers, whether they be in karting or watching on TV, what would you say to them?
Keep trying and beat the boys.
I agree with that. All right, thank you for that. Good luck for the rest of the day, and hopefully we'll see you somewhere up the top.
Thank you.
Been a good one for aspiring drivers to make their way up through the ranks. So far, in the 4 rounds we've had so far, we've had 3 different winners, and they've won all 3 races at each round. Alice being the latest to do it. But at this round so far, Ben Stewart won the first race yesterday, so we could have 5 different round winners by winning all 3 races each round. So it's been an exceptionally good series. I think we're going to go back to race conditions at the end of this lap. This will be the end of the 3rd lap. Still got a few laps to go, 7 in total, and it's Tony Ricciardello that leads the way, and Jordan Caruso, I think, who's just managed to regain the lead in the series due to Ash Jarvis finishing way back in 10th. He was the series leader before this, but unfortunately they had a gearbox sensor which he couldn't tell what gear he was in during the race. So we're gone back to race conditions, and it's Ricciardello out in front, Caruso second, Chet third, then it's Shields and Ingram, followed by Duggan, then the second of the Ingram cars. Folks picked up a couple of spots in that beautiful Mustang. He's currently running in a 9th position, And it's Steve Lacey, who finished yesterday's race with a broken wing and now has a wing off a new build Lamborghini car to run in this race. Further back in the field, we've got Nick Pantikos in the Mark II Mustang, followed by Michael Robertson in the Mustang. He's got a Mustang on the way, but not at the moment. And there's Fogg, and we've got a problem for Matt Ingram. He's slowed right up going out of turn 4, and Fogg has just shown the way there to Lacey. Lacey trying to make up that ground. Crompton in 13th position. He's in the BMW with a Chev Power under the bonnet, and Chev powered Mazda behind him in the hands of Ben Maddox and Ryan Humphrey. Another Chev powered car, this time a Ford Falcon XE, of all things to have
And a nice little spin there from kart 21.
That's Lloyd Godfrey in the Honda Integra. Don't often see that in amongst the big boys, but he's having a good time out there as well for a small engine car. Performs really well. Now we've got Caruso right on the back of Ricciardello as they come out of turn 11, head down the straight again. Who's got the straight line speed? It'll be interesting to see. We'll keep an eye on what sort of speed they're getting down the straight. And Ricciardello, if anything, has managed to pull away. Very high, 268 kilometres an hour down the straight, 262 from Caruso. So just a little bit of difference in it. And we've got another spinner going around. Well, that was the Integra, who sent everyone darting off. And there goes the little Chev-powered Corolla. He goes off the track as well, but he's managed to... has he moved on? Yes, I think he's back on. Looks a bit agricultural, so it probably suits it down to the ground to be out there in the grass.
Hard to believe that a Chev-powered Corolla could be a hand car.
And we've got another safety car, unfortunately. So there's someone's parked off turn 5, and it looks like it's John Ford in the Mercedes C63, another Chev-powered car. That car had dramas yesterday, and we see the Corolla coming into the pits at the same time. That's Trevor Condon out of Victoria. Car had lots of problems in the last round, but they battled on and made sure that they got to the last race, even though they weren't in outright contention.
Well, it was involved in that multiple spinning and what have you over the back, and looking at the right-hand side, the witness marks are suggesting that he was helped along.
Quite possibly. Yeah, but they were all fighting position. That's the problem when you have a safety car. Everyone tightens up, and of course you're a lot more likely to have more and more dramas. So at the moment we're back under safety car conditions. Still got several laps of this race to go. It'll probably get cut short because of time restrictions. We hope not, but generally that's the way these things roll.
Just an impressive field.
Very impressive field. Here's a replay of that. Now, John Ford was involved in this as well, so that's why he's pulled up. He's the one that's actually hit Condon.
He's drilled the side of that.
Well, it's so subtle of you to say that, but he certainly, there was contact, let's say that.
Yeah,
I'm not going to blame anyone, even though it looks pretty obvious.
I wasn't judging.
And of course, Condon's going back out in the track. He's following the tilt tray out, so they've got at least the Ford Mercedes C63. That's an interesting car, that Mercedes. It's a Trans Am type car. It's built to Trans Am specs. Came out of Europe, but it can never run in Trans Am. The dimensions aren't quite the same. It runs a different sort of Chev power to what the crate engines you see in our National Trans Am series. There is another car out there, out of Thailand, a Trans Am car as well. That's the Hugh McAllister Ford Mustang. That car actually runs a Coyote engine, which is part of their rules over there, so they've got to modify the engine bay quite a bit to fit the Coyote engine in. It runs paddle shift and a couple of luxuries that you don't see in our National Trans Am series, which are limited to a H-pattern 4-speed and a control engine. So here we are, we're back under safety car conditions. This is probably helping Ricciardello to a certain extent as he leads Caruso. Billy Chetton up the third. This is his best round to date, and he's currently heading Peter Ingram, Mark Duggan in position 6, Steve Lacey and Angus Fogg the next two. Now we've seen them battling, so somewhere along the line Steve Lacey's got ahead of Fogg. Matt Ingram continues to run, although we did see him slow or have a drama there at one stage. Nick Mantikos, Ash Jarvis is in 11th, Jason Crompton 12th, Ryan Humphrey from Western Australia 13th, and it's Ben Maddox. And we're going down to the pits again.
Hi, I'm with Ryan Tomset, who is part of the Toyota Scholarship Series. He managed a pole and a win in the main category at the Bend, and we're here at Sydney Motorsport Park to talk to him. So how are you feeling for the race coming up?
Yeah, just want to get a good start and try and do my best. So, right now we're fourth, just want to see if we can go forward and have a fun race.
So what happened in the race yesterday? How did you go?
We just got off the line, a bit of carnage happened behind me and just drove around really, so trying to fix up a couple of errors that I made in that race and do better the next one.
And how is the car feeling this weekend?
Yeah, the car's feeling pretty good. I think it's a bit of a driver's thing, so I just got to fix up a couple of things, and the car's good, so it's got pace, and we'll see how we go.
Well, how do you find Sydney Motorsport Park? Obviously you had success at the Bend, but are you excited to take it around this track again today?
Yeah, my home track, so I do love it. I've done a couple of laps around here, so yeah, it's a fun track. Obviously the Bend was better, but just gotta, yeah.
Well, the only thing you can do then is make this weekend good as well. Maybe another win, maybe two, and then it can be better than the Bend. What are your chances with taking a podium or a win this weekend, do you think?
I don't know. Like, anything can happen. Just gotta, they're the guys behind me. They're all great drivers. They're driving really well this weekend. They're very clean, very, very fast. So going to be hard to try and get them. So.
And what are you looking forward to this weekend?
Just a fun day here. Just trying to keep the car straight and see if we can make it to a podium. That's all that matters.
And are you enjoying the category so far? I mean, it's the Toyota Scholarship Series. It's a recent category, all about bringing new, young Australian juniors and getting them through the category with some mentors behind them. How are you feeling?
Yeah, this category, it's amazing for young kids like me to just come through, build racecraft, build all the positioning in the car that you need, and these cars, it's a beautiful way to do it. The categories ran so well, so if you're a young kid like me, definitely would hop into this.
Well, thank you. Hopefully we'll be seeing you do well and enjoy the rest of your weekend.
Thank you.
Well, it looks like we're going to get one more lap of safety car. The Glen Pro Toyota is being towed back to the pits, just into pit lane now. So once this lap's complete, we will then get going again. Although the John Ford Mercedes is still there, so they're just picking it up now. So I'll take that back. We may have to see 2 more laps under safety car. We've got 4 remaining now. So we might get 2 laps towards the end of this as a sprint. So that'll be interesting to see, and if anyone else can make up ground. But talking so far about some of our contenders, Ash Jarvis obviously led the series in Colin Smith's Monaro Chev into this round, but unfortunately they had some electrical issue on Friday, which they sorted out, and then on yesterday they had that gear sensor problem. Another one had problems with Jordan Caruso in the Audi. They had to replace the crown and pinion in that car Friday night, Saturday morning, and that's a big job with the transaxle to get that all sorted, but got out, went well yesterday, led all the way in what was an abbreviated race due to safety car, and unfortunately we've got the same problem again today with safety cars.
Yeah,
and there's a couple more cars coming in the back gate as well.
Some interesting cars in this category.
There is. There are all sorts of different things.
People start with all sorts of different things. So we've got...
We've got a replay, and just as we've seen Michael Robinson's car come to a halt too, so that's been dragged back, and this is the incident we're talking about. Looks like Godfrey lost it on his own, and Ford tried to get out of the way, and that's where he's clipped Condon in the Corolla. Not much of a Corolla, but it's still a chassis car.
Well, there's another Toyota out there that impressed me, an 86. As far as I know, they don't have 6-litre engines when they come out of the factory, but that one does.
Most of these cars didn't have 6-litre engines. They came out of the factory, and a lot of them are what we call space frame cars. They're all tubular with a carbon fibre or fiberglass bodies over the top, but many are chassis cars. Back in the pits. That car's been pretty reliable don't often see that not finish a race, so we're not sure what the problem was there. Hopefully he'll be out for the Desworld Trophy this afternoon.
Still getting this Mercedes onto the truck over there.
Yeah, it might have copped a little bit more damage than what we can see from here. Just looking at in the pits, there's the ex-Breville Falcon XD that Bob Morris drove at Bathurst many years ago. Right next to it is RX-7 that raced at Bathurst many years ago. And just having a good look at those cars. Great cars, and you know, these cars are worth a lot of money these days, and to come out and race them, that's a risk you take, but we all want to see them out there and we want to see them doing laps, which is a great thing.
This looks like it might be the Don Demetriadis pit.
The stable, you might say.
Yeah.
He's got 3 cars here, I believe. There's a Commodore there as well, the old Lansvale.
Yes, the Trevor Ashby.
VL.
Trevor Ashby VL.
Steve Reed drove that as well.
Yes, that's right. They were partners in the business, as I recall.
Yep, Lansvale Smash Repairs. Biggest smash repair business in Sydney at the time.
It must have been, because they were funding some pretty expensive motor racing.
Yeah, so we still haven't got this car sorted over at turn 5, which is unfortunate. So again, we're just marvelling at these great, in this case, Group C cars. There's lots of Group A cars down there as well. And a great sight to see. And this is the beauty of this sort of meeting, the Sydney Masterblast. We get to see cars from the past. We've got Group N, of course, Group S out there.
And the Corolla back out on track.
He went back out, yeah, he didn't spend too long in the pits. I don't think he dropped a lap, did he? No, I think he's stayed on the lead lap, so just come in, did a systems check and got himself back out there.
Yeah, well done them. Well, the Mercedes is now on the tray, but whether we'll be able to get the truck off.
Well, we're down to 3 laps to go, so it might be interesting to see how that all turns out. Here we go. We're back down to pit lane. Get another one of those insightful interviews.
All right, Chris, runner of the Sierra. You had a great day yesterday, cleaned up both races, but a bit of drama in race 1. Tell us what happened.
Yeah, unfortunately, a new set of wheels, new set of wheel nuts didn't like each other, so the left-hand front wheel came loose. So I could feel that pulled in the back gate. Back a grid next race, we got another set of wheels and another set of wheel nuts, so we know they like each other. So hopefully back to P1.
Sounds good. So the car's all good and you'll be back out for the races this afternoon?
Absolutely.
Ready, terrific, good luck.
Yep, looking forward to it.
Yeah, Chris Dewell, of course, has the one of the Shell cars as well, so that's what, hence the Shell outfit that he's wearing, the driving suit. And of course he won yesterday's race on the last lap where he passed Adrian Owsley in that Walkinshaw to take the win. Marvellous car. That was the first of the 2 Bond Sierras, the other one owned by Steve Webb. That John O'Webb's broke the heritage lap record in here at a historic meeting last year, was it? Last year or the year before, one of those anyway. So that car owns, the second of the Bond cars actually owns heritage lap records at everywhere it's raced. Quick car.
John O'Webb's a pretty good steerer too.
That's why he's back at Bathurst this year.
He is, yeah. And a Bathurst winner.
And twice.
And Steve Webb, his dad's a pretty handy driver as well.
Pretty handy as well. Yeah. Doesn't drive the car with the same vigour that his son does, though.
Remember Steve Webb winning the production sports, or being either first or second in production sports in a Bowl Nagari when they were new.
Yes, raced in the original Porsche Cup Series too at one stage. So safety car in, we're going to have 2 laps of Sports Sedan mayhem out here with fast cars right up the front of the field. Caruso tucked right in behind Ricciardello. Will try and slot himself out there. Chetton and Shields the next 2. Then it's Ingram, Duggan, Lacey, Fogg, and the other Ingram car, followed by Mantigos. Jarvis has just picked him off going into turn 1. So it'll be good for his championship aspirations. I see Nick Smith is still travelling. He just wants to see a checkered flag with that car that's had so much drama over its life cycle. And that's that very bright yellow car we just seen go through there, the Mazda. And there's Condon actually picking up a place as he goes past one of the other small capacity contenders. And Chills looking for a way past Chetton as go down to turn 4, but already our front two have pulled away. The big three are, as I said before, Caruso, who's now in front of Ricciardello. And I guess that could be put down a small tyre, cold tyre change. They Tony Felby gear back, and Chills has got past Chetton as well. There's been a change there as they come around through turn 8, and it's very close between those two, and Chetton can't do anything there. He's on the wrong side of the track to try and get past. Ingram right in behind him in that triple rotor RX-7, looking to capitalise if there's any untowards going on, and not far off them is Duggan and Lacey as well. There's Jarvis picking off Fogg, picks himself up another spot, so that gets him close. We're coming up to the last lap, and it's Caruso in front, and he's pulling away at this stage. It'll be a quick lap, this one, because he's done it properly. Carries the number 1 for a reason, and he goes through the lead. Then it's Chills in third, Chetton and Ingram, followed by Duggan and Lacey, Jarvis, Fogg. Then it's Humphrey and Matt Ingram, followed by Mantikos. Will Furcher had all sorts of drama just as I got the line. Timmy Trenton from Victoria in that shed-powered Honda. The next one through after that. There's Chris Jackson. Hasn't been doing a lot of racing in recent times, but he's making a little bit of a comeback. Had one race last year, but now seems want to race more often. I think he's been behind the scenes a lot with the New South Wales Sports Sedans, and I must say that it is a round of the New South Wales Sports Sedan Series, and Brett Shield leads that at the moment. So he's in good stock to increase his points lead in the co-series that we're running this weekend.
Meanwhile, Caruso just walking away on this last lap, not hanging back either. He had the thing a little bit sideways there. Now to the fastest lap on the 9th lap. You picked that absolutely right, Gary. 1:29.37 on the penultimate lap.
Yeah, 2:10 off the lap record. So is he going for a lap record? This will be interesting to see. He's been faster in the first two sectors of this lap, coming around to what will be the checkered flag coming up. And it's Jordan Caruso. So for the weekend so far at the third round, 2 wins from 2 starts. Tony Ricciardello improves from third in the first race to second. Brad Shields picks up third spot and a win in the... and right on the line, Peter Ingram has pipped Billy Chetton for 4th position. So interesting race, bit of drama throughout, but when these cars are firing and on song, they're good to watch.
Hello, something's looking pretty smoky.
Chris Jackson looks like a bit of bodywork rubbing on a tyre by the look of it. It looked to be a bit down on one side on the front, so some sort of drama, and Trevor Condon gets to the line. So after that pit stop, he still managed to get going. And did he get a lap record?
1:27.1537.
He did, by 200ths. So wow. New lap record for Jordan Caruso on the last lap of that second race. Here's the results. Jordan Caruso the winner, Tony Ricciardello in second, Brad Shields, Peter Ingram just on the post as pipped Billy Chetton. Then it's Mark Duggan, Steve Lacey, Ash Jarvis up to 8th, Brian Humphrey 9th, and Matt Ingram rounds out our top 10. Out of the 10, Angus Fogg, Pee-wee Mustang, Nick Mantikos, Will Furcher out of 13. There's Timmy Tritton, Chris Jackson, Nick Smith, who's seen the checker flag, and he'll be over the moon about that. Ben Maddox, Hugh McAllister in the Mustang Trans Am car. Further back, Mark Tracy in his Chev-powered BMW, followed by Josh Haynes in the Chev-powered Nissan 300 ZX. Theo Camburis, who runs Division 3 in Sports Sedans, will make up the Division 2 because he keeps improving his lap times. There is our race winner, John Gourlay, there as well. No, he isn't actually. But the crew working on the car, John Gourlay owns and preps this car. And it's had a number of good drivers in it. It's had Darren Hossack, Jack Perkins running the car as well. But Jordan's come out of Excel's, got in this car and took to it like buckets to water. It's been very quick.
What a great opportunity. Great opportunity to drive a car that good.
Yeah.
And to drive it as well.
We've got highlights coming up of this race, and off the start, of course, Caruso on the front row on his own, gets away and leads as Ricciardello tries to sneak down the inside. Has he got enough to get it done? He does so and goes through to be level pegging with the Audi into that corner. And we got the first of our incidents coming up here, and it's Greg Boyle in the Nissan that goes around. That manages to get going, and he actually kept going, but there was other incidents. I think that was the reason of the safety car, and that was the reason right there, the number 90 Mazda 1 Mark car. And there was Boyle, but he did get going again. So we got a restart. It's Ricciardello in front, Crusoe second, Billy Chatton in third in the Billy's Motorsport Camaro, followed by the two rotary-powered cars. And we thought Matt Ingram might have been having a drama. He seemed to slow there for a little bit, but then got going again. And there we see him getting passed by not only Angus Fogg, but also Steve Lacey. And then, of course, we had Michael Robertson pulled up. And this incident was what triggered our second safety car, with Lloyd Godfrey going around there and Trevor Condon off the track. And pulling up further down the way was John Ford in the Mercedes. So we get underway again. Still Ricciardello in front, probably disrupted by all these safety cars, but and there we've seen the Chris Jackson car with a little bit of front end damage. Probably had a little nudge with someone along the way there somewhere. May have been Timmy Tretton, who was just in front of him, we don't know. And there, in the end, it was Jordan Caruso with a lap record on the last lap, who took the win ahead of Tony Ricciardello. And then we got that great fight for fourth position, which changed right at the checkered flag. John, thank you very much
Gary,
for that.
Thanks for coming up. Great call. Thank you. Well, what a great event that was, and we'll be back in just a minute. But Sports Sedans, always entertaining, always great motor cars to watch, always one of my favourites, and I'm sure yours as well. And now over to the pits.
We have our Sports Sedans winner here in the car number 1, Jordan Caruso. How was the race?
Yeah, that was a lot of fun. Unfortunately, a lot of it was under safety car. Tony managed to get me, but then, yeah, after the safety car, the car had really good pace. I went for the move into turn 2, and then, yeah, just wanted to do... I knew there wasn't many laps that I had to manage the tyres for, so I wanted to go for one good lap and managed to do a pretty good time, so happy with that.
So you took the round win in Queensland, and now you've backed it up with a win here at Sydney Motorsport Park. How is this looking for your title challenge?
Yeah, this is great. You know, as long as the car remains, you know, consistent and reliable, I think we've got the pace to keep sort of getting race wins, and as long as we stay around where we are, keep doing what we're doing, I think we'll be good. Speaking of the car, how is the car feeling this weekend around this track? Yeah, it's been awesome. Our car, compared to most of the others, is really good through high-speed corners. So turn 1, a lot of the high-speed, like 4 and 5, it's really well suited to that sort of stuff. So having a lot of fun driving it on the limit around here. You mentioned safety cars. Obviously, we had quite a long period of safety cars out there. What was going on in your mind during those periods? What were you doing to make sure you got off the restart good? Honestly, I thought the race wasn't going to get going again, so I was sort of thinking, are they just going to bring us in? But then, you know, I was on the radio with Sheng, and he was telling me we're going to get a few laps at the end. But yeah, during the safety car, I mean, you just got to chill out. Like, there's not really much you can do. Keep the tyres warm and get ready for when it goes green. Well, this is a great win for you and your team. Congratulations, and looking forward to the next race. Thanks a lot.
What a great looking car that Audi is, and great to see a young guy getting a drive at something that's so good, so fast, and doing so well in it.
It's just a fabulous class. It's rejuvenated. There's wonderful cars and a lot of variation as well.
Yes, how good it is to see. Okay, race 3 for the supercarts coming up. Grid, Mark Robin from Colgo. Lee Vella in 3rd, Laurie Fuchs in 4th, Jock Dos Santos in 5th, Lauren Shand in 6th, and in 7th position will be Paul Campbell. 11th, Mark Vickers. 12, Dodge. 13 will be Stuart Robinson, Tony Moit in 14th, Brock Schaffer in 15th, Wade Horswell in 16th. Alongside him will be Brian Tinsley. Then it will be Peter Asquith and Nathan Asquith, and they'll be in 18th and 19th position as the karts head off, and they're coming around the back now of the circuit, and they'll be coming up for a flying start. And when the lights go out, the man on pole will be controlling the race.
And we've got split classes here. We've got the national karts 125s at the front, and then the domestic series behind. So it'll be the four front runners here, certainly led by Robin, will be setting the pace.
Lights are out and away they go. Very good start from the third place Vela. It looks like he'll be up to second position by the time I get up to turn 2.
So this will be a clash between Robin in the blue kart, Cogger in the black one, and Vela in the green. They'll be the front runners in this event.
We've already had somebody there in the second group dropping back, or maybe in the lead group. So over the back of the track, it's big dice going on with 97 just losing a spot as they head around the back of the circuit.
So passing opportunities are aplenty here, and who's going off there in turn 5? But
well, somebody went very wide, and a new line for turn 1, and then we've got car number
Santos.
4, Santos, and he's had a bit of an off and done a bit of lawn mowing, and I think it looks a bit like the nose cone of that is not going to do much more racing. It's a great shame. Here we go. Oh, it was he who went off so wide. And he, through the gravel trap there, looking over his shoulder and managing to stop before the second group of karts came barrelling through, but bits of pebble and stuff all over the track. Meanwhile, it's yellow 76 Vela in the lead from Robin, Cogger and Fuchs. And Santos is still showing somewhere there, but he won't be having anything more to do with the racing, I don't think.
Well, Lee Vela, he was the winner of the New South Wales Championship in this category last year, so he's going to be a very strong contender in this race.
Opening lap time of 1:41.39, so they're not hanging about, David.
No, they're not, and on the next flying lap, they'll start to be in the 37s or 38s, so they are going quickly.
Great shot of Fuchs there. It's almost martini livery, isn't it, that car? Looks magic.
So plenty of passing opportunities for the supercars on this track. We've got a full-width racetrack. The karts are small, they're nimble, excellent under brakes, high cornering speed. So we'll get lots of action in this event. I think Robin's closing in now.
Yeah, it's not a huge gap, is it? It's 0.664 last time around. Fastest lap time still Vela on lap 1.
My money'd be on Robin. He was the quickest in qualifying yesterday. He won the race yesterday afternoon. I think he's going to be hard to beat, and he's now getting a very, very good toe off Vela on the straight. And he'll be looking for a move into turn 2. Maybe not quite close enough on this occasion, so his next opportunity will be into turn 4.
But certainly the battle for the lead is an intriguing one in this particular race. And we've got Vela holding up, I think, just stretched the lead a little bit there.
He got very, very good drive out of turn 2. So Robin made a very small mistake, and there's something wrong with his kart, and he's pulling off. Oh,
that's it. That's what a shame.
He'll be incredibly disappointed by that. He's pulling into the back of the pits. So something clearly went wrong from the exit of turn 2, and let's hope he can get it going for this afternoon.
If you're going to have a problem, having it just near the gate to the exit of turn 3 is fantastic. So it's Vela from Robin, and it's not a huge gap. Ashworth in kart 47, one of the Class 1 cars.
So Cogger will inherit second position when the timing screen gets adjusted. A bit of a gap from him to Vella, just over 3 seconds. Cogger's a very strong competitor as well. He was ran third in the New South Wales Championship last year.
Is Tinsley in car 75. Kart 47 is Ashworth. That's another of those really, that modern livery that was being sported in the prototype class as well. And a great little passing opportunity coming up here. And it's 19 from 91, and from Roberts from Dodge. And this one is, nobody's giving up on this one yet.
So
19 Moit got Dodge right behind him as they head around the back of the track up there over the out of turn 2 up into turn 3, and how close can you get? And that's
Robertson will try and go up the inside here into 4, but just can't quite get it done. Probably follow him for the rest of the circuit. His next opportunity is into the hairpin at turn 15.
So well, there's battles all up and down this this field, and this is pretty tight as well. It's so it's 91 from 19, 91. Robertson getting a little bit out of shape.
Yes,
there,
he just wasn't close enough into turn 15, so he's going to keep his powder dry and try and get a good run down the straight and make the pass either into turn 1 or in the braking zone at turn 2.
So Vickers there in the black cart having a little bit of a lonely race. As this fantastic battle between...
Robertson got a very, very good run out of turn 18, so he'll get a tow and he'll have a bit more momentum leading into turn 1.
Well, he's right in the slipstream, right on the tail now. It's almost like Formula V territory with these two guys.
Just not close enough to pop out,
Yeah.
but he's going to try and make a move in the braking zone if he can. He's just a little bit too far back.
And this is certainly the dice of the field at the moment.
Yes, because Vella's kicked away to almost a 5-second lead, so I'm glad we're concentrating on this battle.
Moit to be looking all around him, and then round the outside tries Robertson, but has he got it done? Yes, he has. Not. There you go.
Long way round for Robertson around turn 3. He'll just have to get things back together. He's got to tuck in behind the gearbox. I think that Robertson's best passing opportunity is out of getting good run out of 18 and passing him into 1 or 2.
Meanwhile, fastest lap, Vella, a 1:36.47. But this great battle between Moit and Robertson continues.
So Robertson will be looking to be right up the gearbox of Moit on the exit of turn 18. And you'll want the momentum. He just cruise back just a fraction there. He runs a tighter line into that corner. He's got a slightly different apex. Now we'll want the momentum. And he should be able to get a tow from there.
He couldn't get it done last lap, and I don't think he's any closer this lap, but he says that...
He has the momentum. We've got a slower kart just in front, so they'll all be together around turn 2.
Closer than ever through turn 1 that time around.
He's locked in, and he'll want to pop up the inside into turn 2. And here's another battle between
75 as
Tinsley.
And that'd be Ashworth behind him, but and there, that battle's nearly as close, and that's for 10th and 11th as the battle for 4th and 5th.
So in the meantime, Vella's stretched that lead out to almost 7 seconds. And he is the fastest man on the circuit. He's running a mid 36s, which is equivalent to the time he set pole in qualifying. So, well, that was the qualifying pole for Robin. So he's really doing a fantastic job.
Well, there's a couple of very good dices happening in this thing, but Vella here in the lead is really in a class of his own.
And he's not holding back. You can see how that car would squirm between turns 4 and 5. He's driving it very hard.
Back to this battle for 4th and 5th, who's going to resolve. But this time, Moit has managed to open up a bit more of a lead on Robertson. Robertson seems to have almost run out of ideas.
Well, the gap is a little bit greater than before. I think we've got about 2 laps to go. Unless Robinson is having some tyre degradation, and it's a very tyre-sensitive track, Moit may be able to protect that position, 4th position.
So this is lap 7 of an 8-lap journey.
So we're back with Tinsley and Ashworth again. They've been inseparable. And Ashworth wide out of 6. It's going to make him vulnerable.
So now we're on the last lap. Vella having a very comfortable win, over a second faster than anybody else, and the gap between the first two, Vella and Connor's times, and everybody else's is enormous.
Although I've got to say that Vella's just rolled out of the throttle a little bit here. Maybe he's just taking it easy on the last lap. We'll see what the kart's attitude is between these two corners. So I think he's just taking it just a bit easier than before.
Not that easy. The kart was a bit squirmy coming through there.
He's got it in the bag.
Yeah. And the back of the circuit for the last time, and as you say, he may have driven a little bit harder earlier in the piece, but he's not really hanging about now. And fastest in every sector compared with the rest of the field. That could have been interesting, as two competitors about to be lapped.
But Vella's got the job done.
Yeah, he's done it. He's won. He's fastest lap, pole position, fastest lap. You can't do much better than that.
He did benefit from when Robin got into difficulties, but he drove superbly. He's well credentialed and deserved the victory.
So the cars finishing in 6th, 7th and 8th had already been lapped. That was Dodge, Horswell and Schaffer. And it's not surprising because their quickest times were 10 seconds a lap off the pace of the two leaders.
Well, it just shows the different categories. And it's great that the whole bunch of categories in supercars can be accommodated in one event.
A bit of an empty track at the moment, with this battle with Ashworth and is it?
Now this is the better one. This is Moit and Robertson, who almost should get married. They've been that together during the entire event.
Yeah, they're very close. And it's going right down to the wire. And that was the Ashworth and Tinsley battle. And it was resolved.
And here's the Robertson Moit one with Robertson ahead. Moit couldn't quite get the toe, so Robertson clearly got that done just on the last lap. So well done to Stuart Robinson.
There's our winning kart, Vella's winning kart. Beautifully driven. A relatively easy race for it. And here are the results. Vella from Cogger, Vickers, Robertson, Moit and Dodge, Wayne Horswell, Rock Schaefer, Brian Tinsley and Nathan Ashworth rounded out your top 10. Then it was Peter Asworth, Laurie Fuchs, Mark Robin, Santos, Shan and Campbell. And now over to the pits.
And here we have Lee Vella, our Superkarts winner in the kart number 76. How was the race?
It was good. Had a tough day yesterday, but made a few changes overnight. And just got into a rhythm, and the result sort of spoke for itself. So yeah.
So you got a third place yesterday, and we've obviously got a win today. 2/3 yesterday. So we're improving. Is the kart feeling better today?
This morning, with the changes that we made, it was really good. So we'll see what race 4 brings. Can only try.
Looking forward to it. Now, you had quite a sizable gap. How are you enjoying Sydney Motorsport Park this weekend?
I always enjoyed here when it's going well. When it's not, like motor racing, you always want the best result. But no, so far so good. So yeah.
Congratulations and good luck for the next race.
Thank you.
Now some highlights from that race coming up as we look at the winning kart and the way they went from the start. It was very, very tight to begin with. It was actually took a little while for Vella actually to get into the lead, but once in front, it was all good. We then had this major off and had a very well stopped there by the driver of kart number 4, because that could have ended in tears. The big battle here, one of them, 19 and 91, 46, an early contender, but unfortunately pulled out and drove in the back gate to home. But this great battle here between 91 and 9. That was really the dice of the event, and also the 75, and they were Ashworth involved in that one. That was a great dice. But your race leader, he was just dominant. In fact, he was almost jumping out of the kart with joy there as he came onto the straight for the last time, and greeted the finish, the checkered flag, for a very, very comfortable win in the end, and good on him. So we'll be back shortly. Coming up soon will be the race for the Toyota 86. Well, am I correct about that?
Yes, that's
I believe I am. Toyota 86, a 12-lap journey for the 86s. Okay. Thank you. Well, the cars are back on track, and the next to blast off David Stone will be the Toyota 86s. And what a great development class this is.
It's a fabulous series. It's been going since 2016. A lot of drivers have graduated from this category. Brock Feeney, Will Brown, Cameron Hill, Declan Fraser, they're all in V8 supercars now. So it's a great nursery as a developmental series, as well as being just a fabulous category.
And the grid lining up will be on pole position, Ben Stewart. In second, Lachlan Bloxham. Third, Mason Harvey, followed by, or alongside him, Ryan Thompson. On the third row, Lincoln Taylor and Salvatore Imbrogno. Seventh, Charlie Parker, and alongside him, Samarinto. Hugh Zockley in ninth, and Alice Buckley, who we saw interviewed a little earlier after a DNF yesterday afternoon, is back on track, and she'll be starting from 10th position. So a fairly small field as the lead cars come down the straight towards the start-finish line. And this will be, I think, a conventional start after seeing a number of rolling starts.
So Stewart would have to be the favourite for this. He was on pole yesterday, won the first race yesterday as well. I think he's going to be hard to beat.
So the first and second rows are now in position. All these young drivers getting a bit of sponsorship on their cars, which is great to see.
Thompson on the in the second row, I think he can be a bit more generous and move up, or be less generous and move up in his grid spot just a little bit more.
He still could. So he's giving away about a metre at the start.
Yeah, and Harvey on the inside wouldn't want to creep over, so 5-second board is up.
The lights are on, and away they go. And it's a great start from our pole sitter Stewart, and he just really got the jump on Bloxham alongside him. As they head down towards turn one, it's a nice lead for Stewart just right at the early stages of this race.
Beautiful start, and Bloxham didn't get away nearly as well, so early advantage for Stewart.
And a great battle going on there as they head around the back to turn two with car 49 and car Parker ahead of Imbrogno, which was not how they started a nanosecond or so ago. But the leaders over the top of the hill and down into turns 4 and 5 complex there, and the front of the field has closed up a bit already, Dave.
Yeah, so Bloxham has made some gains from turn 2 onwards, so he'll be wanting to lock on the rear bumper of Stewart.
All taking, nearly all of them taking a fairly tight line there. Wide line, and they're fairly ambitious as they head out right, and a bit of dust flying up there in lap 1 of this 12-lap race.
So turn 15, right-hand hairpin is going to be a big passing opportunity for all drivers. Cars are evenly matched, they're virtually exactly the same. So it'll be a combination of trying to be fast in that hairpin as well as being defensive to not be passed. Run on the straight, very important. So Stewart will be wanting to have the best run out of turn 18 he can, so that Bloxham doesn't get a tow.
And Alice Buckley there having a really good run on Imbrogno in front of her as they came onto the straight there. It's already picked up a couple of positions since the start of this race, and right in the slipstream of Imbrogno there, pulls out. But meanwhile, there's similar efforts being made at the lead. Bloxham around the outside of Stewart. Can he make that stick? I think he's going to, David, or maybe not. No. Stewart says you're going to have to work a little bit harder for that. Now his problem is he could come under threat from Thompson in third, who's going to sit right under the bumper bar of Stewart in the lead. And in fact, this is certainly not over, this argument over who's second and who's third.
Yeah, Bloxham's got the advantage because he's got the inside run into turn 4. But if Thompson can hang on the outside, he'll be on the inside into 5. He just couldn't quite stay there.
Stewart in the lead, and a bit more comfortable in the lead now. There's no real comfort in this, is there? There's Bloxham and Thompson, and then you've got Taylor right on Thompson's tail now, and so Thompson rather has really got some work to do.
Stewart will be hoping the both Blox and Thompson spoil each other so he can get a little bit of a comfortable gap.
And Harvey and Taylor are doing much the same. And then it's Imbrogno and Buckley also very close together, a little bit further back.
Well, it's fabulous racing in the Toyota 86 class. Drivers have got to have, if it's possible, eyes in the back of their head as well as looking forward. It's all about strategy, and Stewart hasn't gone to the inside to break the toe. He must think he's just far enough ahead. No, he doesn't. He's now going inside because he thinks that Bloxham will be able to get the toe off him into turn 1.
Through turn 1, and very fast through turn 1 for, still doing, they're not the world's fastest cars, but still doing 189, 190 down the straight. Back fastest down the straight was Harvey in 4th position at 190 clicks, which isn't bad at all.
That's the benefit of being in the draft of 3 cars ahead.
Meanwhile, unseen by us, Alice Buckley's got past Rintoul up to 7th position, having started in 10th. So she's having a good run.
So Stewart's just made himself a bit vulnerable there, ran very wide on 5, so it means that Bloxham can stick it up the inside into 6.
Which indeed he has done. And Stewart's got out wide again, and now very, very much.
He's going to have to be too wide around Corporate Hill to get the inside drop into the hairpin.
Which indeed he does. But Thompson still hangs around the outside into the hairpin. Nothing doing there. And Stewart gets that spot back. Not exactly comfortable. So they're on lap 3 of this 12-lap journey, and it's Bloxham now in the lead. And the first 5 cars, there is something like 4 cars. A very, very small gap indeed. And here comes Bloxham again looking for another go.
So big power slide, Bloxham in turn 1. That would have got his attention, but he left the throttle pinned. He handled that beautifully. And we've got a bit of bodywork that's come off someone's car there. You can see in the apex of turn 2, they may put a local yellow there, or just if the marshals can retrieve that bit of bodywork. So I hope they can, so the race doesn't.
And you can throw a blanket over the first 5. There's a gap of 1.157 covering 5 cars. It's not bad, is it? Harvey trying to keep Taylor at bay. In fact, Taylor has got Harvey, and then it's Parker, Buckley, Rintoul, Imbrogno, and
there's the bit of car. Looks like an inner guard or something sitting in the middle of turn 2. So they'll show a hazard flag there, but let's let the race can continue.
Bloxham getting a bit sideways there. Stewart and Thompson close behind it. This is the first 5 cars. The 4th and 5th are dropping back just a little bit. Then there's nothing between Parker and 6th. And
so Taylor used a very wide run out onto out of turn 18. He actually got right off the track and onto the concrete apron. I'm not sure if that's the fastest way.
And here in the background we can just see Alice Buckley coming alongside Parker, and I think she's going to take this one. She'll be on the inside, and she will pick up another spot as they head into turn 1. Very quick through there.
Yeah, to be basically pinned in those cars.
So, having had a disappointing second race yesterday, moves from 10th now up to 6th with still 6 laps to go. But it's Bloxham in the lead, who's the quickest car on track. Now is Parker in the white car going to do anything about Buckley, as they, having given the place away a minute ago, can Parker get it back? And at the moment, it doesn't look like it's going to happen. Buckley a little wide.
Well, plenty of effort there, and still recovering. Plenty of effort there. That gets everyone's concentration. A run as wide as that around Corporate Hill. Back to the leaders. Looks like Stewart's been bumped back to 3rd. He won't be used to that. He's been leading. He was leading everything yesterday.
There's quite a gap from 5th Taylor back to 6th Buckley, and Parker. We look at them coming down the straight. Certainly hasn't given up on that particular battle. But Bloxham from Thompson from Stewart, still our quickest 3, and second placed Thompson, in fact, sets the fastest lap of the race at a 1:48.6. And Harvey again the fastest car down the chute at 190.
So we're about halfway through the race now, and what will be happening is that there'll be some tyre degradation of the cars. They're probably as fast as they could probably go. There might be a little bit left in it, but the tyres will start to be getting tired. So it'll be a question of management.
And our leaders both getting a bit wide on some of the exits there, but still Bloxham from Thompson, and Thompson is now closing that gap. It was 0.565. I'm sure it's less than that now. There's no way that's a half a second, and in the background there we saw Buckley getting very wide.
Well, it's good we haven't got the Formula 1 stewards on. There'll be track limit violations, almost for every car.
Well, there'd be a track violation penalty for every car in the field.
There would
so it would equalise. It'd be all fine.
Yeah, so I see Thompson is making a move now. He's
got fastest lap, and he's getting ever closer.
I'm surprised that Stewart hasn't made the gains, but maybe he's just biding his time a little, but he won't want to leave it too much longer.
Well,
1.5 seconds a fair bit.
He's 1.3 behind the second place car, and that's way too much.
No one set their best. Only one car in the field. That was Buckley set their fastest time that lap. So I think the tyre deg is now becoming an issue.
Yeah, I wouldn't have thought tyre deg would be such a huge problem in a Toyota 86 because they're quite a light thing, aren't they?
But they're driving them as hard as they can, and this is a pretty tyre-sensitive circuit.
87. Rintoul out on his own, having a bit of a lonely race there. And Rogno, who was much further up the field to start, has dropped right back to 9th position, just as Ockley behind him, a fair way back in car number 10. The Apex logo on 26 in Rogno.
So we can see a lot of tyre degradation there. He missed the apex on the turn in at 6 and ran wide on the exit at 6.
The apex still associated with quite a few historic motor cars. Joe Kalaja. I think they're down in Melbourne this weekend.
So back to the leaders. Bloxham's still doing it. He's maintaining that gap over Thompson. And Stewart doesn't appear to be making any gains. So I'm surprised by that. He slipped another 0.3 of a second that lap.
Yes, the couple of the tighter battles, which were still tight about a lap or so ago, have now begun to just stretch out a little bit. It's nowhere near as tight as it was.
So almost only one car was in the 48s that lap, whereas almost everyone else was 49s and 50s. So we're seeing the race slow down a little. The car's a little bit harder to manage.
Yeah, Harvey down to a 48 Harvey down to a 48 now, and Buckley also a 48.
Their best laps. They did that early,
yes.
Early in the race in laps 3 and 4. So I'm impressed by the job Bloxham's doing here. Hasn't gone defensive at all, and has maintained that gap over Thompson. Just under a second, but I won't say that's comfortable, but let's call it handy. It's a handy
in
lead.
the DRS zone.
It's a handy lead.
Yeah.
And just looking at the sector times, Bloxham's just pulled away a little bit more. He gets a 10th here and a 10th there. You know, that's working well for his advantage. He doesn't have to run the inside down the straight. He can take a very wide entry into turn 1. That's going to optimise his speed.
Yeah, he can do a kind of a lap dash speed is through the turn 1.
Doesn't have
fantastic.
Always faster if you're not defending.
The gap's still only 0.7, so Bloxham certainly can't afford to make an error.
Parker had a beautiful slide, as you can see on the screen there, through turn 1. He overcooked it a bit in the entry into 2, but great car control in turn 1.
There's Taylor in 6 and 8, and now. Yes, we've lost all our dices in this one, David. It's just, these people are the guys and girl are all driving as hard as they possibly can, and the little gaps and little dices that were happening earlier in the race, and there goes Alice Buckley rather wide, she's had a good drive, come up from 10th to 6th. Bloxham's come from 2nd or 3rd up to the lead, and he's just holding a very, very steady lead at the moment.
The one I'm watching is Parker in the 49. It's the white 86. He's driving that car very, very hard. Back to the leaders, and the gap's kind of the same.
It's been 0.7222, 0.7289. It's just very constant. I mean, the smallest error from Bloxham and Thompson will have it, but I don't see that happening the way they're going at the moment. Shouldn't say that, should you? In the lead, Bloxham's still in the lead. The gap down now to 0.6, so Thompson obviously having a bit of a run to see if he can get up closer before the end of the race.
He almost gained 10th just in that first segment. So he's clearly strong there, but in other parts of the track, not quite as good as Bloxham. So that's why the gap's very even, but we'll go back and forth just a fraction. Bloxham still has a very nice.
Interesting, the fastest car nearly every lap down the straight is Hartley. 189, 190. Blocked very wide there.
Well, where are those F1 stewards?
Oh, they'd be having apoplexy.
They would be.
Oh, gee, Thompson looking a lot closer this time round.
He was. He drove that very hard. He was right on the edge. Now he's tucked in. He will get the benefit of the tow here. He's close enough to get the benefit. Interesting to see if Bloxham moves to the inside to cover him, or he might be just far enough ahead.
Maybe with these cars, the trick is just to keep yourself on line and hammer it into turn one.
Yeah, so the battle's going to be in the braking zone now in turn two.
That's exactly what they both did. So down into turn two they go. Thompson pulls out the outside to see if there's a long way around. Is there a long way around? I'll tell you what, they're getting very close.
Thompson just ran out of road there, but he's going to try and maintain momentum and then switch to the inside. But
Bloxham's awake up to that. Thompson goes down his left-hand side. Is there anything there? No, nothing doing. Round the back. This has actually suddenly come alive, this race.
They'll be going slower, but it's way more exciting. Next passing move is into the hairpin. That's turn 15. That's where Thompson will want to go up there. Bloxham very bad run on the outside.
Yeah, that was unfortunate.
And he may not be.
He may get past before turn 15.
Yes.
Down the inside comes Thompson, but Bloxham's got the inside line for 15.
And that's the corner that matters. Get a little kiss on the bumper at the apex there.
Oh, the lead is 0.2, quite comfortable. As they're coming onto the straight any second now. Thompson right on the tail of Bloxham.
Bloxham probably run the inside, going down the main straight to try and cover into turn one, but the battle will be in the braking zone.
Well, he moves to the left and Thompson covers him. He's right behind him. Thompson starts to pull out. Is he going to be able to get... Well, Bloxham takes a defensive position as they head into turn one. Very fast indeed. And Thompson will do traffic another go at the outside into turn two. Will this work this time?
And is it the under and over? He can't pull the car in time. So his next passing opportunity is into turn 4. He's probably just not close enough at the moment. Bloxham doesn't need to cover because he's just far enough ahead. Thompson will be hoping that Bloxham overcooks in the braking zone into 6. Oh, a big power slide there from Thompson. So that'll hurt him a little. But
some impressive opposite lock there.
Yeah, wash off a ton of momentum.
Sure did. And the gap is there for all to see.
And he may not be able to be close enough.
But it's the last lap. He had to give something a try.
I think he's too far back now to make a move into turn 15. Bloxham will be mightily relieved.
Yep, this will be, I think, the second last lap will have been the longest lap he's ever driven. But Bloxham is still leading on the last lap. The gap's now to, after that indiscretions now.
He's far enough ahead, so he has to have some disaster beset him for him not to take the victory.
Well, onto the straight they come for the last time. And it's Bloxham in the lead, and Thompson, who's been right on his tail for the last few laps, doing his best to get by, but there's nothing can happen now. The checkered flag comes out, and it'll be Bloxham from Thompson as they finish race 2 for the weekend, and what an excellent drive by Bloxham. Stewart hung on for in car 999 for third position, then Harvey, who once again had the fastest time down the straight at 191. So the battling isn't over yet as they come down the field, and it was Rintoul and Brogniart. Did Brogniart go Parker? Yeah, and Brogniart got Parker just at the finish line. So the results will be coming up shortly. But that was a lot of good racing in that for a small field. There was plenty of action, and a good show. I mean,
when the tyres start to go off, racing becomes more fun because the cars are harder to manage, and it means then that there are great opportunities. So
here are our results, official results. Lachlan Bloxham from Ryan Thompson, Ben Stewart in third from Mason Harvey, Lincoln Taylor in fifth from Alice Buckley. Another of these 86s, Summer Rintoul, Salvatore and Brogniart followed up. Charlie Parker and Hugh Zockling brought up the rear of the field of only 10, but 10 who did try their best to put on a great show and succeeded though. And we see Lachlan Bloxham come into the pit. His crew rush around to check the tyre pressures at the end of the race, and he'll be well pleased with himself.
He will be. There was plenty of pressure on that gauge because he drove that car hard and fast, and he absolutely deserves a victory.
Well done him. Great to see. Rather a pretty car too, an unusual livery, that pale blue and white. I think that's excellent. Matching and a matching race suit to boot. Fantastic. So, young man we saw interviewed earlier, and he'll be very pleased with that having started back. Now over to the pits.
I'm here with Lachlan Bloxham, who's just won the race for the Toyota Scholarship Series. How was that? That was down to the wire.
Yeah, no, it was good. I ended up getting a pretty average start, but held second place and ended up getting past one of the cars and into second and then into first, and held that for a while, and then Ryan come back at the end and it was a bit of a joust, but no, it was good fun. It was great driving by the boys, and yeah, happy to get the win.
Ryan was right there with you the whole race. How were you feeling behind the wheel?
Yeah, good. I was just trying to save my tyres for the last race, to be honest. But yeah, Ryan came at me quite fast at the end, and just having to try and save the tyres and hang on to into the lead was massive. And yeah, hats off to him. He drove well.
And you had a second place yesterday, so it's a first place today. It's only getting better. How are you feeling for the next race today?
Yeah, good. We've got a pretty solid lead in the championship now, so one race left will be good just to finish it off. But that was the first race win for the season, actually. We've had, I think, 10 seconds now, so it was great to finally get the win.
Congratulations, it finally happened for you. Good luck in the next race.
Cheers, thank you.
It's a great result for Lachlan Bloxham. That helps springboard him to the main series on the rate that he's going. So back to the highlights now. There's Stewart on pole. Clean start for everybody. Stewart was solid in the early laps. But there's the move from Bloxham on the outside in turn 2. Bloxham and Harvey, Bloxham and Tom said inseparable. Stewart had a bad run out of turn 5, so he left the door open into 6. Bloxham goes through. Stewart under siege again. And the beginning of the battle between Thompson and Bloxham. Hard to pass around the outside. plenty of defensive driving there from Bloxham, but he still got it done. Well-deserved win.
Okay, next will be our next race. Once again, we've got Group C and A, and on pole position after his excellent win in the last race, Rick Allen in the B&H BMW E30 from Steve Bexisa, Norman Mogg, Tony Alford, Michael Logidis, I've got to get that correct. Terry Lawler will be in 6th, Adrian Alessi in 7th, Jamie McDonald behind him, Chris Rose in another Commodore, and Mion Nerabeki in 10th. In 11th, Ed Singleton, Kyle Alford, that's in a Commodore and a Falcon, and as they come around the circuit, we can see that it'll be Robertson and Kerwin, Woods and Patterson, Young in 17th and Vanderborg in the Volvo. Next in line, if he can get a start, and I'm sure he can because we saw him interviewed a few minutes ago, Stillwell will start way back in 19th in that Sierra, so we can expect to see a lot of action there from Cutler, Aboud, Tenkat, Foster, and again Henderson for some reason is starting from the very back of the grid. Now he did that last race and finished 4th or 5th, so it'll be interesting to see what he can do this time around.
So Allen, who was a well-deserved winner in the first race this morning, he'll be under siege on this rolling start. He's got V8 cars and turbo cars around him, so he's going to try and do the best he can to not be swamped at the beginning and make up any extra positions if he does get overtaken in the braking zone into turn 2.
So slowly they wind themselves around the back of the track and onto the straight. The safety car, pace car, Volvo leads off the track.
And Allen's controlling the speed. He'll probably want the speed up, so the acceleration is a little bit less disadvantageous for him.
Although he will probably try to hold off actually starting to race, so as the V8s don't gobble him up too quickly. He's got a real balancing act there. So the lights are out, and as predicted, the Commodore just comes barreling past the BMW, despite Allen's best efforts to keep the V8s at bay. Away they go, and it's Commodore, Datsun. Well, the BMW's certainly lost the position. It's not what we're seeing on the screen. 41, the little Toyota Corolla running out wide out there, followed by rows of much bigger cars. But here's the guy who's going to be the big mover in this event.
I'd expect Stillwell to pass half the field by the end of lap 1.
It'll be pretty close to that. So Allen back in 4th after starting on pole, and that was kind of predictable. And there's Stillwell, he's passed at least 10 cars now as the rest of the field comes through. And that's Brian Henderson right at the back of the field once again in the.
And there's Allen already trying to make up time. It's 8 laps. I think he has time to claw back most of those positions.
And Terry Lawler right behind him, but he's about to be monstered by Ed Singleton in the Commodore, and indeed has been monstered by Ed Singleton in the Commodore as they head up the back straight for the little short back straight for the first time. He's about to lose another one too to I think Alessi. So not a great opening lap for him, but here comes Henderson, also another driver on the march.
Stillwell up to 13th.
That's not bad, out of 21. So, it's Commodore, Nissan, Commodore, BMW, another Commodore, and they are really dominating, but not necessarily likely to
So
win.
Alan will want to try and take Mog into turn 2. And he did. So he's up to 3rd now. He's got a handy gap in front of him, so he'll be able to claw back the gap to Alford in the skyline.
So it's Cesar and Alford having a great battle at the front. Further back, there's positions changing all the time. Still up to 12th.
So he's made a move on McDonald into turn 4.
And Henderson up to 14th. So it's car 18, Alford having a crack at Cesar's Commodore. And is he going to get this done this time around? Yes, he has. He's got him as they come around the back of Corbett Hill. But Cesar's not letting him get away with that. How's it going to go through the hairpin? Alford wide. Allen, meanwhile, up to 3rd in the BMW, as forecast, got past Mogg's Commodore. And now Allen is right on the tail of Cesar, giving him a great deal of hurry up in that little BMW. Let's keep watching the guy from the back, Stillwell up to 10th. So, onto the straight they come. Norm Mogg getting pretty wide there coming onto the straight, which won't help his cause at all. And already we can see in the background Chris Stillwell in the Caltex liveried Sierra just moving ever further forward, up to 9th.
And Stillwell's only 7 seconds off the lead. He can still win this.
Well, we've got 6 more laps to go.
This will be between Allen and Stillwell.
Ed Singleton there having a crack at Norm Mogg's slightly newer Commodore. And is he going to get it done? It's very close, but nothing doing at this stage. Singleton has another go, looks for an inside line. No, nothing happening there. Alford comes onto the straight, in the lead from Cesar. Allen in 3rd. LEC 4th, Mogg and Singleton 5.
Stillwell just made a nice pass on Laurel into 6th.
No, Stillwell really was always going to be the man to follow, but it's very easy to sort of forget that Henderson's also moving up through the field, though his progress seems to have halted a little now. So Alford opens up the taps on the skyline. Allen in 2nd place. Cesar back is about to be gobbled up by Alesi, and across the line, the puff of smoke as Chris Stillwell selects another gear, moves up to 6th in that beautiful Ford Sierra. Fastest lap of the race so far. Won't be a surprise. Stillwell at 1:42 in the Sierra, and that compares with a 1:43.6 for Alford and a 1:43.4 for Allen in the BMW.
So Stillwell is gaining on the leaders. So he made up 1 second in spite of the traffic. So that's why I sense that he's in it. He's in this race. Might be the last lap, but certainly.
Meanwhile, Mogg and Cesar having a ding-dong battle. Allen, a little bit to do to get up to Alford still, over a second.
And Alford's kicked away. I underestimated his speed earlier, so he's now posting his best sector times on this lap. So he's feeling confident and comfortable in the car.
Meanwhile, still up to 5th. Oops, we've got somebody in the grass. Now, is that just... It looks like it's been a spin because it's pointing in the wrong direction. I can't pick up the number. We'll just hope as we can get it going again, we don't have a safety car.
Although a safety car would benefit Chris Stillwell.
Oh, Stillwell we would be quite pleased about it. So out past Exisa comes Chris Stillwell. That means he's up to 5th. No, he's up to 3rd. That's a pretty impressive drive so far.
And again, passing cars in traffic, he still made a net gain on Alford on that lap.
Oh,
although it is now 6 seconds with 3 laps to go, he may not get there. Alford's doing a very, very good job.
Alford has certainly gapped Alan.
Yes, Alan's very now vulnerable to Stillwell.
Exisa, Mob, Singleton, they're all around the same place. Henderson had sort of got lost in his charge a bit earlier, but he's now suddenly picked up the pace again and up to 10th in the Kluber Turbo. Now we see, and I'm sorry, I just cannot get the number on that Commodore, but it appears not to have fired up, so it's still parked there. It's Allison. Oh, it's A. Allison. So, judging from what I'm seeing on the timing screen anyway.
All right, so Stillwell is clawing the time back, but I don't think he's going to get there. Alford is doing a really, really good job in the Nissan. However, I think Alan is very vulnerable to Stillwell.
Meanwhile, Henderson has moved up in his Nissan, and he's up to 9th. Same story as in the earlier race, quietly moving through the field while we've been concentrating on other battles.
And here's a nice pass into 1.
That'll be Ed Singleton.
Oh, and just a touch there and around it. He's going to go around. He has to lock on those brakes very hard.
Like 2 Buffalo girls and Bob's in the gravel.
Okay, so we're going to get a safety car for sure.
Telecom Mobiles has just lost reception, and is he going to be able to get it out of there? And Singleton's got going again. I don't know. I suspect it might have been a nudge somewhere involved there. Who nudged who?
We'll see that in the highlights. It was a very, very light tap, but it doesn't take much to rotate.
Well, they're very loose at that part of the track. So,
yellow a safety car hasn't come out, so
that's
the
final
good.
lap.
So that's a good thing. But it'll be a yellow flag on that sector.
So, meanwhile, that allowed Henderson, started at the back of the field, to come up to 6th position.
And there's Stillwell who's just locked on the bumper of Allen, so he's super
He was about to pull out and pass. Didn't quite get done then, but he has now. No, yes, he has.
Well, this is checkered flags now about to come out, and Alford's just done
an enormous job. He's done a great job. In second position as they come onto the straight, it was Chris Stillwell. Alan pulled out and see if he could do something about it, but no, it was never going to happen, was it? So that was a very good win for Alford. Singleton a bit lucky to get away with that, spinning towards the inside of the field without actually coming into contact with the wall. He'll be disappointed because he's finishing in 11th. He will be disappointed. And Henderson finished behind all. So still the field, it's a good solid field of 22.
And Stillwell fastest lap in that race, unsurprisingly.
141.74, and Norm Mogg thinks about what might have happened or might not have happened as he looks at the rest of the race on the gravel track.
Well, I think that was a very. I think the outcome was very fortunate. No one hit the inside wall, and the damage looks very, very minimal.
Yep, if any. I think it's just probably need a wash and polish. So it was indeed car 40, LEC, who who retired during the circuit, and Mog looks at the corner. I don't know if there's any body damage, any witness marks. Well, no doubt
There'll be.
see.
He would have felt it.
Yeah. If you suddenly find yourself
At 180 kilometres an hour, a tap in the side, it can be as light as anything. He'll be able to feel it.
He doesn't look well pleased with it all, but there you go.
But could have been way worse.
Here come the results. Anthony Alford in first. Chris Dahl, great drive through from the back of grid for second. Rick Allen in the BM third. Steve Exisa, followed by Terry Lawler in fifth. Brian Henderson also from back of grid, followed by Jamie McDonald. Neon Nerabecki, Garen Gerwin and Chris Rose round out your top 10. Ed Singleton still got home in 11th. Michael Wajisi in 12th. And after them it was Kyle Alford in another Nissan. Tankari Robinson. Foster in 16th. Woods in 17th. Patterson 18th. Young in 19th. And Vanderburg in the Volvo finishing in 20th position. So there was plenty of good action, some great drives, particularly from Chris Dahl and Brian Henderson, as we have a look inside the...
But Alford did the best job.
Alford did a great job.
So here's Allen being swamped at the start. Predictable, but he did fight back.
And Alford had a good run off the start there, car 41. The little Patterson Corolla hung out to dry out there. And on the back of the circuit, the action was coming thick and fast. Alford and Exisa having a great run.
Too wide around Corporate Hill gets everyone's attention.
Particularly if you're in the driver's seat. But it was Alford. Ultimately, he was able to stamp his authority over Exisa, who then came under fire from Allen in the BMW. Then, meanwhile, this was a battle that raged all race long, 7 and 6. Norman Bogg in the Walkinshaw Commodore and Ed Singleton in the slightly earlier Commodore. But in the meantime, things were going to get a bit untidy. But still, this battle. Singleton got Mog, and meanwhile. And that's where it went ugly. In turn one,
the barest of taps.
It must have been the slightest of taps in history.
There it is, just touch.
Just a minor touch. And I'll tell you what, they were both lucky not to come in contact with the concrete.
Great saves from both drivers.
But in the end, it was Alford who took a terrific win, and we'll now hear from the pits. Over to you.
All right, got Anthony Alford here, winner of Group C&A, Race 4. You've been gradually tuning the car up over the weekend, a P3, a P2 yesterday, and now you've got your win. How's it feel?
It feels really good. It's a fantastic competition. The cars are so different in each of the brands. You've got some like the BMW that are just fantastic at cornering. The Holdens or the Commodores are just so good in a straight line, and the HR31 just sort of sits in the middle there somewhere. So it's a matter of opportunity, I don't think skill.
So how are you feeling going into the final race? That Sierra's coming on pretty hot. Do you think you can hold him off in the last one?
No, but we'll do the best we can.
Brilliant. Back to you.
Well, thanks very much, guys, in the pits, and congratulations to Anthony Alford. That was a really strong drive, and to everybody else in that event. We'll be taking a short break in just a minute, and I'd like to remind you that there's more great racing coming up here at Sydney Motorsport Park in the Masterblast for 2023. It's a great event, and hang around for more racing. We'll be taking a short break now for the usual lunch reasons, but we'll be back. Why don't you come back as well, because this is going to be a great afternoon of racing here at Sydney Motorsport Park at the Masterblast 23. Welcome back to Masterblast 2023, and we'll be with you very shortly for the first race after lunch. But firstly, over to the pits.
Good afternoon and welcome back to Masterblast 23. We're coming down to the pointy end of the field now, the pointy end of this race meeting. It's very exciting. We've got a few of the big races coming up, a lot more laps and a lot more on the line, Jana.
Yeah, we've already had some amazing racing today already. A lot of the categories have gone out and doing a couple of runs. Now we've got the Enduros coming up, and we've got some categories doing some other races to finish off their calendars. So we've got some good racing ahead.
Yeah, the points are on the line. The Deswall Trophy in particular is going to be very exciting in the Sports Sedans, both the national and state series vying for that big one.
We also have the heritage cars coming up for the first time today, so definitely look out. We've got the classic cars and we've got the modern Toyotas, so look out, we've got everything coming up.
So stay tuned and stay with us.
Thank you, Sam. We're back on air with you, and the first race after the lunch break is for the Group N Heritage Touring Cars. And what have we got? We've got on pole will be Aldo Di Paoli, who yesterday, David, blew them away.
He did. He's 5 seconds a lap faster than anyone else. So this will be just by how far, presuming everything goes well for Aldo today.
So we'll be going through that grid. We might as well start on the grid now, because here comes the start line for you. And on pole, it's Aldo Di Paoli in the Camaro from Spencer Rice in the Alfa Romeo. John Burke in the Charger. David Noakes next in a Ford Escort RS 1600. Then Mark Blyfield, Tirana. Stephen Page, BMW. And going down to 11th, Michael Bevan. Greg Topfer on 11th and 12th. John and Paul Battersby on 13th and 14th. Ray Hepburn and Mark Lenstra in a Ford Mustang and a Ford Escort. Followed by Craig Stevenson and Alex Donofrio, but I don't think he's with us today. So we'll be underway in just a matter of seconds as they all form up on the start line.
And so whilst Aldo probably has this race to himself, the main race is between John Burke and Spencer Rice. John Burke in a Valiant Charger, Spencer Rice Alfa Romeo.
The last cars are taking a little bit of time to come up on the to the grid, but what a great variety of cars, from Minis and Tiranas, Mustangs, BMWs, and a lot of Fords, and a big Chevy out front. The 5 second board is out. The lights are on and they are out now. And who gets the start? Well, an initial jump by Spencer Rice, but boy oh boy, David Noakes got a good start in the Escort, but of course Cubic Inches counts off the line, and by the time they got into turn one, it would have been Paoli on the lead, and I would think, yes, it was indeed John Burke as they head round turn one out towards turn two in the braking area down there. One of the Battersby Minis 271 flying up the inside there, the outside of the track between 2 and 3. And, one of the Tiranas gets by the Volvo of
Loris Mariotto.
Loris Mariotto in the Group NB Volvo. So here's this great battle which David Stone predicted, and we've got Burke having a crack at Rice already on lap 1 on turn 4.
Aldo didn't make a great start, but it didn't matter. He had enough cubic inches once he got going to take a comfortable lead through turn 1 into turn 2. That's where the battle will be behind him. Spencer Rice, who will be quicker around the back part of the circuit. John Burke, who's got David Noakes in the Escort annoying him. They both have pluses and minuses on different parts of the track.
Round Corporate Hill they come. Burke settles back into third at the moment, with Noakes nipping at his heels in the little Escort, allowing Spencer Rice to make a bit of a break. 0.8 of a second, in fact.
And something has happened out of turn 15. Aldo in the Camaro has pulled off. Well, there's a shock.
Well, it certainly opens up the race for everybody else as car 96. Yesterday's winner, 5 seconds a lap faster. So he's managed to get the car moving again. Now I wonder what could have happened there. And in the lead, as for the first time across the start-finish line, will be a battle between Spencer Rice and the Alfa, which is resolved very emphatically in the favour of the Valiant Charger of of John Burke. Third, we Noakes. Then Topfer comes through. Now we look at the fabulous-looking Charger coming in between turns 1 and 2, up to the braking area of turn 2, which is where Spencer Rice will close the gap, and so will Noakes in the Escort. But that Charger has got the straight line speed. Those things always did have straight line speed.
They have. Now Spencer Rice will be trying to get under the Charger into turn 4. He's not close enough here, but he may well be able to get close enough to make a move into the right-hand hairpin. That's turn 15. David Noakes is also in touch as well.
Well, Noakes now closing. It seems to be closing up on the back of Spencer Rice in the Alpha. Both beautifully prepared cars. Look at absolute picture out there. On this beautiful afternoon at Sydney Masterblast. But it's still Burke in the lead. I don't know if we've seen the Camaro come into the pits or if it's parked somewhere.
Yes, it has.
It's made it, which is great, because otherwise we might have had a safety car out.
Well, let's hope that he can bounce back for the last race of the day.
Yeah, so we see he's obviously got some drive because he's able to drive it back, but clearly not enough.
So Rice couldn't quite make the move into turn 15, but he's now locked onto John Burke's bumper, and then his next potential move is in the braking zone in turn 2 if he can be close enough.
And right now, I don't think he will be, because the Charger's going to walk away down the straight while the tyres are still reasonably fresh.
It's only a 6-lap race, so that will be to John Burke's advantage, because if it went much further than that, he would have serious tyre degradation.
Topfer comes down a strong fourth with quite a gap to Blyfield's Tirana, and Paul Battersby in the yellow Mini, and he's followed by Page in the lovely little BMW 2002 and Bevan's Tirana. So Battersby, a pair of Battersby entered the Minis, and that's the leading one at the moment. Paul in car 271, a little yellow with the black roof. Watch the thing lift its one of its rear wheels when they come through corners, as Minis are wont to do. But Burke has opened up quite a gap. Topfer fairly lonely there in fourth, and Battersby.
Let's see if Battersby can get up the inside into 4. He's not quite close enough.
Still right on the tail of
Blyfield. He had that well covered. He may well be able to get up the inside into the hairpin. That's turn 15.
Both of those Batmac cars are beautifully presented, and the Mini doing its thing, lifting its rear wheel.
And Battersby took a wider line there just to try and keep the momentum up, but he is driving it absolutely on the limit. Just not quite close enough to drive up the inside, but he'll have another opportunity next lap.
Blyfield able to cover him off quite nicely. There was nowhere for him to go, was there? So Burke continues to lead. If anything, by a little bit less. 0.47 was the last time the gap was measured.
So there's Battersby up the inside of Blyfield, but he will lose the horsepower race down the straight.
I couldn't help listening to that Charger there, because they sound fantastic, and oh dear, there's a close-up shot. Fan belt.
So lost the fan belt. Let's hope he hasn't overheated the engine and he saved it early, and he'll be back again this afternoon.
Yeah. Yes, he'll live to race another race this afternoon, I suspect. So, having done all the hard work, Battersby then dropped back behind the Tirana.
I think Battersby is a greater chance to pass this lap, either in 4 or in turn 15.
The loneliest man on the track at the moment, still Topfer in the Mustang.
So just not enough power there for Battersby into 4, but he may well have the opportunity into 15.
Impressed with that little BMW 2002.
It's Stephen Page's car,
yeah.
Isn't it? It's a terrific car.
Followed by Bevan in the XU1 Tirana. I mean, all Tiranas racing XU1s, aren't they? Here comes Battersby again, right behind the behind the Tirana, but it's just very difficult for them. And I think that Spencer Rice and David Noakes are getting closer to the Charger out in the lead of the race, so it'll be interesting to see what happens. So there we go, 3:53. It's Bevan in the white XE1 Tirana, puff of smoke from the back of that car just then. And he's following Page in the white BMW, but not really getting very far. Anyway, now our race second and third place holders head down into turn one, and it's down that straight. Burke's just able to open up the gap a little bit in the Charger, and
John Burke's doing a great job. He's a very experienced competitor. He's probably had 6 decades of competition.
6 decades?
I'd say he'd be in his 6th decade. He's super experienced. He's doing a great job in that Charger. It's only 6 laps. I think he's going to be hard to beat. As much as Spencer Rice is really throwing the car around and doing everything he can to claw back the gap around the back of the circuit.
So we're on the penultimate lap. There's only 1 and a bit left now for the followers to do anything, and I'll tell you what, as you say, David Stone, it's not going to be easy.
No, but John is staying ahead. If he's not passed it into the hairpin, turn 15, he'll be able to create a greater gap from the exit of this corner.
The problem is that if you pass the Charger at turn 15, you're going to get passed again on the straight, aren't you?
Spencer Rice would really need to be passing him by turn 4.
Yep, and then he'd gap him.
I'm impressed David Noakes, who's hung on to Spencer Rice really well.
This great battle between Blyfield and Battersby continues, the 2 Bs. And look at the gap, you've got this amazing gap.
From the acceleration. Both would be finding each other annoying. Battersby held up in the corners, and of course Blyfield, he's
well, Blyfield's not obliged to make it easy.
No,
for
he
him.
isn't. But
and he won't.
But he'll be finding the presence of that Mini annoying. But he's pulled away on the straight. So we're on the last lap now.
So Blyfield leads Battersby, as has been the case all through the race. The Zockling's Tirana just passed us as well. So back to the lead, back to the real sharp end. Car 93, John Burke in the lead in his not quite Bengenta, I guess, Charger. And Spencer Rice just a little bit closer this time round, but it's the final lap. I don't think that there's anything he's going to be able to do about that. So
I think Burke just has to be clean on the slower parts of the circuit. The Charger's wide to pass. He has to be defensive into turn 15, and then as long as he emerges ahead, I think he's got it in the bag. So he'll run down the inside here to be defensive. Spencer Rice will drive the long way round, but he won't have the acceleration on the exit.
And Burke got very wide on the exit, and Spencer Rice hasn't been listening to your commentary, David. He's having a go anyway, but John Burke, as forecast, is able to pull away on that little back straight and comes up to the final turn and onto the circuit he comes. And meanwhile, behind him, Noakes locks the brake, having a crack at Spencer Rice, and that's actually where it's very close battle at the moment between second and third. But across the line they come, the flag is out, and the man who greets the checkered flag is indeed John Burke. Spencer Rice second and David Noakes third. Meanwhile, this battle between Blyfield and Battersby has continued, and as has happened all race, Topfer has been out for a Sunday drive, going as hard as he possibly can, but with no one to play with.
And Blyfield's Tirana has the power to keep Battersby at bay, but a great battle between those pair.
Stephen Page next across the line in the BMW 2002, followed by Bevan in a Tirana. Zockling's Tirana should be next. and we've got a few more coming around the circuit. One of them will be the Loris Mariotto Volvo 122.
And there's Loris now. He's improving in that car every time out. So great to see Volvos out there.
And then, is he the last man home? I think, no. We have one more to come, do we? We've had a couple of dropouts. Paoli obviously didn't finish. And the others didn't start. So, here come the results again. John Burke, your winner in the Charger, from Spencer Rice, David Noakes, Greg Topfer, Mark Blyfield, Paul Battersby, Stephen Page in the BMW, Michael Bevan Tirana, Hugh Zockling in a Tirana, and Loris Mariotto in the Volvo 122, the mighty Volvo. A great race, nice clean racing. Nobody played badly.
And whilst we didn't want anything to beset Aldo unnecessarily, the fact that he did drop out then really made a race of it for the others.
Well, it's always a race. It's just that somebody else was out having his own little drive. So, highlight reel for the start went as to Spencer Rice got very sideways off the start. John Burke in the Charger went roaring down the inside because the start in the Camaro wasn't great, but then he was off to the side of the road, limped the car back to the pits, and we're told it was a broken fan belt. But the real dice of the whole race was this one between Blyfield and Paul Battersby in the Tirana and the Vinny, two very different cars. Back in Bevan, had spent a race blowing a little bit of smoke there, but following Stephen Page in the BMW. The battle between Blyfield and Battersby continued every time we went back to them. At the very end of the race, Spencer Rice was probably as close as he'd been all through those 6 laps of the journey, but that was it.
He drove outstandingly well, but John Burke had it in the bag.
Yep, absolutely. So, another. So here's the track map, and David Stone will just lead us through that.
So we've got an anti-clockwise track. It's about 4 kilometres around. Turn 1 is the fastest corner on the track, and in some cars it's only a very slight brake or a lift. In some categories it's a no lift. Most of the passing opportunities happen in turn 2 and into turn 4. It's a bit nose to tail from turn 5, 6 and 7, but then we get back to turn 15, which is the downhill right-hand hairpin. Great passing opportunities there. Strong acceleration out of 15 through a kink in 16, and then the complex of turns 17 and 18 leading onto the main straight. And that's a lap of Sydney Motorsport Park.
A circuit upon which you've driven, and in fact so have I, hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of laps.
And established for the MotoGP a very long time ago.
Yeah. So there we have it. That's your Gardner GP circuit here at Sydney Motorsport Park. What a perfect day for motor racing it is. Hardly a cloud in the sky as we sit here waiting for the next race, which will be Group S sports cars. Some of these marvellous parts of the circuit here, we're looking here between 4 and 5. We've just talked through by David Stone. As mentioned, our next race is classic sports cars. The Group S is the CAMS category. And here are the highlights from this morning's race, where you had a pair of V8s on the front row. Steve Konstantinidis and Ray Narkowitz on the outside, but the guy who made the outstanding start was definitely Andy Purvis in the yellow Porsche Carrera. All through the race, one of the highlights was the giant-killing antics of Simon and Damien Meyer in the 2MG midgets. Steve Konstantinidis, meanwhile, had dropped back, and at one point there, the Myers are after this huge Corvette with their pair of MG midgets, and Konstantinidis was getting out of shape, but it was Terry Lawler then who came from a bit back in the field at the start and was going really, really, really hard. Then there was a mighty battle as the Myers tried to have a crack at the Calvert Jones Porsche, and down the outside went Simon Meyer, and what a pass that was. That was one of the highlights of the race. And then Damien Meyer followed in the blue midget, and Calvert Jones must have been going
around the outside in turn 5. How good's that?
Yeah, round like two Buffalo girls. And Narkowitz and Konstantinidis were working their Corvettes hard. Purvis was working even harder to keep them at bay, and there was a little bit of a love tap when Konstantinidis, I think, just didn't notice and didn't expect Damien Meyer to come down the inside, and then he had an enormous spin, and James Calvert Jones did a really good job. He went this way and that way avoiding that darn Corvette, and it must have really got his attention. Damien Meyer down the inside of the Narkowitz Corvette, but meanwhile it had been Terry Lawler had gone and left them all alone. And now we'll just, before we come out with these cars, we'll just throw to the pits. Over to you, girls.
All right, we're here with John Burke, winner of Group N Race 3 and driver of this beautifully presented Charger. Tell us about your race, John.
I missed that.
Tell us about your race.
Enjoyable race. The Alpha was most convincing. He's been convincing all weekend. We've had a decent old battle all weekend, and I just love it. Yeah. So,
how do you find the challenge of, you've got obviously, you know, far more displacement, the bigger engine, the harder car to drive probably, versus that little Alpha?
Hard on brakes, hard on tyres, amongst the nimble little cars. It's it's a battle.
But it's all part of the challenge, right? Yeah.
Part of the fun. Yeah.
Beautiful. All right. Well, congratulations, John, and back to you guys.
Thank you.
Thank you. Well, the cars are out on track now. The Group S classic sports cars are out there now, and as having put the car on pole, Terry Lawler is on pole, followed by Andy Purvis in the Porsche, Damien Meyer's midget, followed by Ray Narkowitz in the Corvette, Simon Meyer in the silver of the midgets, James Calvert Jones in the Carrera in sixth, Stephen Smith, Datsun 280Z, Bill Robinson in the Carrera, Doug Selwood in our Feta GTV, Rob Durson in a Datsun, followed in 11th spot by Steve Konstantinidis after his huge spin, Damien Daly in a Datsun 2000, Kent Brown MGB, Matt McGrath Alfa Romeo, Michael Tresillian in the Datsun 2000 Sports. At his third race meeting, Harry Britton in a Datsun, followed by, where are we? Tony Antoon, Rose, Gutel and Irwin. The others I don't think are starting. Barber and Caneen's Porsches were both order combat after yesterday.
So Terry Lawler should take the win in this event, but he may not lead into turn 1 because Purvis will probably be able to get good drive.
Purvis demonstrated in the last race how quick that thing is off the line.
The other battles to watch will be the Myers in their midgets. They will be swamped a little bit at the start, but they will want to make up those places, if lost, in the braking zone in turn 2. So we've got a real mixture of cars.
The last cars are now in place. The MGB is just bringing up the rear now. A couple of MGBs out, 3 MGBs out there as a matter of fact. So 5-second board has gone out. The revs start to rise. Terry Lawler won't want to overcook it off the line, but gee, when they get away, Purvis, as forecast, gets away beautifully. Damien Meyer in the midget overtakes the Shelby in the first part of the start, which was pretty impressive stuff. But then I suppose that if you're driving a Shelby and you don't want to break something fragile, doesn't matter. Tony Antoon in the red Shelby, followed by Kent Brown in the black MGB with the silver stripe, and he's just been taken by the Tony Antoon Shelby.
And Michael Tresillian driving around the outside of Kent Brown to get a position back.
Michael Tresillian's done a great job there. That was reasonably brave and well executed. Now at the back of the circuit, you see Purvis is now, Terry Lawler is right on his heels. We've got an 8-lap journey, and out very wide goes the Alfa Romeo of Matt McRae, and a bit sideways. We just saw Terry Lawler out the back between 4 and 5.
And Simon Meyer will want to dive up the inside of Calvin Jones.
And
215, and he does it easily.
Then it's Steve Smith in the Datsun 280Z, Robinson's white Porsche, and Verson's red 240Z, right out of the beyond the track limits paint from the Formula One, and Tresillian in front of the beautiful Alfa Romeo 105 further back in the field, and they're right on the tail of Steve Constantinides.
So the interesting battle here will be the two Meyer midgets are going to be swamped by the Porsche 911, but they will try and get under him if they are passed in the braking zone of turn 2.
So Terry Lawler has taken that lead as he was always going to do, and the Meyer D has passed James Calvert-Jones, and now Meyer S is going to do the same. They're sponsored by Blinds by Peter Meyer. The two blind men are out there in their MG midgets.
Yeah, and Calvert-Jones just eased Simon Meyer wide in turn 2.
In a gentlemanly fashion, of course.
Yes.
So it's still Purvis in second place in the yellow Porsche. A bit further back, Calvert-Jones has still got Simon Meyer behind him. Damien Meyer is meanwhile taken on a bit. It's only a matter of time, I think, before Simon Meyer is able to pass.
And I reckon it'll be in turn 15. That's where he'll want to make his move. So he'll want to lock on the back of Calvert-Jones's bumper and make the move up the inside.
Meanwhile, some of the midfield runners making their way around the circuit.
Calvert-Jones taking a very defensive line on the inside. And we've got Damien Meyer on the outside
of Nyquitz's Corvette, which is an adventurous place to do it, but nothing doing because the Corvette just engaged cubic horsepower as they disappeared from turn 15, and that was that.
Damien Meyer might just not be far enough up the road to hold Calvert-Jones down the straight, but he'll be in a position to outbrake him into 2.
So Nyquitz, meanwhile, pulls out and effects a pass on Andy Purvis, and the big Corvette goes thundering by as they head towards turn 1. So they head up to turn 2. Andy Purvis will close the gap a little bit, but nothing doing there at this stage. And that beautiful C2 Corvette disappears in the distance, for now anyway.
And no surprise with...
Oops, we've got a car in the gravel, and that's Steve Smith in the Datsun 280Z.
And we can see the rear wheel spinning, so he's trying to get it out, but he's stuck for sure.
The question is, where is he?
He's at the end. He's at turn 1.
Yeah. So he's gone right on turn 1, which is about the fastest corner on the track. Will they be able to get him out without a safety car?
Let's hope so.
The question. We live in hope. Meanwhile, the Myers are together. Meyer and Meyer follow Calvert-Jones. We've got...
around the outside.
We've got
for Damien Meyer, but he'll be outgunned to turn 16.
There's no doubt that having a couple of brothers who are former national karting champions racing nimble little cars like this make some entertaining racing. At the moment, we don't know whether the Datsun has got moving again. The answer is no, it hasn't. We're just looking at the screen. We can see where it is, and we don't see any sign of movement.
So Terry Lawler has now stretched his lead to almost 6 seconds, and not surprisingly, he's the fastest guy on the track. He's the only car that's in the 1 minute 48 second bracket. All the others are 50 and 51s.
Meanwhile, we've got Rob Burson on the tail of Damien Daly in two very different Datsuns. You used to race one of those Datsun 2000s yourself. I remember it very well.
Yes, so Datsun 2000s are fabulous cars, and it's great to see that we've got two of them out there today. And that's Michael Tresillian from Queensland. It's his third race meeting. He's recently bought that car, and he's doing a great job improving every time out.
And he's having a real crack at Matt McGrath in the Alpha too, so that's good. And Damien Daly just hanging on to his position as Rob Burson is closing by.
Yes, well, they're both slowing each other down. They both ran a very narrow line into 4. But Daly's been able to protect his position. If they keep at it, the Alpha and the second Datsun 2000 may well start to sneak up on them.
Nice little bit of opposite lock correction there by Damien Daly.
They're clearly both trying.
And we've got a retirement that looks like car 95, which is the MGB of Steve Brutal. That's I know that car. It's always been very well prepared, put together by Bob Roundtree initially, I think. So back to this intriguing Datsun versus Datsun dice. But I think what you forecast may well be happening as we look at the background. The Alpha and the other Datsun aren't that far behind.
Yeah, certainly these two were spoiling each other. Alpha sneaking up with Tresillian not far behind. Datsun 240Z will probably have a little bit more top speed than the Datsun 2000, but Datsun 2000 is a very, very torquey 4-cylinder car and will boogie out of corners.
And it's interesting, McGrath and Tresillian both ahead of Will Robinson in the white Porsche Carrera, so they're doing well.
Tresillian's Datsun 2000 painted in the Nissan team colours from the late 1960s, so they've kept that heritage flavour. The car looks fabulous, got a hard top on it. Where Damien Daly's cars, he's had the windscreen removed, and it's a far lighter car.
It's more of a Golf Datsun.
It is. So he's now just drawn away a little from that 240Z, so I'd be confident he can stay ahead from now on.
And I think Tresillian's just dropped back from McGrath a little bit too. But this is quite a battle, 240Z versus Datsun 2000 that's happening here. And that's for 8th and 9th position.
So Daly covering his position on the lead in there.
Burson taking a fairly tight exit, and meanwhile Robinson's got past Tresillian, which is, I guess, hardly surprising. Simon Meyer now having a crack at Damien as they head through turn 1, and boy, aren't those guys going for it hammer and tongs. That's probably the closest dice of the race at the moment, and so often you see this in historic classic sports car racing. But
so the Myers will be saying to each other, "You're helping me, or aren't you?"
And the answer to that is no. Very interesting shot on screen. It looks like that photographer is actually in the middle of the circuit. trust us, he's actually up on a bank and behind a wall.
So here's the advantage that the Mayors will have over the Porsche, and he's going to try and jam it up the inside into 5, but there's just not enough room to be able to do that.
And Terry Lawler drives this Shelby so well. Steve Constantine just went past us. I'm just looking for what he's in 15th at the moment, so he's obviously had an issue unseen by us at some stage.
Yes, he's speed limited for some apparent reason.
And Smith, they've obviously adjudged his parking spot to be a reasonably safe one.
Yes, he's far enough off the track, and there'll be a local yellow there, so there won't be any passing in that zone.
Damien and Simon Meyer putting on a great show, but now they're coming onto the straight, and they'll just wave goodbye.
And what's happened to Simon Meyer?
He's something has happened, because he's now obviously retiring the car. He's just limping it back. I thought the front left like it was a bit low just a second ago.
He's going very slowly. He's now pulled the car off onto the grass, and I don't think he can roll in the pits from there, so clearly he wants it out of the way.
And Michael Rose in car 87, that very nicely presented MGB, has obviously also had a problem because he's driven back into his pit and retired there. Looks back at the car in disgust, and now Damien Meyer is on his own to do battle with the Andy Purvis Porsche.
Well, he's still a chance to finish in front of Purvis if he can get past from now on, as he's doing, and gap Purvis by the time they get on the main straight. So bad luck for Rose. Damien Mine has stayed ahead of Purvis, so that's good news for him.
Now can he also get James Calvert-Jones? Well, Narkwitz and Calvert-Jones are having a battle of their own in the meantime, but Narkwitz just pulls away up that little straight, and there's nothing that Calvert-Jones can do about it at this stage. Comes up closer again, and right on his tail is Damien Meyer, but onto the straight they come, and it's all over Red Rover. And now the last lap board is being shown to Terry Lawler. Almost 10 seconds back down the road will be Ray Narkwitz. As they lap the car 114 Alfa Romeo of Irwin. Very nice looking car. Car 65, Narkwitz a strong second as they head off on their last lap. Calvert-Jones in third and Purvis in fourth. They'll want to resolve that.
Well, Meyer will want to go up the inside here, but he can't because he's been covered off. Purvis has covered it off,
Andy Purvis has been driving a Porsche Carrera for a very long while. He is not likely to fall for that.
Next opportunity for Meyer is into turn 4 if he can be close enough, but he's not.
Meanwhile, Robinson has got past both Tresillian and McGrath.
And I reckon the rear tyres are shot on that Corvette, so that's why that car's a real handful in the middle of the corner coming off.
But now the race leader is just... And oh, look at this. This is interesting. Narkwitz drops a spot to Calvert-Jones. And
Damien Meyer was the only car that was able to negotiate that corner properly because everyone else's tyres are pretty shot. Nice move around the outside, but he may well get swamped.
And meanwhile, Tresillian has the experienced Kent Brown right in his tail. We saw them there, but we switched back to this intriguing battle at the sharp end of the field as Terry Lawler out of our camera view at the moment. Who's going to come home second and third? Well, it's going to be Andy Purvis. The checkered flag having already just been shown to Terry Lawler. Andy Purvis comes back to second, and bad luck Damien Meyer. Narkwitz just you exercises the cubic inches. I think Damien Meyer had worked hard for.
He worked so hard.
Yeah.
He deserved third. But
He
the Corvette was probably a second behind him by the time he came on the straight and led him, by perhaps a second going past. The speed differential was probably about 30 kilometres an hour, maybe more.
Well, it's interesting. Damien Meyer's fastest time down the straight then was 187, and Narquic's was doing 233.
There you go.
just a little different. Robinson, there's a few drivers getting over 200. Calvert Jones 203, Purvis 207, but Lawler 218. But the quickest car in a straight line, undoubtedly, Narquic's. Steve Constantinides too, way back down in 15th. He was doing 221 down the straight. Now let's have a look at Tresillian, 179. Kent Brown, 178. So there's not much in that, is there?
Well, a well-deserved win to Terry Lawler.
Damien Daly, by the way, 194. Here are the results officially for you. First, Terry Lawler in Lady Luck Racing Shelby Mustang, followed by Andy Purvis in the Porsche. Damien Meyer is in the MG Midget. It's showing Ray Narkowitz as being fourth. I didn't think that was how it looked to me. Then it was Simon Meyer. No, this isn't correct. Here we go. Yeah. Terry Lawler in the lead. Andy Purvis in second. Ray Narkowitz in the Corvette third. Damien Meyer fourth. Calvert Jones in a silver Porsche fifth. Doug Selwood.
Who flew under the radar. A great drive from Doug.
Yeah, and seventh was,
Robertson versus
Mike Brasilian 11th, Kent Brown 12th, Tony Antunen and Shelby 13th, Steve Constantinides 14th, and just running back to those drives after Selwood, it was Robinson, Burson, McGrath, Daly, and Damien Daly in that thing. He was doing 194 down the straight the last lap in the Datsun 2000, by the way. And Terry Shelby gets out of the car he loves so much and in which he has had so much success. You've never seen such a surprised crowd as back in 2015, I think it was, or 2014, might have been 15, when he won it at Monterey. So here we go, highlights. A great start by Andy Purvis. Terry Lawler obviously realised there was no point in putting the car through hell as he left the line, and then because he knew he was going to get them soon anyway. Out wide at one point went Matt McGrath in his battle with the Datsuns around him. And if you want to know how hard the Myers drive those midgets, the way that Damien Meyer just came onto the straight there is an illustration of what they can do with those things. Steve Smith was an unfortunate retirement, spending most of the race in the sandpit. Damien Meyer demonstrating how to drive around the outside of a Porsche, and here are the two MG midgets together. And suddenly something goes awry with the silver midget, and Simon Meyer goes in for an early bath. This was a great battle here with Purvis, Calvert Jones, Narkowitz and Damien Meyer, all very different motor cars covering a very small amount of ground. Narkowitz getting pretty sideways there, but at the end it was Terry Lawler and Daylight. So now it's over to the pits.
Here with Terry Lawler, winner of Group S Race 4. Terry, that's 3 from 4 so far. It's been a good weekend for you, but pretty simple, lights the flag. Tell us about your race.
It was pretty easy, but we've got another 10 lapper this afternoon, so I did back it off the last few laps and try and preserve some rubber this afternoon. But the car's going great, and really happy.
How are you feeling ahead of the longer race this afternoon? Obviously, in these older cars, it's going to be exhausting. How do you think the car's going to hold up?
Well, yeah, I'm running 2 cars, so today I've got to do 52 laps, so and then drive to Central Coast home, so it's going to be a long afternoon, but we'll be right.
And then the car itself, obviously, it's a pretty special bit of kit. Tell us a bit about it, its history, who raced it, where it's been.
Yeah, it does have a lot of good history. We've taken it to America. We raced at Laguna Seca and won the Rolex Cup there. We've done Daytona 24, Indy, and I hope to take it back there in a couple of years to do a few other bucket list tracks, but it's a great car.
Brilliant. That's quite a list, and look forward to seeing what you add to it, and good luck this afternoon. Back to you guys.
Well, thanks very much. Great to see Terry out there winning another one, and as I say, over the years I've seen that car win so many races, it's getting ridiculous, but I'm sure Terry would disagree. Lovely looking car, always beautifully presented.
And smart to conserve the tyres in the car for the longer race this afternoon.
Like,
so Terry's a cluey guy.
Yeah, why would you drop the clutch from N1,000 revs when you know you've got to come out and do another one a little later in the day, ease it off the line, and then just go and gather everybody in when you can do so a little more simply. But yeah, cluey driver, beautiful car, beautifully presented, and obviously prepared from top to bottom. And
double duty for Terry too. He's in the Group A Mustang.
In the Group A, the little green stuff, the number 17. That's a very famous old Mustang, and good on him for bringing two superb motor cars.
And part of the Lady Luck racing team.
Yeah, well, I think he is the Lady Luck racing team. It's interesting. Terry didn't actually start into strikes in a Ford-powered car. He started in a 2.7 Carrera, a black 2.7 Carrera, which he drove very well. And I'm just seeing over the back of the track from the Steve Smith's Datsun 280Z coming back under its own power, so that was good. Obviously, just couldn't.
Yes, I think he just ran out of road and he was bogged. Good that the race could continue without reverting to a safety car.
Nice to see Terry Lawler's helmet in the same livery as the Shelby. I can't wait to see the next race to see if he has another helmet in the bright green of the other Mustang, which you can see parked just in front of it there in the background. Right, next category is Australian prototypes, and the top 10 points currently in the series. Jason Macris on 85 points from Phil Hughes, 81. Mark Williamson, 69 points, a bit further back. Scott Boardman on 60. Mark Brame, 54 points in his Radical. And Mark Locke, sorry, I don't think I'm doing justice to his name, in a Wolf Tornado and 51 points. Andrew McKee, Wolf again, 42 points. John Paul Drake, another Wolf, 40. Then Terry Knowles, Radical, and Bill Medlin, Radical, both on 24 points. So here comes some highlights from this morning's race, and it was a reasonably comfortable.
Yeah, it was Phil Hughes who was on pole, and he'd been the fastest all weekend up until this race,
And it looked like at the start that's how it was going to go on, but that wasn't to be the case.
Yeah, so Hughes was ahead for a while, but then Macris got through and maintained that. He got under. He was under siege for a while from Drake, but he kept everything clean, and it was a well-deserved victory.
A big lock-up from McKee in a Radical. And little bits of broken car there, by the looks of it, if I'm not mistaken. But then it was time for a little bit of a love tap as they went through. Macris got past Hughes, and then it was a very close battle for second and third, and it was resolved in the favour of John Paul Drake. And so your starting list is Jason Macris on pole, followed by, alongside him, John Paul Drake. Second row, Bill Hughes, Mark Williamson. Third row, Scott Foreman, Mark Brame. Fourth row, Terry Knowles and Andrew McKee, and then it'll be Mark Locke and Bill Medlin rounding up to 10 cars in the field. So again, not a huge field, but the cars are out on track now, and they're warming up their tyres over the back of the circuit. Not quite sure how much heat they're getting into them doing those relatively slow speed ducks and weaves.
It's putting a little bit more heat in the temperature now, in the tyres now. But, so the man to watch here will be Phil Hughes, who has been, up until the last race, the fastest, been on pole and won the earlier races. So he'll be starting out of position 3.
He's got something to prove too, because he's in second position in the championship.
And presumably was leading the championship until the last race. So
indeed. So you've got John Paul Drake in second position. He'll be looking to spoil it for all of them.
And I think it's between those 3. So it's Macris, Drake, and Hughes.
Yeah, they're the 3 to watch.
And there'll be tyre conservation because there's 15 laps, so they're about to take the green.
Okay, the lights are on. When they go out, they can start racing, and the lights are out now. As they head flat jack into turn 1, these things are seriously fast, aren't they?
Macris got a good jump. Hughes up to second.
Third'll be Drake still.
And looks like Williamson has come into the pits right at the start, so that's very disappointing for him to drop out right at the beginning.
Indeed, he has dropped out. Yep, I've just seen the car down there. So out in the front, sharp end. Well, here we are back in the battle for 4th or 5th. Gorman in the orange and white car. No, sorry, that's Brave. No, he's in 6th with Gorman ahead of him. And there's nobody, very few people on their own. McKee a bit on his own. Other than that, they're kind of 2 clusters of cars fighting their own battles.
Yes, well, that's the battle for the Radical SR3 class. So Macris already out with a handy gap, not quite a second, but he'll like that after just almost 1 lap.
And this is going to be an interesting race to see how it unfolds in terms of tyre wear and strategy. How hard do you push it early in the race? I mean, here we go. Oh, there goes Hughes. We've had a bit of a... I think Hughes is showing that he actually has serious intent about this event.
Yes, that was a strong move into turn 1 and a confident one.
Yeah, and over through the turns 4, 5, they'll go. Car 42 is 23. Is Hughes. He's up to mysteriously dropping back in this morning's race. Interesting to see how he goes in this one, because 15 laps is on a
60 kilometres around. It's a fair way, and tyres will need to be conserved. So already after a lap and a half, it's emerging to be a Hughes, Drake and Macris battle.
And John Paul Drake, they bounce around a lot, these cars. I was just looking at John Paul Drake's car then. It seemed to be bouncing a lot over that little, up that little bit of the back straight. And he's noticeably closer to Macris than he was. Here we go, the overtake for the lead. Beautifully done. Hughes down the inside into turn 1, gets the job done before they even get to the corner, basically.
He was in the draft. He was always going to pop the car up the inside.
Yeah, he was in the draft. He was ready to race, ready to go. there's a bit of elasticity in this lead with Macris now closing up on Hughes again. Fastest lap at this stage, lap 2, was Phil Hughes at a 1:30.66.
So whilst they can go quicker than that, I think that they are slightly underdriving the cars to be able to preserve the tyres.
Oh, who was it that said you should win each race in the slowest time possible?
Jack Brabham did.
Jay Brabham, as I recall.
And we've got now Drake running very wide into 15, but he's recovered.
Did that suspension look all right to you then? I was just wondering.
Yes, it's just it's a very stiffly sprung car.
Isn't it? The bodywork seems to bounce around as if it's only semi-attached to the rest of the running gear beneath. It hasn't stopped him from closing up the gap on Macris.
I think that the first 3 cars will be a little bit of a chess game, certainly for the first 10 laps, and the real racing may well start in the last 5.
See, Borman, Brame and Knowles. I think the Knowles car is an interesting livery, isn't it? And that it's the sort of thing you'd expect to see racing almost in England. It has that green, almost a British racing green look to it. That would be McKee, rounding out the rear of the field.
So Drake's closed up.
And that would be car 52, which is Medland. And he's had a little bit of an off.
So that's at turn 2. So he's had just a small moment, but no harm done.
Well, he wouldn't be the first person to have a lose at turn 2, and he won't be the last. So Hughes still having a very, very good run there in the lead. And it's just the gap between first, second and third sort of there's a concertina thing happening all the time. And you've got then a huge gap back from car 66 to the car number 7 of Borman.
So Drake was having a look at Macris there, but he may not get through. And now back to the battle of the SR3s.
Borman and Brame, Knowles and Medland. Car 68. Knowles in the SR3. And Mark Brame in car number 43, the orange and white car with I think rather smart livery.
So the gaps in the first 3 are just remaining constant. So that 1 to 1.5 seconds across the first 3 cars. So it's a game of chess for them. More interesting battles further back in the field here with the SR3s.
Borman and Brame are the 2 leading exponents. They're followed in their second little dice, Knowles and McKee. It's interesting, McKee started at the rear of the field, having had a bit of an off in the morning race, but has steadily worked his way up. The fastest lap now is John Paul Drake, 1:30.48. And behind that, the fastest down the track, down the straight, is Hughes at 240 kilometres an hour. Williamson was listed here as having achieved 249 on lap 1. He only did 1.1 laps, so it didn't really count.
Although clearly what's happened with Williamson, he's come to the pits, had something attended to, and he has gone back out again. So whatever his issue was that prevented him to joining the start, he has been able to resume the race.
Yeah, that thing is a weapon down the straight, 250 now.
Well, Williamson's car is the one that's got the 5.2 litre V8 engine in it.
Okay,
So,
what has Borman got? Guys of Borman's.
sorry, Williamson's car's a 3.5 V6, and Borman's car's the one with the 5.2. So these are the cars that are going to steer it.
That is 258 kilometres an hour down the straight. Significantly faster than race leader Hughes, and 40 kilometres an hour faster, or 30 kilometres an hour faster than John Paul Drake ahead of him.
But the trade-off will be the weight in the corners and the braking. So that's what makes this category terrific. The cars are very evenly matched.
It does sound nice, that V8. Well, meanwhile, lap 7 out of 15. We've still Hughes is still the man out in the lead. Having started from third, he very quickly stamped his authority on this one.
I think, though, that now we're in the second half of the race, it's going to hop up a bit. So don't be surprised if we see some quicker times in the second half and some pressure being applied on Hughes from Macris and from Drake.
You have to say the big improver has been McKee, who started a reasonable way back. And
so if we're looking at our timing monitor now, we can see that the lap speeds in the sector times have picked up a little bit. So now we'll see an escalation in speed.
Mark Brame has been a category class leader when in the earlier race. Ahead of him is McKee, closing, I think, on Borman.
So Hughes, Macris and Drake, the three, 1, 2, 3 at the head of the field, all turned in their fastest laps that last lap.
Yeah. And interestingly, there's a fair gap from the guys at the pointy end to, for example, to Borman. But they're doing he's doing a very similar lap speed to the people, lap time to the people ahead of him. But early in the race has managed to drop back quite a bit.
So Medlin slightly hot going into turn 2, but he just had enough road to be able to recover.
Pretty well perfect racing conditions today, though. I mean, at least you don't have track temperatures of 50.2 degrees or something, and we have at retirement. And
it's Williamson again.
Williamson coming back in. So he's obviously he's either having a repetition of the earlier problem, or he's found a new one. Who knows? Things are so fast through turn 1. Hughes and Macris and Drake flying through turn 1, up to turn 2, the classic double apex line.
So the first three, Hughes, Macris and Drake, all turned in roughly the same lap times that lap. So it is a chess match at the moment. It's a game of strategy. Now we can see that Phil Hughes just pulled away just a little. So that last sector is just upped the speed a little.
John Paul Drake was very racy on the tail of Macris, Jason Macris. So as they head up the back of the track, still don't like the way that bodywork flops around like that. It's and down the straight they come on lap 9. soon to become lap 10 as they start heading across the start-finish line. And McKee, who started rear of grid, now looking very racy to take fourth position from Borman.
So McKee now is setting some of his best sector times on the last lap. So he's making a move up through the field.
Again, because of Borman's immense speed down the straight, he's going to have to try and pass him on the first half of the circuit, so he can have a big enough gap when he gets onto the straight for the flying V8 powered weapon of Borman to not quite get him again. And again, the maximum speeds from the straight, McKee 235, Borman 261. Another retirement by the looks of things with Locke, who started fair way down the field in ninth. So there's only we know only have 8 runners left. Macris and Drake continue to put on their demonstration of racecraft, and nobody in that front three now seem to be able to see. There doesn't seem to be a real threat at the moment, and that set will probably all unfold terribly in about a nanoseconds time. Interestingly now, coming around the back of the circuit, Macris look somewhat closer to Hughes.
It does. The Drake doesn't have the top speed of the other two cars for whatever reason, but he is strong in the braking zone, so that's where he's making
and
his
it looks
gains.
like a change for the lead. Down the inside at turn 15, Macris slips by Phil Hughes and resumes the lead of the race, which will no doubt be as disappointing to Phil Hughes as it is wonderful for Jason Macris. And now, once past,
he's kicked away.
Macris has really pulled away.
Hughes having the benefit of the draft there, so he's able to close up on the gearbox of Macris.
So Macris pulls away a little bit from Hughes, and the gap seems to be coming down a little bit between Hughes and Drake. That's actually a shorter, smaller gap than the one from Macris to Hughes. So we've got Jason Macris in the lead with 4 laps to go. Phil Hughes and John Paul Drake. Then it's Borman and McKee. It looked like McKee might be threatening Borman a couple of laps ago, but that hasn't unfolded in any different form. We now have a great battle, however. It's really this battle. Hughes is now really under fire from Drake.
So Macris is extending his lead. I think he's looking very good. I would have thought that if Hughes had anything left, he would.
And here we have the move that changed the position in this race. Down the inside, textbook pass. Jason Macris past Phil Hughes, and they head off down the straight, and job done.
Beautifully done.
And now Macris has pulled out a 1.1 second lead over Hughes. In fact, it's 1.19. It's only 0.34 from Hughes back to Drake.
I don't think Hughes can get there, but it's the battle now between Hughes and Drake for second position. I think Macris has got this.
Well, we're on lap 13 of the 15, and certainly Jason Macris is looking increasingly comfortable. And the race has unfolded basically in the same way that the shorter race did this morning.
And to reinforce Macris's speed, he's set his fastest lap of the race just last lap. So looks like he's got a car that's in really good shape.
At about 1:29.
So the issue for Drake will be, has he got enough tyres to be able to make a move on Hughes? They may well be in a similar tyre position.
Well, McKee has a bit of a lunge on Borman, but that didn't come off. They head down the straight. Borman's got the grunt.
That'll be heartbreaking for McKee to do all that work and just watch the other car just disappear.
Disappear into the sunset. Yeah.
So he has got to do it all again. He's still a chance. He certainly has more agility, and he's probably in a better tyre position than Borman.
Well, he certainly had his car right on the tail of Borman the last 3 or 4 laps. So
he may well get close enough. By the time they reach turn 15. That's what they'll be aiming for. May even be sooner. Look at that. What a huge gain there into 5.
He certainly has got the
and
hand.
Borman's now driving very defensively, which will actually make him easier to pass because he'll be slower.
Is it going to happen this time?
No, not close enough.
McKee then getting a little bit tail easy.
Yes, he may be running out of tyres as well. But there's Macris again. He's comfortably ahead. He'll extend that lead to almost 2 seconds.
The gap's dropped down in the last lap by about 0.4. But the last lap board has been shown as the leader. So it's probably not too concerned.
I think Drake just doesn't have the car now to be able to make a challenge onto Hughes, unless he's foxing until one of the very last corners.
There's 0.3 in it.
Always having a big dive into turn 5, just can't get it done. So maybe just saved a little bit of tyre. He may well have another go now into turn 15.
Well, down the outside he goes. Is there going to be anything happening there? It's a risky place to go.
Yeah, a little touch there.
Yeah. Oh. But it's all over. It didn't happen. Hughes managed to keep Drake at bay. I said nobody could say he didn't give it a red-hot go.
Ambitious around the outside, but he had to attempt it.
Had to give it a go. Then the checkered flag is being put out, made ready for Jason Macris, who takes another excellent win. Phil Hughes be disappointed that he wasn't able to hold on to the lead that he...
But held on to second, he'd be delighted with that.
Yeah, he'd be happy with that. John Paul Drake in third. Now Borman and McKee. It's Borman... leads McKee home.
The cubic inches won on that occasion.
Yep. A fair way back now to Mark Bream. As you said, this is the SR3 class. Followed by Knowles and Medland. A fair way back will be the last to greet the judge. And he will be the last of only 8 runners left at the end of this event. Here comes Medland. Time to put the car away for another day. And here come your final results. Race win to Jason Macris, then Phil Hughes, John Paul Jake in 3rd, Scott Gorman in 4th, Andrew McKee in 5th, Mark Graham in 6th, Terry Knowles was following him in 7th position, Bill Medland in 8th, and the other cars of Mark Lonkey and didn't, and I've got here Medland didn't finish, Williamson didn't finish.
There's our top 3 place getters.
Well, he couldn't say that the car wasn't brightly enough painted.
Well, it was well driven by Jason Macris. He's from South Australia. He'll be delighted he made the trip over here. He's done a great job.
Yeah. Bright colours seem to rule in Australian prototypes.
And suits those cars as well.
Yeah. And here come a few highlights for you from the start. Phil Hughes came down the inside, really, really good start, and Macris managed just to hold him off, getting as the race wore on. However, it was the opportunity for Hughes to get into the lead presented itself, and he wasted no time. We had one spin in the middle of the race, which was car 52, Bill Medland. McKee had started at the back of the grid and came very quickly through the second half of the field, but then got kind of stuck in the midfield. Interesting, because his lap times weren't that far off the leading 4, but he just couldn't close that gap. As the race unfolded, the big question was whether or not John Paul Drake would be able to get Phil Hughes and take the second spot. He gave it a red hot go on the last lap around the outside of turn 15, did a fair bit of lawn mowing as a consequence of his actions, but Phil Hughes was able to hold him off and finish a fine second as 44 Macris bounced his way down the straight for a win. And now it's over to the bits.
I'm here with our last winner of the last race of prototypes, Jason Macris, who finished 2nd and got 2 wins today. How was that?
The result I wanted. I mean, for all year I've been struggling, and to put it all together today with the car and to build out the long races and actually win, and it was a hard fight. It was good though, 2 wins this weekend.
You definitely didn't do it the easy way. You were 2nd and you managed to overtake towards the end of the race. How have you felt all weekend?
I felt good in the car. Like, the car is really handling quite well. We didn't get a lot of practice on Friday for dry weather conditions, so we all came out all pretty much equal with minimal practice, but Sydney's been good to me this year again, so I'm happy.
And how's the championship looking for you now?
With all how point systems are all structured, I think I may be in it. It's still going to be very, very slim, but I'm in it.
Well, that's great to hear. Enjoy the rest of your weekend. How are you going to celebrate?
I'm going to go home and see my family.
Perfect way to end it. All right, congratulations again. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Yes. King on the radio. This guy here, mate. This guy here. He rocked it out there for me, mate. He kept me fucking strong, kept me going. Thanks. Oh, it feels so good.
Next out on track, Group C&A, the Heritage Touring Cars, and Anthony Alford in the Nissan Skyline is on pole. Chris Stillwell, who went from almost back of grid to 2nd in the Sierra, will be alongside him. Rick Allen, BMW, Stephen Cesar, Commodore, Terry Lawler in the Greens Tough Racing Mustang, Jamie McDonald, Holton VN, Eon Nerabrecki in the Toyota Supra, Kerwin, Rose and Michael Jesse, and Kyle Alford in 11th, followed by Anthony Tenkate, Scott Robinson 13th, Craig Foster 14th, Peter Woods followed by David Patterson in 15-16. Heading back down the grid after a bit of an off, Ed Singleton will be back out there, starting from 23rd this time, having been a bit further up in the previous race. And Ryan Henderson, who has done his party trick of going from the back to about 4th or 5th in both races so far.
This will be about Chris Stillwell to overcome a really good drive from Anthony Alford in the Skyline, but it's Stillwell's to win.
So the lights are still on, and when they go out, which is now, they can accelerate. And wow, that both those lead cars really did get the power down quickly. And we've got round the outside goes Stillwell in the Sierra, but Alford's hanging on there like grimly in that Nissan Skyline at the moment. Down the outside, there's a stack of cars heading into turn 2.
Stillwell's been shuffled back in turn 2, and he's now running third with Alan just on the outside, about to make a move on it.
Well, he was actually up down to 4th, I think, but certainly now that you've got Stillwell has got back up into 3rd, which you would no doubt be surprised to find himself in that position. But Alford getting fairly sideways there between coming out of turn 4. Down the back of Corbett Hill, it's still the Skyline in the lead. Steve Exisa in 2nd. Allen's dropped back to 4th with Chris Stillwell up to 3rd. Terry Lawler just behind them all in the Mustang, and behind him is Rose in the yellow Commodore. Plenty of action a bit further in the back, Singleton there on the outside of the track, but down the inside it's car 40. Which was Alesi, who had a problem in the first race and retired. So he's already jumped about 9 spots to be there.
So here's a move from Stillwell up the inside in turn 1. I think Stillwell just wanted to get the car correctly warmed up and settled and just bide his time. I think that he's still the strongest in this race. Good move from Allen up the inside as well in turn 2 over the Commodore.
Yep, Steve Exisa is a hard competitor and he'll have another crack, but not this time. And a bit closer to the people at the front this time, Terry Lawler in the old Greens Tough Mustang, no doubt fired up with enthusiasm after his win 2 races ago in the Shelby.
So this is 10 laps. That's a reasonable way around here. That's 40 k's. That there will have to be tyre management, and particularly rear tyres on some of these cars.
Nerabecki in the Toyota Supra. He's up to 6th position in this one.
Meon's doing a really good job.
Yeah.
He's emerged through other categories to heritage touring cars. So great job from Meon so far.
Still, Alford managed to hold out the Flying Sierra, and still Steve Allen keeping them. Rick Allen keeping them very nice and honest. Exisa back in 4th, Terry Lawler in 5th, and the Nerabecki in the Super just behind them. And then the Product Racing Commodore which always did look fabulous, of McDonald, followed by Alesi and Ed Singleton going round the outside. Is he going to get anything done there?
And Henderson in the Bluebird is the fastest car on the track, so for whatever reason he's starting rear of grid. But he is the fastest car on the circuit at the moment and picking off those in front of him.
He's a bit of a missing tragic, Ryan Henderson. I know he's got a very smart Z car with period racing history in the States, and I think in the 2000s.
Well, he's a lovely move he's making to pass two cars into turn 6. Great job.
Had a big brake lock-up.
He'll be on the outside here around Corporate Hill. He won't like that, but he'll get the drop into turn 15 on the inside, all being well.
And it is. Yeah, but Ed Singleton making him work for it in the STP Commodore.
Just like 1984, that's what that looks like, doesn't it?
Yes. Yeah,
and Grice and Fury.
Absolutely, and real sort of period tail-out driving too, which is how it was always done.
So here's our front runners. They're in the 45s. I think they're managing their speed at the moment to conserve their cars until a little bit later in the race. Although they've now all dropped in the 44s on that lap, so the intensity is getting a little bit higher.
I'm always amazed at the differences in some of the cars and their maximum speed. Now, Alesi was the same in the previous race, 255, well faster than anybody else. And Chris Stillwell at 238 down the straight, ahead of Alford's maximum speed of 233.
Yeah, I think Chris Stillwell is stalking Alford at the moment. I think he's managing his pace and he's conserving his car.
Singleton leading Radici in the battle of Commodores a bit further back. Singleton would be wanting to get back up a few more spots to be where he would have seen himself finishing this race before he came to Sydney Motorsport Park, but hasn't perhaps made as many places forward as I thought he might. Lawler still in 5th position. Alesi now very close to him behind, but the lead at the beginning from Anthony Alford is just, he's still hanging on, which surprises me. I thought by lap 7, by lap 4, we might have seen a change of lead already.
So Allen is turning in the quickest sectors at the moment. You can see that he's shaping a move on Stillwell, so he's now the fastest car on the track. So last lap for Allen in the BMW, a 44.2.
Another gaggle of cars there, the old Channel 7 Falcon, the
Bob Morris car.
The old motorways Commodore.
Oh, behind it, yeah. Geisler's car.
In the flying Toyota and another BMW. This time Scott Robinson in the lovely little black JPS livery car. I'm amazed how close the Toyota is keeping these two V8s in front of it. I don't seem to recall Toyota being that relatively fast in its period.
On this part of the track, it'll be as lovely as anything to drive. It'll be
Yes.
really crisp handling and butte brakes. Just won't have the horsepower. It'll be very nice to drive. That's Foster in the 90 in that Corolla. He had a lucky escape this morning. when he got caught up with one of the XD Falcons in turn 1 on lap 1. He spun, didn't hit anything, it was safe. Now
And
Chris
here we go. Here's the lead change we've been looking for. Chris Stall is now in front of Andy Alford, and we'll probably see a replay of that in a minute. But it was just a matter of time, wasn't it, before Stall would be able to pass the Nissan Skyline.
Yes, and he set the fastest lap of the race so far. He's now a very low 43 dead. I think, again, he's just going to be managing this gap. He wants to preserve the car. He's got 4 more laps to go, and those Sierras can be very hard on the rear tyres if the driver's not kind on the throttle. There's Alan now. He'll be super annoying to Alford. He may try and go up the inside into 15 if he's close enough.
Well, he's not far back, but I think that the Nissan will just be enough. Alford covers off the inside line, and the M3 is not quick enough to pull an outside start. And, you know, Andy Alford came into the, here we go, replay, I think, of the overtake. Indeed, it is just down the straight, and you know,
pretty comfortable.
Pretty comfortable, and you couldn't say it was a pass in turn 1. It was just a dead straight line pass. Back to this Revel Falcon and JPS liveried BMW battle, and now it's Andy Alford having a crack at Chris Stillwell and retaking the lead. Now what's going on out there? And Rick Allen right on their tail, and he's looking down the inside of, and he's going to have a go down the inside of Stillwell as they come up to turn 2.
Well, there's a turn up. I wonder if Chris Stillwell has a problem, or he's just driving in a strategic way.
Well, he may rue the strategy in 3 laps, and we see retirement. We're only talking about how well that Toyota was going a minute to go. Shouldn't have mentioned it. There he goes. And meanwhile, the leaders come through the Volvo. I think it's Vanderberg in the Volvo 244. Remember Robbie Franjovic coming out and conquering everybody in one of those things.
In a one that's more advanced than that one. I think that was the David Mackay car from the late 70s.
Okay.
Well, Stillwell is a bit back. I think we'll judge his pace by what happens on the straight, whether he picks off the BMW once they exit turn 18.
This is a really great little battle for the top 3, and of course if they really get it wrong, Alesi isn't far back in his Commodore. He's come up through the field very well from a long way back. I'm mystified as to why Stillwell has dropped back to 3rd.
Well, we'll soon know if he has a car problem or not.
The answer is not.
Certainly not in a straight line. Unless he's got a tyre problem, but not in a straight line.
Ed Singleton, meanwhile, having a bit of a lonely race, having been very busy with others during the morning race in the STP car. And full road registration on that Volvo, I note.
Yes, as it did in the day, as a Scuderia Veloci car. There's Henderson.
Henderson closing on Terry Lawler. It's 1.4 the gap now.
He's a chance of getting Terry. Stillwell seems reasonably comfortable following Alford's Nissan at the moment. But we'll soon know whether there's something strategic going on when we see him getting on the straight.
Yes, sometimes you catch a puff of something coming out the back of that Sierra, but I have a feeling they might do that anyway.
Yes.
Lisi coming right up onto that.
Much narrower line from Chris Stillwell, which tells me I think he's cruising and he can maintain the same.
And there he goes back into the lead. Still resumes his position at the lead of the race. Tony Alford still a strong second. Closes the gap under brakes, and we've had another change of position for a little while. Yes, Alesi has got past the BMW in the Commodore. Looks like a Walkinshaw. So fastest lap meanwhile, Chris Stillwell with a 1:43.045, and
Lisi's driving incredibly well. He's now moved up to third. He's a threat for second.
Yeah, the Commodore seems to be handling very well, actually, looking at through that corner. It just seemed to...
He's driving that really well. He is the fastest guy in Sector 3. That's the last third of the track. So, yeah, okay, there's a fair bit of horsepower involved in there, but there's still some corners to negotiate.
He's now having a crack at the Nissan of Alford, and he's done it. He's made it stick.
Good job.
We're now on lap 9 out of 10. They'll be showing the last lap forward. And I think we have a retirement coming in too. So Alford will be third. And in the background we see the Breffel Falcon that had the Channel 7 symbol for its racing number. This car's 77.
The second, that's the second Alford car.
Yeah, Kyle. Very nice cars in that Alford garage, I think.
In the stable. I think Stillwell's got this well in hand now, but
so Stillwell leads by 1.1 second. They're on their last lap. I wonder what the story is with the big Falcon, but in it comes.
Lacey may well hang on for second, and if he does, I reckon that's the drive of the day in this race.
Yeah. Bear in mind, he started rear of grid. I think that's a reasonably fair award.
I think he's driven very well. I think he's annoying Stillwell Sierra, but I think Stillwell will get there.
I think it's an irritant rather than a menace.
Yeah.
So, onto the straight they come for the last time. Chris Stillwell round the last corner, onto the straight, opens the thing up, and Alesi opens up the Commodore, but there's nothing doing. That Sierra, as they were in the day, has a ton of power. Good drive by Anthony Alford. He'll be a bit disappointed with that result.
And Henderson will take fifth in the Bluebird. That's another top drive from the rear of the grid.
Rick Allen Ford. Yeah, Brian Henderson has been, I think, the quiet achiever of the weekend in this class of racing. He started for some reason rear of grid every race, and he's never been far out of the top 5. So that was a really excellent result.
And there's Meon in the Supra. Another solid performance by him.
Ed Singleton, who come through the field. Then a gaggle of Commodores and our final Gemini, car 48. Now we haven't seen much of him on the screen during the last races, and
that's Vern Young, and he'll be happy to have taken the flag.
Yep, and good little car, Gemini. It's just we haven't seen that car at all, so I'm glad we saw him out. And Vanderburg will be the last man standing. in car 44, the Volvo. And here he comes now. I won't try and read the number plate, but there you go.
There you go.
SVM 222, Scudera Veloce Motors.
Great eyesight, John.
As you said, ex-David Mackay car. And, David was
A car that had a fascinating history, being in the 1000 at Bathurst. All right, and there's Chris Stillwell. I think he had it in the bag the whole time. I think he drove just enough to what was required to get the result. That's all you need to do.
without breaking anything.
And alongside him, I see in the number 40 Commodore, I think he had the best drive of the race.
Yeah, it was a good run. Yeah, it was excellent. Here we are. So the results in the winning position: Chris Stillwell in the Sierra, Adrian Alesi in second, Anthony Alford third in the Nissan, Rick Allen in the BMW, then followed by fifth position from rear of grid, Brian Henderson, Steve McCisa sixth, Jamie McDonald in seventh. Terry Lawler dropped back to eighth in the Mustang. Ed Singleton came up through the field tonight, just jumping a few. Narabeki in the Toyota Supra in 11th. Kerwin, Tenkate, Rose, Robinson, Foster up 17th now, which was Peter Woods. Vern Young in, I think, the beautiful little Gemini, and then Chris Vanderberg and Kyle Alford a lap down. Chris Alford was classified as a finisher, although he had come into the pits on the penultimate lap. Then over to the pits.
All right, here with Chris Stillwell, winner of the final race of CNA for the weekend. Chris, your Saturday's been eventful. You said to me earlier that you were going to come from the back, work your way to the front. You nearly got there in 4, but you've done it in 5.
I hope you enjoyed that as much as I did. It was a thrill behind the wheel. Tony Alford made it hard work in the Nissan, but there was just a couple of spots that I had more grunt than him, and it's just important to get that little bit more sooner coming onto the main straight, and slipstream and everything just adds to it. So I had his measure eventually. I saw Adrian and the Commodore coming as well, and that was a bit of a reminder. I had to pull my finger out and hurry up.
Yeah, no, it was a great race at the front there between the three of you, and then the Commodore coming up the back. A lot of fluctuation in position in that top 3. How was the tyre management? I know those Sierras can work through those rears.
Yeah, the tyres were starting to get a bit soft and mushy. Tony got me coming down the main straight because I frankly went from second to fifth, which didn't help. So I managed to pick up a gear and get going again. And then the BMW got me into turn 2. I was sort of half asleep, not expecting him to turn up, and he did. And but it all sorted itself out. Nothing like Sierra turbo horsepower to fix those problems, you know.
That's right, and it's a beautifully prepared car. Tell us a bit about the car and how good it is to have these cars out racing again in front of people, giving them that second life.
Well, I'm a bit of a Ford guy. My dad was a Ford dealer, I was a Ford dealer, so you know I'm a bit of a sucker for Ford. And I grew up watching Sierras, you know, initially Alan Moffat, and then that sort of moved on to Group C and Group A. So I have a soft spot for Sierras. This is the second one we've restored. This is a Colin Bond Alan Jones car, 1988 Bathurst, so that's the livery that it's in and the specification it's in. These cars by rules have got to be identical to what they were in the day, so this is presented as it was in 1988 at Bathurst. It's just a passion, you know, you have a love for it, and people have boats as hobbies. I have Group A cars as a hobby, you know.
Oh, well, it's not a bad hobby, and it's great to see these cars being taken care of by people that love them. Congratulations, that's a wonderful Saturday and an eventful Sunday, but a great weekend overall. Cheers, congratulations, back to you.
Thanks very much. Well, we're still looking at Crystal Stillwell's car as we will be heading now to the highlights of this 10-lap race. And from the start, Anthony Alford looked pretty handy, but down the inside, the big the big Supers looked pretty tasty for a while. Then it was Chris Stawell out round. It looked like he was going to take the lead right from the beginning, but he was soon back in third, following the Nissan of the Skyline of Tony Orford. As there was plenty of action back in the back. Ed Singleton there making his way through the pack, having started down at the back of the field. Steve Cisa always strong in this event. And there was Brian Henderson getting very loose in the Nissan Bluebird coming onto the straight. A little bit further back in the field we saw Singleton and another of the Commodores getting very up close and personal. Meanwhile it was Brian Henderson who sorted the two of them out and soon came by, having started rear of the grid in a very good race, finishing fifth in the Bluebird. We then had the Roadways Commodore taking the Orford Ford Falcon XD, and then we saw one of the highlights obviously was Chris Stawell taking the lead, but then dropping back again, and he, by his own admission, selected fifth instead of second, and then he had to do it all over again. And down he came, past Rick Allen's BMW, McDonald in the product car. That was always a sharp-looking car in the day, and still is. But it was Chris Stawell in the Caltex Sierra, ex-Holland Bond, that really was the class of the field. But the race of the field, no doubt. Okay, start list. Jordan Caruso on pole, and I'll hand over now to Gary O'Brien.
Thanks, John. Here for race 3 of round 3 of the Position National Sports Sedan Championship, and this is the important one. This is for the Deswald Trophy. This is the one they all want to win, besides winning the series, of course. But we had some dramas in the earlier race. We had several cars or several drivers that were pinged 15 seconds for passing under yellows. Of course, we had 2 yellow flags during the session. I inadvertently called the spun in Honda Integra out of turn 4 as Lloyd Godfrey. In actual fact, it was Matt Longhurst. One's white, one's black. I'm obviously very colourblind, couldn't quite get it right. But here we go. We're into this, the final race for the weekend for Sports Sedans, the Deswald Trophy, over 10 laps. Hopefully we can get through it without a safety car. Jordan Caruso on pole, Tony Ricciardo alongside of him, and we're just about to hit the big go button. Red flag, red lights on, red lights will go out, rolling start, and away they will go, and there they do. Ricciardo's got a great start. Shields tucked in behind Caruso as they get into turn 1. Caruso gets the lead, Ricciardo right in behind him. Peter Ingram on the outside, trying to go around the outside of Shields, can't quite do it. We look back further in the field, there's Mannix, and a spinner, that's Matt Ingram. He was one of the ones who was penalised for overlapping or passing under yellows. He's gone off at turn 2. Had a bit of an issue in the earlier race today, but managed to keep going. So that's probably why he picked up those positions afterwards. He passed someone under yellow. But here we go, around through to turn 4, up towards turn 5. Just a slightly different angle to look at this corner. We see the cars coming at us. England's back underway. Unfortunately, he's at the back of the field. Meantime, it's Caruso out in front, Ricciardo second, Shields in third, then it's Billy Chetton in fourth. Got pinged on the line in the earlier race by Ingram, Peter Ingram in the RX-7. Jarvis up the fifth, sixth spot. He needs a good result in this one after some not so fanciful results in the earlier races. Angus Fogg going down there in that black New Zealand Mustang. He was another one that got pinged 15 seconds in the earlier race for the same breach. Here we go. Already you can see Caruso's pulled away substantially. He's got in the neighbourhood of about half a second on Ricciardo, and the pair of them have actually tore right away from Shields in first spot. Ingram trying to go down the inside of Chetton down the straight and doesn't. Lots more speed out of that car in the straight line. Further back, Duggan under pressure from the Chev Camaro of Lacey. Lacey unfortunately had a broken wing in the first race, pinged in the second for 15 seconds, but now Kane is coming back strong in this last race. And of course, this is also a round of the New South Wales Sports Sedan Championship, backed by Kumho Tyres, and Brad Shields leads away, and that is third outright in this particular race at the moment. Peter Ingram, now that he's passed Chetton, will be looking to try and run down his fellow rotary turbo adversaries in front, but at the moment these two are well out in front. Might be wondering where Steve Tomasi is. Unfortunately, he pulled out this morning before the second race. They had some not so much dramas with the engine, there was just some telltale signs in the oil that there may be an issue, and he's dead keen to get to Bathurst and the Gold Coast where the next two rounds are. England's getting past Condon there, so he's picked up at least one more spot, but has the job ahead. That's Matt Ingram, of course, the brother of the car currently running in fourth position. Tony Cox, unfortunately, out of the earlier race with fuel pump issue. Good to see the Dodge-powered Saab back in the mix. And there, of course, is Hugh McAllister in that Thai purchased, or out of Thailand purchased, TA2 car. Runs a Coyote engine, paddle shift and some other good bits and pieces. So it's one of the, obviously can't qualify for Trans Am, but it can run in this category as a sports sedan. Ricciardello there, we've just seen Ingram, beg your pardon, Humphries, go down the inside of Duggan at turn 2, and there's Humphries off the road in the Chev-powered Falcon XE. So whether there was a touch there with the Aston Martin, I'm not sure. Chris Jackson goes up the inside of him in the Calibra. Another Chev-powered car. Lots of Chev-powered cars, but it's good to see some rotary turbos out here. I know some people down south from us will be very pleased to see rotary cars doing well in this race. Yeah, having a Chev-powered Ford, and there's a Chev-powered Audi, and there's a Chev-powered Alfa at the front of the field. So plenty of the V8 muscle in this particular field. So we've gone through 3 laps of this, or almost 3 laps of this, without any safety car at this stage. Nick Smith got a checkered flag in the last race, and he said thank goodness for safety cars, because that's made a difference. In the meantime, Ricciardello is trying very hard to get onto the back of Caruso, and he's actually just pulled the fastest lap of the race. And we've got a replay of this incident, which I think was the Matt Ingram. Now, obviously, yeah, there was a bit of a pull-up of cars in front of him, and Ingram really had to hit the picks very hard to avoid going in the back of him. We've got another incident down here, and this was Humphries on... was there a touch or not? Very slight if there was one, and the Western Australian Falcon does do a little pirouette before it gets back underway.
Just the gentlest of taps, but that's all it took.
I'd say very difficult to determine whether there was one there. So Caruso continues to lead. He's now on a flying lap, obviously responding to Ricciardello's last lap.
I wasn't implying, by the way, that it was a deliberate tap. It was just one of those things that happened when you had to go that hard and under brakes into a corner.
Yeah, but you're right, full noise coming out of a corner. If the car doesn't get out of your way quick enough, that's bad luck. I don't mean they did that deliberately. Here's Jordan Caruso. Came out of Excels, joined Sports Sedans in John Goulet's prepared Audi, and took over from the likes of Darren Hossack and Jack Perkins, who previously drove this car. So this lap goes by the boards, and 27.9 for that lap, so not as quick as 26 he did earlier. And we've got Ricciardello. Had a moment out of turn 11. He had problems there yesterday. He had a bit of a moment, and that's dropped him several spots. So he has been trying very hard. Not what he wanted to see, and it's given Caruso a pretty good margin now.
I'm not sure if it's dropped him spots or distance. He's certainly nowhere near on a threat anymore.
It's not what it wasn't Ricciardello, it was actually Brad Shields. Red cars, throw you out. See the problems come back again. So Brad Shields was leading the New South Wales contingent. That will probably cost him the New South Wales round, although he still leads the series. He's only dropped a couple of spots. He might get a few of those back before this is over. He's dropped back to 6th at the moment. So it's Ingram in 3rd, Billy Chetton in 4th, Jarvis up to 5th. So that's good news for Ash Jarvis in the Colin Smith Holden Monaro. Jeff Powell, of course. And here he is on the back of Chetton, so quite keen to improve himself one more position. And Chetton has been doing the National Series as well as the New South Wales Series. Unfortunately, had a engine problem at Queensland Raceway in qualifying, so he didn't actually get the race, travelled all the way up to Queensland and didn't actually get a run. Similar situation to the Cameron Commodore, again with dramas up there as well, and fortunately they only took their old engine, not their new ones. There's Angus Fogg in that flame sprinting Ford Mustang, central muscle car, spec car. But,
great looking car.
It is.
Oh, yeah.
Only done a few modifications, took a bit of weight out of it, put a rear wing on it, front splitter, and keen to go back to Bathurst. And of course the last time that car raced there was in TCM as a central muscle car. And there it goes through turn 1. And he's got the flames working, well, at least out of one pipe. But wait till he gets to Bathurst, he'll have them both working properly. And they're both working there now. He's just ahead of Michael Robson. Now, Michael Robson was involved in a collision with the Ryan Humphrey car in the earlier race, and they couldn't restart it. That's why he pulled out, had some damage to the left rear of the car, so you would suggest that he was in front at the time. I'm not saying anything about one of the equipment. And there's the Victorian fire engine looking car pulled up. That's the Mark Tracy BMW, Chev powered. And Caruso stopped on the main straight. Big drama there, so that puts Tony Ricciardello in front. Now he's just pulled up basically opposite where his pit is. So whether there's damage on that car or he's just had an engine failure or what, we're not real sure. Huge drama for this race, but it's given Tony Ricciardello the lead and possibly the Des Wall Trophy for 2023. He has won it previously, so we're very pleased. Well, not for the circumstances of getting to the front. But Crusoe, with his win yesterday and this morning, took the lead in the series. But now it will go possibly to Tony Ricciardello, who finished 3rd yesterday, 2nd this morning, and currently leads the way. Now our timing on the screen hasn't quite updated yet, but it is Ricciardello in front, Ingram 2nd, Chetton in 3rd. Now they've left this with a green track, just a local yellow there. Or do we get a local yellow? No, there's actually a yellow out. There's one there, yes. Oh, and then Nick Smith, who's battling reliability in this car, but got it to the lines, had a spin, a nice little pirouette, and just continues on, just drops a couple of spots. That was out of turn 6. Here he comes. Oh, no, wow. That was an intentional spin in the fact that there was something that caused it rather than over-exuberance, you might say.
Yeah.
So he gets the car back underway, just drops a couple of spots, but that was had him back to 11th. So he was up as far as about 6th or 7th. So that's been a great run for what's been a troublesome car. Timmy Triton's Honda Chev is stopped. That looks like it's out of turn 5. Well, I would probably need to get a wider angle to get a look at that, but it looks like he may have got it going. And unfortunately, Nick Smith into the pits. The RJ20 turbocharged Mazda RX-7, unfortunately, again getting a DNF, and it must be getting very frustrating. Probably not so much his fault this time. And there we have Triton out of turn 5. No, it's not turn 5, it's up the top of the track, I think. Turn 10. And unfortunately, the Ramsay Surveyors Mazda in the pits. Just doing a check to see if it's all okay. Set him on his way.
Oh, that's good news too.
Trenton's managed to pull off the track. So fortunately, no harm, no foul. And here's our race leader looking for a way around that Corolla, which must be a handful. Short wheelbase car with the big Chev under the bonnet.
Yeah, I think so.
It would be a handful there. But kudos to those guys. They had so many dramas up at Queensland Raceway and got it back together again. But now we've got Tony Ricciardello out in front. Just plays the game, doesn't he? He just keeps going. If he doesn't win, he's second or third. But the reliability has been on his side this weekend in the final summation of this round. He'll go away for race win. Got to feel sorry for Jordan Caruso, pulled up, just sitting in the car. Not much you can do where it is right at the moment. We are on the 9th lap, so there's only one to go after this. And it's a great result for our 11-time series winner. Will he get to number 12 this year? A dozen titles is something to behold, isn't it, really?
How long has he been racing that thing?
Well, it was originally in the hands of Brian Smith. The first inception of this car was a bit like the first Fleet Axe. It's had quite a few changes over the year. It looks much the same, but I think just about every part of it's new. And Tony spent a lot of last season and the Christmas period rebuilding this car. He does most of the work on it himself, and he's brought it back out. And here he comes down the straight for what will be the last lap. It's what's been a pretty successful campaign when you think about it. He's had to travel from Western Australia for many years to cover this, and he's just coming up to pass Theo Camburis in that Chef Power Commodore. He does so with ease as he heads out of turn 2 and around through 3 up over the top. There's a few dead cars around the track, but fortunately we've kept this race green, which has been fantastic considering the dramas we've had in the previous outings. And this has just been such a car. I guess at some stage it's going to go down in history as one of the cars of Australian motorsport. It has to be remembered, maybe after our lifetime, as iconic as certain things of the past around, whether they be open wheelers or tin tops. But this car certainly has notched its history in Australian motorsport, possibly on the way to a 12th series win, but certainly out of this meeting. A third, a second, now victory looming as he brings it out of the final corner, down on the straight. That'll give Tony Ricciardello the third round of the Australian Sports Sedans series. He had in his mind that Bathurst was looming. He had to get that out of his head, and he has so right at the opportune moment, and he takes the win. And unfortunately, off to the right there is the demise of the Audi, and here's Brad Shields trying to make up the spot behind Ash Jarvis. Can Ash Jarvis hold that car? Here we get a good battle between a rotary-powered turbo car and a Chev V8, and the Chev V8 just holds on. So Ingram comes across the line in second. That's Peter Ingram. Billy Chetton in third, Jarvis fourth. That was the battle for fifth with Brad Shields just holding on to fifth. The battle for fourth, I should say. Steve Lacey comes home in sixth position. Then it should be Ryan Humphries. He's been through the wars, and he's just ahead of Mark Duggan, who they were the two that had the contact. So I guess for him to get back ahead of Duggan as Justice. Chris Jackson in ninth, and he's come back to Motorsport after a fair break. Willem Furcher in position 10 in that Toyota 86 with its Chev Power under the motor. Michael Robinson from the back of the field up to 11. Then it's Matt Ingram after his little lose at turn 2. Has fought back to be 12th ahead of Angus Fogg, Hugh McAllister, and the next one coming down should be Tony Cox in a car we all love because it sounds so good. It's a Dodge, of course, under the bottom of under the middle of that car. Then it's Jason Crompton. There's a sad sight of the Honda Integra from Victoria. unfortunately out of this one. Actually, I think someone prelude. My bad. Nick Mantikos in position 17, Greg Boyle out of 18, Ben Maddox 19, Josh Haynes, who currently leads the TAT series, having a run in the Nissan 300 ZX with another with a Chev under the bonnet. Theo Camburis out of position 24. Condon in that Corolla was next. Actually, they made an adjustment there. The Cox had moved right down. That's I'm looking at the points there for the weekend. Here's the results, official now. Peter Ingram in second behind Tony Ricciardello. Beryl Chetton in third. Ash Jarvis, Brad Shields, not much between them at the finish. There's Steve Lacey, Ryan Humphrey, Mark Duggan, Chris Jackson and Willem Furcher rounded out our top 10. And over the page, of course, Michael Robertson out 11, Matt Ingram 12, they was a 2 on recovery mode, Angus Fogg 13, Hugh McAllister, Anthony Cox, Jason Crompton, Nick Mantikos, Greg Boyle, Ben Maddox, Josh Haynes in position 20. That was the top 20. There were still other finishes, so we got to 23 finishes, a few DNFs and a few DNSs, but for Sports Sedan ranks, a very good finishing rate for these guys this weekend. Just going to highlights of this package for this race, and off the rolling start, of course, Ricciardello tried his best to get out in front. Brad Shields thought, well, if I can stick with the Audi, I'll get into second, but that wasn't to be. Here we have the first incident where Matt Ingram found out that everyone was braking when he was still wanting to go fast, so he had to get out of that pretty quick. Here's a good run by Peter Ingram in the triple rotor turbo to get past Billy Chetton to take up a position. And Brad Shields had a moment up at turn 11. We called it wrong to start with, but he got back out. That's how hard Tony Ricciardello was trying. He got right out in the boonies there, out of turn 11, and then unfortunately there's the dead Audi, and a little bit of incident for Nick Smith with contact with Doug, so unfortunately that turned him out. Tim Crichton had an issue out of turn 6 as well, so that pushed him down the field. We've seen Smith come into there to get that all checked out. It's all fine, he went back out. And then Tony Cox, we didn't see this one earlier, he had a little spin in the Saab. And there we have our race leader, inherited the race lead and took out the Des Wall Trophy. And a good battle between Jarvis and Shields to try and finish in 4th spot behind Chetton, and Jarvis just pipped him at the flag. So Tony Ricciardello wins round 3 of the Precision International Sports Sedan Series. Points up now, Tony Ricciardello for the round wins ahead of Ingram, Shields in 3rd, Chetton 4th, Jarvis in the 5th, good recovery for him. Duggan after on the back of that hard charge in race 1 has picked up 6th, Humphrey 7th, Caruso gets 8th, unfortunately it's probably not what he really wanted, Steve Lacey 9th, and Willem Furcher just seemed to keep trickling around, getting good top 10 results, and that got him 10th overall.
Nice solid drive all weekend.
Indeed.
Yeah.
So I'm guessing now that Tony Ricciardello leads the series, and perhaps Ash Jarvis will be second as he came into the round as the points leader.
Right. Thanks so much, Gary. It's great to have somebody who really knows what they're doing, so you can have...
No, you blokes are doing all right. Don't worry about it.
No, it's been a great day and great call again. So we'll... Well,
I'm going to leave you guys to call the rest of this program, and
yeah,
I'll go back and do some work.
Oh, dear. Okay, and now we go over to the prototype podium.
Okay, welcome to the podium for the Australian prototypes for Masterblast 23. We're going to start with the SR3 Pro class. 3rd place, Bill Medland. Oh, Bill had to go. That's all right. I'll keep his trophy. Someone want to get it for Bill? Come on. Go on up. Stand in for him. If he's not here, you stand in. You get up. 2nd place, Terry Knowles. Terry, well done. Grab your trophy. Thank you. And first place, it's Mark Brame. Well done. Well done, Mark. Can you take that top step? Okay, everyone, take those photos. Camera. Congratulations, and you know what to do. I'm out of here.
So we see our trophy winners, or our champagne winners, from the prototypes, and great celebrations for young and all. It's good to see a bit of bubbles being sprayed around, and a great display they put on with those fantastic cars. Well, they all look pretty pleased with themselves, as well they might. Very quick cars and beautifully driven as well, so well done them. Meanwhile, out on the track we've got a bit of a clean-up going on, so there will be a small delay before the supercars can come out.
Scott Borman. Scott? Congratulations, Scott. Well done. Take your place. Second place, Phil Hughes. Phil. There he is. Congratulations, Phil. Well done. And here we go for the first place, the big one. Jason Macris, come on up. Congratulations. Well done. All right, and now the fun bit.
So now we'll go back to some highlights of the supercars. This is today's race earlier, and this was a race that was basically dominated by Vela. We had a few bits of drama as car 4 disappeared into the gravel and actually caused a bit of a clean-up. It had to be done a bit later, but the big battle was between cars 19 and 91. That lasted all through the race of those two karts. Second place was 46, who was I've got to look at my program here, forgive me. Mark Robin, he was looking the only person who really looked like a threat to Mark Vela, to Vela.
But something happened to him early on in the race.
Yeah, just disappeared. Absolutely.
So trust he's able to bounce back. But Vela won pretty comfortably, if you can have such a thing, by about 5 seconds in that race.
And back to the pits.
I'm here with the winner of the last Sports Sedans race of the weekend. In the Alfa Romeo number 5, we have Tony Raccadello. He finished 3rd, 2nd, and now 1st for this final race. How was that?
Yeah, thank you. It was a pretty tough race and tough weekend. Just this track's pretty hard on tyres, and just managing them and trying to keep the pace going, and put pressure on Jordan as well. But tough gig for him in that last run. I don't know, something's broken for him, but really condolences to him. But great work by our team, and come a long way. And we just keep fighting on and going for the win.
Obviously, you had the third place and you got the second. Now we got the first. You got better throughout the weekend. Sadly, in the last race, it came under unfortunate circumstances, but you still managed to keep that second and hold on to that win till the end. Did you just feel like you got better throughout the weekend?
Yeah. Look, I think the driver probably needs to work on a little bit of consistency, because I tried to throw it away a couple of times on the last turn and out of turn one. But it was more just a matter of keeping the pressure on Jordan, and it's hard work to keep these cars going, lap after lap for 10 laps. And, like I said, it's one of those things. We've been there before as well on the difficult side of things when you have breakdowns and stuff. But like I said, I've got to thank my dad, Orlando, and Glenn, Chris, and Mitch. We all come from Perth, and it's been a hard week preparing the car over here, and hopefully the results keep working.
It's the last race of the weekend. You can go home. Did you enjoy the race weekend?
I always enjoy racing, but it's always a difficult thing, and you got to keep working hard. And when you're down, you got to keep fighting for it, and that's what we do.
Well, congratulations again. Go home and celebrate, and then we'll see you at the next one.
All right, thanks very much.
Thank you.
Well, good to see that the Caruso Audi has been removed from the circuit, so there shouldn't be too much of a delay. Rather poignant looking at the Alpha on the back of the flatbed truck being towed past or carried past the Ricciardello Alpha. Bad luck for Caruso, but he's young and he'll be back to fight another one, I'm sure.
Yeah, some sort of very quick mechanical problem because he really skidded in on the straight rather fast and rather in a short distance, but no damage on the body side, so trust that they'll fix that car well for next meeting.
And we have a good look at that beautiful Alpha. I've watched that car for so many years, and
it's always been good.
Yeah, it has. It was good out of the box. So here's our grid for the Superkarts. Race 4, Lee Vella on pole, Aaron Cogger on second, Laurie Fuchs third on the Raider, Mark Robin, Lauren Shan, Paul Campbell and Jack Dos Santos are the 7 in the first class, and Rotec Australia I see is the sponsor of Jack Dos Santos. Getting to the next group is Mark Vickers, Stuart Robertson, both in Woodgate Evos, Tony Moit, car 13, Alan Dodge in 14th position, Mark Wayne Horswell in position 15, and Brock Schaefer in position 16. Then it's Brian Tinsley, Nathan Ashworth and Peter Axworth. So they're our starting field, and
it'll be a race between the four. The front two rows will be the race where it'll be very close. Vella had the comfortable win in the last race, but that was because Robin, who was the fast man all weekend prior, had some mechanical issues. So he's starting out of 4th position, but will want to atone for that quickly. Fuchs also, who's in position 3, he dropped out in race 3 this morning. So it'll be between Vella, Cogger, Fuchs and Robin.
And hopefully we'll have some more of those great dices during in the field, through the field.
It's 10 laps. It's a long way round.
It is a long way round, but it's covered fairly quickly in these things.
It is. So there'll be some tyre management issues with the supercars, certainly of the front runners. I think we'll have a battle right to the end.
So the lead cars are coming around around onto the straight. The red lights are on, and when they go out, we will be racing once again. And the red car light is still on, And they're off now, and away they go. And Vella gets a very good start. He was absolutely ready for that, with Cogger, Fuchs, Robin and Shand behind him. Down through turn one, it was Vella and a very big wide line by car 8, which is Fuchs. And that was a fairly adventurous line. He came out of turn 2 very quickly.
And he'll be wanting to try to get the drop on Cogger into turn.
And has done, and in fact Cogger has signalled defeat already. His hand up, he's out of the race, unfortunately. At least it's happened to him at the last race of the weekend. Far better than a failure on Friday practice.
Absolutely. So that means Vella has now inherited, by virtue of that, a handy gap over Fuchs. I think the man to watch will be Robin. There he is up the inside in turn 15, and a nice clean pass on Fuchs.
Your confident forecast has come to fruition. Down he went, and so we're looking at the blue cart there. It is hard to see the numbers on the cart sometimes. And that's a nice move, and that's going to put him in good stead for maybe chasing the leader down. Now Campbell thinks he'll have a go at Fuchs as well. In fact, he might get them both.
And Campbell, someone that we haven't...
Car 29, just something went suddenly and violently wrong with that thing.
So that's Shand, and
yeah.
that we may have some sort of stoppage here because that cart is partially on the track.
And
it's showing a local yellow just there, but it wouldn't surprise me.
Something's just broken there, and whoever was Santos, I think, was following Shand and did a really good job of flicking the thing past Shand's car to get by. Meanwhile, Campbell now in 4th position. He's looking like he wants to have a piece of the Fuchs action.
So now we've got a safety car out, and I'm not surprised that that's the case, given where Shand's cart is, just on the edge of the track, just past the start finish line.
It's very exposed, and there's very little protection. So if a similar event incident occurred, it could be very nasty.
And that is the kind of the line on the straight for the entry into turn 1 is hard up against the right side of the track. So a decision that that had to be made by the clerk of the course. Fortunately, it won't take too long to clear.
Well, they have a very well-behaved field too, I might say, in terms of their observance of the flag. It does say supercar, safety car. Haven't seen it.
So I can see a course recovery vehicle just waiting for the field to go past before it emerges, just at the upper portion of the main straight. So
it's just lurking in behind the entry to the pits. Is that the one?
It is. So it's got a trailer on there. So I think it's the last of the carts going past us now, and then I think that recovery vehicle can enter. But of course, what this means is that the field will be compressed again, and that'll be probably to Robin's advantage. Vella had a small lead.
He got a very good start. So as you say, certainly Robin would be not unhappy. Now they can get. The good thing about a kart is that they're reasonably easy to get off the track.
There we go. We've got, including the driver, 3 people.
Two
lifting on the
officials,
trailer.
one driver.
On the trailer, so that will compress the field.
It'd be interesting to know what went wrong with that, because
it's very quick.
It was sudden and unpleasant.
Yes, it's just to the right of us. Can't see like anything obvious, but clearly something catastrophic mechanically for it to stop so quickly. All right, so it's been towed away on the trailer, so that's a good thing. Safety car is out. We'll probably just do another lap after this one before we resume. I don't think they can get that done in that time. Cleared. And the safety car lights are still on, so I think they'll be doing another lap.
Protocol would appear to be that they take the stricken cart around to the back gate. They don't seem to have come in. At the end of pit straight. So the safety car keeping them nice and slow.
Yeah, I think we'll resume after this next lap. So safety car is probably running about 4.5 minutes, 5 minutes around the track, so there'll be enough time for the race to resume next lap.
So there's still 8 laps to go as Vella works hard at warming up the tyres on the leading cart.
Yes, the temperatures come up quite quickly and they go quite quickly. So that's why they're doing that, to ensure they've got the right temperatures to get off to a great start. So it looks like the course vehicle picked up another kart. And who would that be? That's 4. So that's Santos. So,
well, that's a rather crowded trailer, isn't it?
yes, well, it's a good thing it's a long wheelbase trailer to be able to fit 2 karts on there. So that's just on the exit of turn 1. So, all right, that was quite fortuitous that it could be picked up at the same time.
It would appear the guys just sit in the cart, put their foot on the brake, because there didn't seem to be any attempt to tie anything down. I was wondering why we hadn't seen the pickup, the recovery vehicle, make an earlier return than that. So
yes, had to go down and collect,
pick up another
Santos
one.
Card. But what we'll be looking for from the safety car is at about turn 15 whether the lights go out or not. If they do, we know that racing will resume this lap.
Now while we watch the race leaders around the back of the circuit following the safety car at a fairly cautious speed, we now see the recovery vehicle come into the back entrance to the pits, and that means that the circuit has been cleared of extraneous vehicles, which should make it easier for the safety car period to come to a close. And racing resumed. Lights are still on the safety car as it comes around Corporate Hill.
I think on the exit of turn 15, I think we'll see them go out. Between 15 and 16. And they have.
That's good.
So it's Vella now who is controlling the pace. He'll have to drive at a constant speed. He can't accelerate and then decelerate, so he's just going to hold a constant speed, and then it's the moment that that he is on the front straight, he'll determine when racing will resume.
The safety car leaves the field, leaves the track, and the green flag is out and shown.
And they're away.
Away they go. So Vella leads Robin, Fuchs, Campbell and Cogger as they head down the straight for the next time of the resumption of race. There are now 6 laps remaining. It's Voigt, Robinson, Dodge, Schaefer, Horswell, Ashworth, Tinsley, Asworth and Santos and Shand, of course, are both out of the event. So down to turn 2. And it's this great dice, 19 versus 91.
This is Voigt and Robinson again.
Yeah.
These people are in a relationship, aren't they?
A racing relationship. Car 74 wildly gesturing.
Oh goodness, what's happened here? So that's the 20.
A nasty off here.
That's the 20. So that's Campbell. And of course, we've gone to a safety car, full course yellow.
Yeah, and those guys are very keen to get the attention of the officials. So
I think that's
okay.
on turn 3. So is it turn 3? I think we've got car 46. So Robin's now gone off our score sheet, and I think he's off with Fuchs at turn 3 on the exit of turn 3,
and possibly Campbell as well, because
yes.
They were all together. They were basically second, third, and fourth, and there's the recovery vehicle has gone out.
So certainly Fuchs and Robin are off at the exit turn 3.
Can you see anything of Campbell either?
No.
But I would have thought that he might be there as well.
Yes, I can't see that on the monitor where he is, but we know we know that 20...
46, 6, 8 and 20 have all stopped. There were
They're
3
all stopped.
karts there.
Yes.
And those were indeed the 3, and they were coming second, third and fourth in the race at the time.
So a course vehicle's gone to turn 3 to check the status of those drivers and the karts.
So the crowd, they're looking at this accident. There seems to be very slow progress with the course car and the rest of the field. So we've already lost 2 karts in lap 1, and we've now lost 3 in lap 4. So there are now 5 laps remaining in this event, and the question is whether or not this is going to be a cause for delaying the event or even a red flag. We'll just have to see.
So the medical car has just gone past that scene, so it's coming back in the pits, so it may have just picked up the affected drivers.
Well, the other 2 drivers did run to the assistance of the third. Now, I don't know which one they were running to the assistance of, who was running and who wasn't moving, so hopefully the news will be positive and good, and we find out pretty soon what the story is there.
So in the meantime, Vella is just following the safety car,
and they're hanging out the checkered flag.
Okay, so that's that. So that race has now been called.
Yeah. with Vella in the lead again and second place Colgo. Not the way you want to see a race end. It was good to see in the spirit of motorsport the fellow competitors.
Yes, they did.
Rushing to the aid of their mate at the side of the track.
Yes, they.
And we'll just go back to the pits now.
I'm here with Jordan Caruso in the Audi #1 from the Sports Sedans race. Unfortunately, we had a DNF. We know that motorsport has its ups and downs. What happened there?
Yeah, unfortunately, I think something in the gearbox, diff. Up until that point, it was pretty good. Just sort of managing the race, pushing pretty hard. Tony was putting a lot of pressure on. Yeah, it sort of felt good up until maybe a lap before it completely went. There were a few times where I was like, well, it doesn't feel 100% right, and then coming down the straight, there was a big bang. Rear wheels locked up. Luckily, it didn't touch a wall, but yeah, not ideal. But we've got the big one at Bathurst in a few weeks, so hopefully we'll get it fixed before then.
Not the best way to end the weekend, but we know you had a second and a first place, so I'm guessing there's still some positives to take from this weekend.
Yeah, exactly. We had really good pace all weekend, relative to the rest of the field. I think car ran really well. Yeah, bodes well going into Bathurst. Hopefully we can, get it all fixed, and I think we'll be able to.
Well, best of luck for your next outing.
Thanks.
Presentations on. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Highlights from the Sports Sedans, which we had. Rolling start, and Caruso made a fantastic start. Ricciardello had a really red-hot go, and the way they went, and they were going to always be the class of the field. Lovely Mustang, and there was the first bin, 19, one of the England cars. Around he went, and luckily no lasting damage. The other England car heading down the just close to the wall, getting through very quickly. That was the Shields spin in the red car. Ricciardello, if you can't say he wasn't trying hard. And then the race changed in complexion entirely when we saw Caruso's off. Then there was this little contretemps between two of the guys, Smith in the yellow RX going off, and another with car 28 retiring. Smith came
a lot of
in.
incidents in turn 6.
Yeah, turn 6 was where it all happened, where it's just as well you're watching it on TV because you can't really see turn 6.
And another incident in turn 6.
Which is the Chev-powered Saab, but it was Ricciardello who really showed everybody the way and came through for the checkered flag, fairly close for third and fourth over the line. But great drive by Ricciardello, and he would be well pleased with that result, I think. Well, he obviously was in the post-race interview. Beautiful day out here at Masterblast 2023. Great concept. I've seen larger crowds, but I think that those who are not here have missed out on a good day at Sydney Motorsport Park. Couldn't be better. And we look now at the across the green banks of the noise cancelling. I suppose they're noise abatement banks, are they?
And a great viewing spot too, to view turn one action. Well, the next event will be Group S, and we're just having a slight delay while the organisers just check on everything following the supercarts. So whilst the drivers have been attended to, and we'll confirm their status the moment we can.
As soon as we know, you'll know.
The organisers will need to just ensure that the barriers and the gravel traps and so on are in first class order before the Group S race.
Coaching Sportscast. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, this will be a delay now of about 5 to 10 minutes while they clear up the circuit and get everything ready, and then we'll be back with the Group S Classic Sports Cars. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we apologise for the delay. There has been an on-track incident, and that's currently under investigation. So we will keep you up to date. As soon as we know any more, we will let you know. But at the moment, there are at least one class is still indicated there in their desire to race. So hopefully we'll be back with you before too much longer. Thank you very much for your patience. Well, welcome back after that lengthy delay. We do hope the driver's okay. We're just looking at some highlight reel now of the last 86 race, and it was a bit of a sort of a benefit in the end, not for the guy who was leading it at the start. It was I think Stewart who led them away and was making a huge break lock there during the course, and then Lachlan Bloxham started making his presence felt on Stewart, and down the inside he went, and that was all it took. Out onto the straight he came in the lead. Car 27, Thompson, was having a good go as well, but nothing there happened. There's bits of car left on the track. We don't know what that was, but it was cleaned up. Then Harvey in fourth. We saw Thompson have a go at getting the lead for himself, but Lachlan Bloxham wasn't having anything of that, and they had a fantastic dust. You can see them here coming on through turn one with about a cigarette paper, if you can remember what they were, between the two of them. But in the end, Lachlan Bloxham came through from Stewart, Thompson, Harvey, Taylor, Imbrogno, And here's the starting order for this race. In the lead on pole position, Bloxham, Thompson in second, Ben Stewart in the 99 Motorsport car, Mason Harvey followed by Lincoln Taylor in fifth. In sixth position, Alice Buckley in seventh, Summer Rintoul, eighth, Salvatore Ingogno, ninth, Charlie Parker, and in 10th position will be Hugh Zockling. This will, by the way, be the last race of the weekend. So the leaders form up at the grid, and we'll be waiting for the last few stragglers to meet up there. We can see that Rintoul's come to a halt. She's fine. Then Parker and Imbrogno, and we're ready for an 8-lap journey, not 9, not 12 as originally envisaged. So we're waiting now. The 5-second board is shown to the drivers. The revs rise, the red lights are on, they're out. Who gets the start? And the start of the initial jump was Lachlan Bloxham. He led them away very, very comfortably. Thompson settled back into second, with Stewart in third as they head round turn one, and Harvey looking pretty racy on the outside of Stewart as they head up towards turn two.
Great start from Bloxham. He really ignited off the line, and he's shown a clean pair of heels straight up.
And there's a bit of damage been caused out there, and that's car 678.
That's Lincoln Taylor.
Lincoln Taylor. In fact, there's quite a bit of damage on the car, much more than I thought there would be, and that puts Alice Harvey up a spot, I think. Sorry, Alice Buckley up a spot. Summer Rintoul in sixth. Imbrogno has come up from his starting position. Taylor, Zockling I don't think has been a starter, and Taylor has lasted one corner. At this stage, I think he must be wishing that they'd decided to go home with Group S.
Yes, well, Taylor is marooned there on the outside of turn two, but maybe sufficiently off the track to ensure that we don't require a safety car.
So, coming. Safety car light is flashing.
I clearly spoke too soon. Obviously it's been judged to be in a hazardous spot, so it's got to be cleared. That car took a fair bit of a whack in the front, so it'll have radiator damage, and that's why it can't return under its own steam.
It may have even had damage front and rear, because I think Alice, here we go, replay. Well, he's already had the damage at the front, and then there's Taylor, Alice Buckley comes through, and 678. Poor Taylor comes to a halt on the outside of the track, carrying a fair bit of damage, David.
Yes, I'm just trying to see which car it hit as they went past. I just wonder if it was Buckley that Taylor ran in the back of. But as the cars go past, we may be able to see. But clearly, the other car isn't affected. So we'll have a safety car for at least a lap or so while that gets cleared up.
So an incident-packed afternoon, unfortunately, here at Sydney Motorsport Park.
Another hazard that the drivers will have in this race is that they're going to be looking straight into the sun going down turn one. So here's a replay.
No, Taylor runs into the back of 999 Stewart, and then comes to a great deal of loses momentum, and may have just been nudged by Buckley, but the main damage is where he's hit the back of Stewart's car.
Well, looking at that car, it's got a remarkable amount of damage on the front to another vehicle that isn't remarkably damaged.
Yes. Well, I guess he was heavily under brake, so the nose was down. He's always gone under the back of the previous car, which was probably braking pretty heavily as well. And it certainly is carrying a lot of damage.
So just getting back to the sun. So the drivers will be looking straight into the sun as they go down the main straight and entering turn one. The sun will be very low at this time of day. So that's just another hazard that they'll have to overcome this afternoon.
Yes, being on the last race of the day at this time of the year was never a good call. And it's also a call that's totally out of your control.
I'd expect that the drivers that have visors on their helmets, that will just be tinted just to give them just a little bit more relief from looking right in the sun.
So that safety car is certainly getting a lot of laps in today.
It is in the latter part of the day. It has been.
Well, it started, the Sports Sedans started with a cracking pace this morning, so here we are with people weaving around trying to keep some heat in their tyres, which I think is going to be more and more difficult, because I haven't been outside for a few minutes, but it just has a look of being colder out there.
So Taylor's car is still to be removed from the exit of turn 2, so we'll be under the safety car for just a little bit longer.
We look now, we can see the officials attempting to rescue the damaged Toyota 86. We look now as they're coming past, what sort of witness marks are there on the back of car 999? And the answer is...
A bit.
A bit. Not a big bit though.
No.
And all the drivers there, we see Stewart, who was involved in that little accident through no fault of his own, struggling with his visor. I'm sure that they're all beginning to wish this would all be over. Now we see the 999, the 678 car is now actually on the truck. Just here we see it at replay, and bang into the back of car 999 goes car 678, and I think he just got a little bit of a nudge along. It'd be interesting to have a look at the front of Alice Buckley's car, the front right corner, because it certainly slowed down in a big hurry.
Yeah, the contact happened right at a long way deep into the corner. Well, it wasn't really quite in the braking zone. I'm not sure what quite happened there. But anyway, Taylor's out. He'll be disappointed with that. And we'll be underway shortly with that car now being escorted off the track. It'll just come through the back end of the back entrance of the pits just adjacent to turn 4.
The support staff of the rescue drivers and all the flaggies been doing a great job here at Sydney Motorsport Park today. Of course, a big call out to them, because they give up their day and stand out there in all weather conditions. And they've just done a quick rescue, really, of the Taylor Toyota 86. Safety car, meanwhile,
is coming around Corporate Hill, so I reckon we'll see the lights go out and racing resume on this lap.
After turn 15, we'll be looking for those lights to be switched off.
Okay, so safety car lights are off, so racing's resumed. Bloxham will control the pace of the field.
Still 6 laps remaining in this race, or an elapsed time of 8 minutes and 25. So Bloxham has the field banked up behind them as they come onto the straight any second now. The safety car comes off at a rapid rate to clear the track, and the green light is being waved, and Bloxham pulls to the left and then pulls out again to the right, being drafted by Thompson, Stewart, Harvey, Buckley, Rintel, Imbrogno and Parker as they head now through turn 1. Out very wide there was car number 9.
Yeah, that's Harvey.
Harvey, gee, he was a long way off the...
Well, he would have had his heart in his mouth.
He would have, but he's
He was a long way out on the marbles, but he hung on to it. He's only dropped one spot, so...
He was very close to...
he's very fortunate.
Very fortunate.
Well, like Bloxham's lead, that's a handy one after the restart. He's doing well, and we've got a 3 wide into turn 4.
It'll be interesting to see how that resolves itself. It seems to have been resolved without any tears, which is good. There's plenty of wide exits and corners being demonstrated. So Bloxham, your leader, leads from Thompson, Stewart and Harvey in car 9. Into turn 15 they head with Bloxham holding a lead of almost a second now.
So the first two, Bloxham and Thompson, have really kicked away from Stewart. So this may well be a racing too for the remaining laps.
Well, Thompson certainly is keeping Bloxham very honest.
Well, the gap in last race was only 0.3 of a second after 12 laps. So I'm certain this will be equally as close.
Thompson just has a little look there. Can he get round? But and we've just seen another car withdraw, which is going to be filled down to about 7 now. That's
Harvey.
Harvey, who had that frightening experience just a minute ago.
So Thompson really has made up the gain that Bloxham initially established. So he's locked right on his rear bumper.
It's Buckley up to 4th, Rintel up to 5th, and Rogno up to 6th, Parker 7th, and Harvey 8th. Toyota 86, great little cars and a terrific class for the motor racing, for the Toyota Gazoo Racing Australia Scholarship Series. Very good class in which to cut your teeth.
So Thompson's going to see if there's an opening for him into turn 15 if he can close enough. But Bloxham used all of the track, which meant there was no opportunity to dive up the inside.
All the track and then just a little bit more, I think. And Alice Buckley very close on the tail of Stewart in 3rd and 4th is turning in now to another of these very tight races.
So Thompson will be looking at getting a good run, and given that Bloxham had a fair bit of oversteer on the exit, he'll have slightly more momentum leading into turn 1. They may well be side by side in turn 1.
They will almost certainly be side by side in turn 1, and Alice Buckley in the background pulls out to get by car 999. Don't think she quite got away with that. Anyway, it's still Thompson, not Thompson. It says Thompson leading Bloxham on our screen, but in fact the visual evidence is that Bloxham's still in front.
Thompson is looking good in this race. He's not as ragged as Bloxham, and I think he can pressure Bloxham to a mistake, and he's going to try and get up the inside here in turn 6, but he's been covered off by Bloxham.
Meanwhile, there's been a change in position just a little further back, with Alice Buckley getting past Ben Stewart, who was looking pretty racy at the beginning of the event. And as you say, Bloxham were looking a bit ragged there.
He's absolutely driving on the limit, whereas Thompson is tidier and maintaining the pressure.
Up the little back straight they go. This double set of bends, really, it's almost two corners coming onto the straight. Bloxham still in front.
And he had a cleaner run onto the straight here, so there may well be a braking duel at the end of the straight leading into turn 2.
Well, Thompson just 0.18 of a second behind Bloxham now. And this is really a great dice. Well, Thompson's going to have a crack down the outside.
Yeah, he wants the outside then go under on the second part of the apex of turn 2, but there's just not enough space, and Bloxham's too good there at the moment.
Buckley beginning to open up a gap from Stewart, and Brogno's come up in this race from being close to the back. He had dropped back in the earlier race today, and he seems to be making good pace in this one.
I'm surprised that Stewart has faded, but here's a move.
And very taily there with Bloxham, but still holding the lead. Bondi Carpets entry, car 27, a great racing number, driven by so many terrific drivers over the years.
So these two cars have certainly pulled out a gap on the others. They're almost stretched that gap to 4 seconds to Buckley running third.
And Buckley has herself opened a gap of a second to...
Well, this is the last lap coming up, so they're going to be greeted by the last lap board. So it's now time for Thompson to really look for a way through in turn 2.
Takes a very defensive line coming into turn 1 then.
Well, that'll slow him down and make him vulnerable for turn 2. But he's covered right to the inside.
Through turn 2 they go about less than a metre apart. Maybe almost too close for that part of the bend, because that's allowed Bloxham just to open up the gap ever so slightly.
A good run out of 5 for Thompson may mean that he can attack going into 6. But Bloxham moves over and covers him, which means that Bloxham's exit's going to be slow out of 6. Oversteer, both cars, and now Thompson's on the inside around Corporate Hill.
Heading towards turn 15 they go. Left-hander. It's Bloxham's now got the on the left hand, the right-hand side of the track for turn 15, but that's not letting Thompson give it away. He's
But they drove around together, and Thompson will have the advantage going into this next section.
He's got his hazard lights on, I'm not sure why. Maybe he's just bumped the stalk, and now it's looking really on for young and old, and I think maybe Thompson has now finally managed to do it. But Bloxham's not giving this away lightly, is he?
Thompson's exit speed will be slightly slower, so Bloxham will have a little bit more speed down the straight. There'll be inches in this.
I think that Thompson, the checkered flag went out, and it was actually Thompson who won it by 0.0034 of a second.
So that is what? 3/10,000ths of a second.
Not bad. 3/10,000ths.
3/10,000ths.
What a fantastic! It was such a great dice. I've forgotten we were on the last lap. That was a magic dice.
How many coats of paint is 3/10,000ths?
Not a lot. Alice Buckley in third. Good result for her after her winning weekend at the Bend. Then Imbrogno had come up right through the field, ahead of Stewart, who dropped down to 5th. Parker and Samarinto in 7th. Retirement was Harvey in car number 9. Well, that was certainly a dice of the day. And here's the results. Ryan Thompson is the winner. Lachlan Bloxham is your second place getter, followed by Alice Buckley, Salvatore Imbrogno, Ben Stewart, Charlie Parker, Samarinto, Mason Harvey was a non-finisher. And here is series points. Lachlan Bloxham in the lead on 280 ahead of Ryan Thompson, 266. Ben Stewart, 254. Salvatore Imbrogno, 212. Charlie Parker in 5th on 202. Samarinto on 6th in 202 points also. Mason Harvey, 158. Alice Buckley, 152. In 9th position, Lincoln Taylor, 144. And Hugh Zockling at 126 points. So that's your top 10 in the Toyota Kazoo Racing Scholarship Championship. And here are the highlights. It was a good start by Bloxham and Thompson, who went down the inside, but Bloxham had the pace off the Now here's the incident of turn 2 on lap 1, and power. That's a lot of damage, and there was, I'm sure, a little bit of a nudge from the behind there, but that's okay. It was the front end damage that was really the thing that put him out of circulation. It looked for a while like Lachlan Bloxham was going to walk away with it, as he had.
And there was a big moment for Harvey there. He almost ran off the track completely on the exit of turn 1.
But all proceeded okay for a while, and then it got really serious. There was plenty of tail-out action there with these Toyota 86s. Some great driving from both of these guys, and very defensive driving in the end by Bloxham. And I'm not sure that they even knew who had won when they finally got to the finish line. But these dices coming into turn 1, boy, they were savage.
And this was great driving by both drivers here. They were able to drive side by side and both stay on the track at the same time, leading through a bunch of corners.
And I'll tell you what, it was very iffy for Lachlan Bloxham there, that second last corner. But in the end,
here's the gap, 0.003 of a second.
That's the gap.
There's nothing in that.
I thought after the race, I don't think either of them knew who had actually won.
They wouldn't have.
It was that close. So that's the end of our last race for the day. It's been a beautiful weekend for motor racing here at Sydney Motorsport Park at the Masterblast 2023. So that's all from us. Good racing, couple of incidents which is always disappointing, and great racing, great classes, and we look forward to seeing you here again at Sydney Motorsport Park. It's goodbye from me, John Young, and from
David Stone. Goodbye. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.